The Horn of the Sea was the name of the region where the Dragon Palace was located. It extended all the way to the Horn of the Sea and headed straight ahead. It was the real mountain and sea. Wang Xian didn't know much about this sea, nor had he ventured deep into it. However, Wang Xian began his voyage today.
Dad, I'm hungry. I want to eat seafood.
In the depths of the ocean, a figure was rapidly spreading his legend.
On his head, a little girl the size of a fist was flapping her wings and making a sweet sound.
All right, I'll give you seafood. This big and small figure was naturally Wang Xian. He took out a piece of meat and handed it to the little girl. Hee. The little girl immediately hugged him and opened her mouth to eat. The little girl, Wang Lingling, was born from the ancestral tree in Wang Xian's body. She grew up by absorbing Wang Xian's blood. She could not be too far away from him.
Similarly, the little girl's strength was closely related to Wang Xian.
The advantage of a half-life elf was that she had a powerful assistant. The bad thing was that she needed to feed her with her own energy constantly. This would cause her to require more energy for her own cultivation. However, feeding a little girl was nothing to Wang Xian. I might need 1 to 2 years to travel through the ocean this time. Wang Xian mumbled as he watched her eat and looked at the map. He had already left for 3 days. After bidding farewell to the girls and giving instructions to the Dragon Palace, he entered the vast ocean. The Cape of the Ocean was considered a relatively deep place at the edge of the continent. However, there was still a considerable distance to go.
If he were to fly with Wang Xian's current speed, it would take him 1 to 2 years. Wang Xian's speed was not slow at all. It was comparable to the peak of a universe night.
Let's set off.
The little girl who had satisfied her craving sat on top of Wang Xian's head. She extended her little finger and pointed ahead.
Wang Xian smiled and disappeared in an instant.
With the little girl, it was not boring to travel.
There were many powerful desolate beasts in this ocean where desolate beasts lived. He had encountered desolate beasts at the level of a universe night, or even desolate beasts at the peak of the universe night level, Wang Xian. With his speed and strength, he could easily kill level 9 desolate beasts.
However, for those at the peak level, he could only run away.
Wang Xian's target this time was the lightning race. The distance between the lightning race and the Dragon Palace was not close. If he flew in a straight line, it might take him more than 10 years. Fortunately, as long as he reached the interior of the mainland, there would be a large number of teleportation arrays that could be used to rush over. Currently, Wang Xian had the realm of a level 3 universe knight. He could directly rule over the aquatic desolate beasts below level 3.
After traveling in the ocean for half a year, he managed to rule over tens of thousands of level 1 and level 2 universe knights. This brought a considerable amount of resources to the Dragon Palace.
Boom, boom, boom.
After traveling in the ocean for a year, a series of rumbling sounds came from above.
Wang Lingling, who was sleeping on top of Wang Xian's head, opened her eyes and looked up.
Did I bump into someone? At this moment, Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. He narrowed his eyes slightly.
On the surface of the sea, numerous ships that were emitting powerful energy were located in front of a deserted island on the sea. On that deserted island, there was a desolate beast with more than 10 heads that looked like a giant snake. It raised its head and its body was more than 100,000 meters in size. Streams of dark green venom were sprayed out in the surroundings. There was no lack of experts on Wang Xian's dozens of ships. When the two sides fought, a terrifying explosion was heard. "Dad, there are people fighting," Wang Lingling said in surprise. "Let's go and take a look." Wang Xian's body moved and flew up. Splash. After he revealed the surface of the sea, his dragon eyes scanned the location of the battle. There were more than 1,000 humans on the dozens of ships. The strongest one had the combat strength of a level 9 universe knight, and the weakest one had the strength of a level 3 universe knight. The desolate beast they were attacking had the combat strength of a level 9 universe knight. Quick, quick, be careful of the venom of the muscle-headed snake. The weaker ones should retreat and get out of its attack range. Attack one of its heads with all your strength and kill one first.
A loud shout came from the front. One ship after another set up a defensive barrier and quickly retreated backward. This muscular-headed snake is very powerful. Even when 3 Universe Knights and level 9 Masters attacked it, they couldn't suppress it. It must have a powerful bloodline. Wuxia looked over and his eyes were shining. However, this also allowed him to see the strong masters within the heaven-opening primal continent. Before he could reach there, he encountered 3 Universe Knight level 9 great beings. Walala. At this time, in front of him, the muscular-headed snake suddenly raised 7 or 8 heads, and behind it, endless waves surged. The waves rose into the sky and slowly turned dark green, rushing toward him. In the sky, dark green rain started to fall. Sizzle. 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 The dark green rain fell on the surface of the sea and emitted a terrifying sound of corrosion. Even the seawater was corroded by it. The Tai Chi dragon played on Wuxia's body flashed and easily blocked the dark green rain. Be careful. All ships, spread out and retreat further away. This muscle-headed snake is much stronger than we imagined. An old man shouted loudly in front of them. Pen and ink judged the heaven and earth. At the side, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar was holding a black brush. He was writing a golden kill character in the air. The kill character attacked the muscular-headed snake directly. This attack is a little special. Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this attack. Retreat quickly. At this moment, a ship was retreating towards Wuxia's direction. Wuxia looked over but didn't avoid it. He remained standing on the surface of the water. Is there someone here? On the ship, a middle-aged man noticed Wuxia on the surface of the water and was astonished. Brother in front, we are from Haotian City. The middle-aged man immediately introduced himself and scanned the surroundings to see if there were any of Wuxia's companions around. I was passing by and saw that there was a battle here. I came here to take a look. I didn't mean to offend you. When Wuxia saw the middle-aged man introducing himself, he immediately replied, Walla. Ha! At this moment, Wuxia saw an extremely huge tail sweeping across the ocean in front of him. The tail should be condensed from water elemental laws, but it contained a terrifying power. There's an attack at the bottom of the sea. Abandon the ship and escape to the sky. On the ship in front, an old man shouted sternly. Buzz. When Wuxia saw this scene, he hesitated for a moment before he slowly extended his palm. A dragon claw condensed from the water attribute attacked the tail. Boom. A dull and loud collision sound came from the bottom of the sea. The surface of the sea rolled. However, the tail was directly crushed under the attack of Wuxia. Boom. A dull and loud sound was heard. The tail that was attacking Wuxia was defeated in one move. What? That young man is an expert. Hiss. What a strong strength. At the front, the people on the ship were shocked when they saw the attack from the muscle-headed snake was defeated. They looked at Wuxia with astonishment in their eyes. This is bad. This fellow is a little strong. It will be difficult to kill him. We have underestimated his strength. At this moment, the middle-aged man in front of them who was holding a black writing brush and writing the word kill in the air was drenched in cold sweat. He shouted with an embarrassed expression. Damn it. If we can't kill him this time, we won't have a chance. There were over 10,000 sharp swords flying behind an old man not far away. The sharp sword in the middle was even sharper. It was at least a acquired treasure. The 3 Universe Knights with level 9 combat strength were all extraordinary, but they still couldn't do anything to the muscular-headed snake. Sir, are you interested in fighting? When the time comes, you will get a share of the spoils of war. On the ship, when everyone saw that the 3 of them could not do anything to the muscular-headed snake, their expressions changed slightly. An elder hesitated for a moment before looking at Wuxia and said, Oh, other than its corpse, what other treasures does the muscular-headed snake have? Moreover, such a powerful desolate beast is not easy to kill. Wuxia raised his eyebrows and asked. In the ocean, he had encountered at least 10 Universe Knight level 9 desolate beasts. However, only one of them died in his hands. That one was caught off guard and was killed by luck. The rest were all allowed to escape back to their own divine kingdom. Since Wuxia's speed was so difficult to kill, this muscle-headed snake in front of him was even more difficult to kill. Even if he were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to stop it from escaping. Sir, this muscular head snake's lair is on that deserted island. The other 13 heads of this muscular head snake can be forged into an acquired treasure. Its fresh blood can also be used to create powerful talismans. The old man continued, if Sir is willing to make a move, the three of us will definitely take revenge.
Is the lair here? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he heard the old man's words.
Sure.
Wang Xian moved his body and stretched out his arm. He condensed a grayish dragon claw and attacked the muscular-headed snake. He took action partly for the muscular-headed snake and partly for this group of people. He had been traveling in the ocean for more than a year now. Now that he had finally infiltrated the humans, he naturally had to gather some information. He wanted to familiarize himself with the inner workings of the heaven-splitting primordial land. Thank you for your help, brother. Let's join hands and kill this beast.
At the front, the three experts from Haotian City had already received a voice transmission from their subordinates the moment Wang Xian made his move.
They swept their gaze over and looked a little excited. You guys hold off a portion of its head. I'll kill the rest. Wang Xian's dragon claw attacked forward and was defeated by the two snake heads. He squinted his eyes and shouted softly. All right. The three people from Haotian City were stunned for a moment. They hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads.
No matter what, they only needed to hold down the few snakeheads that they could hold down. This would not affect their safety.
Crash.
The muscular-headed snake had 13 snakeheads. The snakeheads were its main attack method. The three of them could pin down the 9 snakeheads. The next 4 snakeheads were easy for Wang Xian.
He flapped his incipient saint wings. His body instantly streaked across a shadow and arrived above one of the snake heads.
Hiss!
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 The snake head sensed that Wang Xian was above it. It immediately opened its mouth and a water sword shot into the sky. Flash! Wang Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of the other snake head in an instant. Before the other snake head could react, Wang Xian's arm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed towards the area below the snake head.
Slash! The terrifying force immediately drew a circle on the snake head and a large amount of fresh blood scattered in the surroundings.
What a fast speed! When the three powerhouses from Haotian City saw this scene, their pupils constricted slightly as shock appeared on their faces. Bang!
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
One of the heads was directly chopped off by Wang Xian, while the other 3 heads attacked him at the same time.
The heads of these 3 heads were filled with protruding scales that were as bright as crystals. They were incomparably sharp. Humph!
Wang Xian snorted softly. His body moved and he instantly escaped the attack range of the snake heads. Whoosh!
In the next moment, numerous clones appeared around Wang Xian. There were thousands of clones and they attacked the 3 snakeheads.
Hiss! Hiss!
Hiss!
The 3 snake heads opened their mouths and spewed out green poisonous fog. Cloud mist dragon surge. Wang Xian let out a low voice and the cloud mist instantly enveloped the snake heads. He ignored the poisonous fog and landed directly on top of one of the snake heads. Crack!
Crack!
The terrifying dragon claws tore his head apart.
Bang! 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 The other 2 snake heads immediately came to support him, but Wang Xian easily dodged them. Puff!
Puff! Puff!
In the cloud, the speed of the snakeheads was less than 1/10 of Wang Xian's speed.
Soon, the other 2 snakeheads were also severely injured. Hiss! Hiss!
Hiss!
Roar! Roar! The other 9 snakeheads felt the pain and raised their heads to let out a violent roar.
Get rid of these 3.
At this moment, Wang Xian rushed out from the clouds and shouted at the middle-aged man who was holding a black brush. Impressive! The middle-aged man could sense that Wang Xian was able to injure 4 of the heads so quickly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Paint the ground into a prison, trap. He let out a low roar and waved his arm. A picture was drawn to trap the 2 snake heads. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless green threads appeared around the 2 snake heads and coiled around them. Good! When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes lit up and his dragon claws landed on them. Pft! Pft!
The powerful attack instantly dealt heavy damage to the 2 snakeheads. With a wave of his arm, the other snakehead, Wang Xian, sent a dragon tomb directly towards them. Ha ha, good, good, good. Thank you, brother. Kill! The other 2 experts roared in excitement.
The following battle was simple. With the help of Wang Xian, the snake heads were quickly killed.
Saint Judgment.
As the middle-aged man's brush was carving out characters in the air, a light judgment landed on the muscular snake's body and killed it completely. Impressive.
This middle-aged man's attack method is similar to a wizard's formation. However, they shouldn't be in the same system.
Wang Xian's gaze swept over as his eyes sparkled. Ha ha ha, I'm Scholar Fong of Haoyan City. Thank you for your help, brother. After the muscular-headed snake was killed, the middle-aged man cupped his hands at Wang Xian and thanked him. I am Dongguan Mountain of Haoyan City. Thank you for your help, brother. I am Haokong Yen of Haoyan City. Thank you for your help, brother. The other two elders flew over and cupped their hands at Wang Xian with a smile on their faces. Wang Xian
cupped his hands at them. You're welcome. I just happened to be passing by.
Brother Wang Xian, are you from the ancestral dragon lineage? Your attack seems to be similar to the ancestral dragon lineage. Scholar Fong asked Wang Xian curiously. The ancestral dragon lineage?
Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and asked curiously, no, the ancestral dragon lineage is in this area?
Yes and no. Nowadays, the experts from the ancestral dragon lineage are traveling around. I only saw that your attack has the charm of a divine dragon, Brother Wang Xian. Scholar Fong said with a smile.
Brother Wang Xian, without your help this time, we wouldn't have been able to kill the muscle-headed snake. Brother Wang Xian, why don't you take half of the resources from the muscle-headed snake?
The elder called Dongguan Mountain said to Wang Xian.
Sure.
Wang Xian nodded. Half of the spoils of war was not a small amount. Let's get our men to deal with the corpses. Brother Wang Xian, where are you planning to go? Scholar Fong continued to ask Wang Xian. I'm going to take a look around. I'm going to settle some matters with the lightning race. Wang Xian smiled and said, Oh, the lightning race is still a long way from here. Brother Wang Xian, you can use the teleportation formation to travel from our heavenly city.
Scholar Fong said.
Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head.
Haha, all right. Brother Wang Xian, please board the ship.
Scholar Fong invited him. Wang Xian didn't reject him. He followed him and flew towards the ship. I think Scholar Fong's attack method is rather unique. Does this belong to you? Wang Xian came to a hall on the ship and asked after a moment of hesitation. Attack method? This is a cultivation method that belongs to the lineage of the saints. The lineage of the saints is similar to the lineage of the wizards in terms of formations and formations. However, there are some differences. Saint Hetien once said that everyone in the world can become a saint. I hope that one day I will be able to reach that stage. I hope that I will be able to walk on the path of the morning and die in the evening. Fong Wenxing's eyes flickered as he spoke. The Sage of Unity. Wang Xian mumbled. The Sage of Unity was the strongest existence in the lineage of saints. He was also one of the invincible powerhouses in the universe.
Haha, the one I admire the most in my life is the Sage of Unity. The one I admire the most is the leader of the ancestral dragon lineage.
Scholar Fong laughed out loud. The leader of the ancestral dragon lineage?
Wang Xian mumbled.
Brother Wang Xian, how long have you been in seclusion? Scholar Fong saw his puzzled expression. He smiled and said, The leader of the ancestral dragon lineage is also a hero of his generation. He said that everyone can be like a dragon, and all living things can become dragons. If this leader can break through to the realm of the ruler of the universe, the divine dragon lineage might really be able to reach the peak under his leadership. Everyone can be like a dragon, and all living beings can become dragons. When Wang Xian heard these words, his heart was slightly shaken. Brother Wang Xian, this is half of the resources of the muscular head snake. You can take a look. Not long after, Haokong Yen walked over and handed him an interspatial ring.
All right.
Wang Xian took it and took a look. He nodded his head.
Brother Wang Xian, this is the good wine of our heavenly city. There are also some delicacies. Let's go and have a drink on the deck. After settling the resources of the muscular-headed snake, Scholar Fong gestured to Wang Xian. All right.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Since it was his first time here, Wang Xian had many things that he needed to understand.
The ship sailed towards Heavenly City.
Haotian City was a city that was close to the ocean. This city was founded by an expert from the saint's lineage. That expert had the strength of a peak universe knight.
Now that it had fallen, his descendants and disciples controlled this city.
The saint's lineage was a race at the peak of the universe in the universe. The body of a saint and the method of a saint. This was the reason why they were able to stand at the peak of the universe. From Scholar Fong, Wang Xian obtained a lot of information that he couldn't get from the AI. For example, the specific situation of the saint lineage.
The saint lineage usually passed down the method of inheritance, which was passed down from generation to generation.
The restrictions they placed on their own disciples weren't very high. Many of the saint lineage would even travel far away after their master died, leaving the saint lineage. This also caused the disciples of the saint's lineage to disperse to many places in the heaven-opening primal continent. Apart from the saint's lineage, Wang Xian asked around for information about the divine dragon lineage, the ancestral dragon and the holy dragon clan. The current leader of the ancestral dragon lineage had long reached the peak of the universe knight realm. He even had the battle record of killing a universe dominator with combat strength. His potential was endless. However, he had not been able to take the final step and step into the universe overlord realm for a long time at this realm. This also caused the leader of the ancestral dragon to give an order. All the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage would go out to travel, and all of them would undergo experiential training.
One day, if any of the members of the divine dragon lineage could step into the universe overlord realm, all the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage would return and rebuild the glory of the divine dragon lineage. When Wang Xian received this information, his heart was slightly shaken. As long as the ancestral dragon lineage did not have the realm of the universe's ruler, the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage would not return for a day. This was equivalent to breaking up an entire faction just to pursue the peak. This ancestral dragon is really bold,
Wang Xian mumbled. He was very respectful of his actions. It would be useless if he didn't reach the peak.
What surprised Wang Xian was that there were more than 200 pure-blooded divine dragons in the ancestral dragon lineage. This was mainly due to the accumulation of hundreds of millions of years of development. Pure-blooded divine dragons were born from the marriage of pure-blooded divine dragons. Although there were more than 200 of them, it was incomparable to the peak of the divine dragon clan. There were hundreds of thousands of pure-blooded divine dragons in the peak of the divine dragon clan.
Currently, the divine dragon of light is the main clan of the divine dragon clan. All of them have joined the angel clan. It is said that the divine dragon king is the mount of one of the sons of the father of the angels. Scholar Fong told Wang Xian some of the information he knew. When he received this news, his heart was filled with mixed feelings.
There were seniors of the divine dragon clan who dispersed their clan members in order to rebuild the divine dragon's glory. They would not return until they became the ruler.
There were also powerhouses of the divine dragon clan who joined the top races in the universe and became their divine beasts. There were two completely different choices and two completely different paths.
Everyone should be like a dragon. All living beings can become dragons. If there's a chance, I must have a drink with the leader of the ancestral dragon.
Wang Xian thought to himself and smiled. He raised his glass and toasted Scholar Fong and the rest before drinking it down.
Heavenly City was a city close to the ocean. The entire city had 5 Universe Knight Level 9 great beings guarding it. In the surrounding domain, Heavenly City still had a lot of prestige.
The entire city was huge. There were not only humans living in it, but also other living beings.
We're here, Brother Wang Xian. Do you want to stay in Haotian City for a period of time?
After traveling on the sea for more than half a year, the ship docked at the edge of the coast. In front of them was the vast Haotian City. No thanks. I'll head straight to the Thunder Ray tribe. Thank you, Brother Fong One, and everyone for your hospitality for the past half a year. 8 months later, Wang Xian arrived at Heavenly City on a ship from Heavenly City. He cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. Ha ha, Brother Wang Xian. Let me bring you to the teleportation formation. Scholar Fong One brought Wang Xian and flew towards Heavenly City.
Brother Fong One, farewell.
When they arrived at the teleportation formation, Wang Xian cupped his hands and said with a smile on his face, "Have a safe journey." Scholar Fong waved his hand at him.
Buzz. The teleportation formation was activated and Wang Xian's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at another city.
This was a dark city, and there were only skeletons living around it. Wang Xian did not stay any longer and teleported to the next city.
The lightning race was very far away from here. If he were to fly, it would take at least more than 10 years. Even if he were to teleport continuously through the teleportation formation, it would still take a few days. He quickly traveled from one strange city to another. 3 days later, he arrived at a city and squinted his eyes.
This was a city filled with technology. It was filled with dreams. All kinds of spaceships were flying in the sky.
There were more than a dozen huge purple buildings in the city. They went straight into the clouds. In the clouds, there were lightning bolts. Lightning bolts fell on the city, maintaining the energy of the entire city. Welcome to Heavenly Thunder City. We will automatically form a temporary identity for you. Please abide by the rules of Heavenly Thunder City. Otherwise, you will be punished by Heavenly Thunder City.
A mechanical voice was heard. Wang Xian looked around and walked straight ahead. Heavenly Thunder City. It is the closest city in the territory of the lightning race. The population of the entire Heavenly Thunder City is around 300 million. Wang Xian walked straight outside. This time, his target was here. The Thunder Ray race was not too far from this city. This city was built by an expert at the peak of the universe night level. Although the city was technologically advanced, the people living in it did not follow the path of technology. Instead, they were all kinds of cultivators. Among them, the majority were thunder attribute cultivators. This was because there were thunder clouds in the sky around the sky of the Thunder City. This was a special territory. The area covered by the thunderclouds was huge. In the sky, every cloud contained a terrifying power of thunder. The thunder race was born in the thunderclouds and established a powerful race. The number of the thunder race was not many. The number of disciples of the race was around 10 billion. Their strength was not weak. Wang Xian walked out from the teleportation formation and walked in the city. He scanned his surroundings.
He saw a flying car that was used to tour the entire city. He spent some time to sit on it.
There were many humans, demonic beasts, and other living beings on the car. There was one type of living being that had a sharp purple nose and purple wings on their back. They were the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe.
The entire Sky Thunder City was huge. There were all kinds of things and even academies. The Sky Thunder City was a neutral force that did not belong to any race. They were not weak. With the strength of a city lord at the peak of the universe night level, even if a powerful warrior of the Thunder Ray race came here, they had to follow the rules. Wang Xian toured around the city and took out the universe AI to search for some information.
The great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe was his target this time around. The 27 thunder feathers of the incipient holy wings were still with him. During the half a year on the ship, he had gotten Scholar Fong to confirm some information for him. After all, it was tens of millions of years ago when the Thunder Ray tribe's thunder feathers were snatched away.
After confirmation, the great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe from tens of millions of years ago was still the great elder now. However, Wang Xian did not know the exact location of the great elder. First, I have to confirm the position of the great elder of the Thunder Ray race and whether Lei Yu is still in his hands. Then I have to snatch him over. Wang Xian mumbled.
Currently, Wang Xian's strength could easily suppress the great elder of the Thunder Ray race. However, it was still not enough to deal with the entire Thunder Ray race. The Lightning race had the combat strength of a peak universe knight. With their deep foundation, Wang Xian should not be their match. This is a little troublesome. I have to find a disciple of the Lightning race to investigate the situation. Wang Xian mumbled. His body moved and he immediately flew in the direction of the Lightning race.
After flying for more than 10 minutes and leaving the Sky Thunder City, Wang Xian looked at the thunderclouds in the sky.
In this area of thunderclouds, the light was a little dim. From time to time, lightning would illuminate the entire starry sky. In this thick thundercloud, it greatly affected a person's vision. Furthermore, there were some desolate beasts in this thundercloud. The thundercloud not only gave birth to a powerful lightning race, but it also gave birth to other powerful desolate beasts. Especially in the depths of the thunder clouds, there were even more terrifying desolate beasts. Some desolate beasts were able to threaten peak universe knights. Wang Xian flew into the thunder clouds and felt as if he had entered a huge and unfamiliar world. Thunder and lightning would appear from time to time in his surroundings. It was difficult for the weak to survive here. Dragon eyes.
Wang Xian activated his dragon eyes and scanned his surroundings before flying straight ahead. Crackle!
Crackle. While he was flying, terrifying bolts of lightning would burst out from time to time. Some of them were strong while others were weak.
Eh? At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly saw a lightning bolt that seemed to have substance.
He was slightly stunned when he saw this lightning bolt. His body moved and he flew straight ahead. Buzz.
Wang Xian grabbed the lightning bolt in his hand and felt a powerful force of lightning coming from within. Tsuke, this is still a treasure. An acquired spiritual treasure. How did I manage to encounter it so easily? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and revealed a shocked expression. He kept it and continued flying forward.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. After flying in the thundercloud for more than 10 days, Wang Xian suddenly heard the chirping of birds coming from his right. The ear-piercing sound had a powerful penetrating force. His eyes focused. This is a thundercloud vulture dire beast.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
He had not met any members of the Thunderlight race for more than 10 days. Instead, he encountered a rare thundercloud vulture dire beast.
The thundercloud vulture was one of the dire beasts that lived in the thundercloud. It was an extremely rare, extremely powerful, and terrifying dire beast.
This type of thundercloud vulture is very suitable to be used as a mount. Wang Xian stared at the thundercloud vulture that was flying at high speed on the right. His body moved and disappeared instantly. Buzz. The next moment, he appeared in front of the thundercloud vulture, and a chain directly wrapped around it. Chirp, chirp. The thundercloud vulture didn't have any power to resist and was easily bound by Wang Xian. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The thundercloud vulture wasn't very big. It was only about 4 meters long when it spread its wings. It looked at Chu Xian with a frightened expression. Over here, I heard the thundercloud vulture's voice. Hurry up. At this moment, a voice came from the void behind them. Wang Xian heard the voice and held the chain as he looked behind him.
Eh? At the back, 2 elders flew over. They looked at Wang Xian as he restrained the thundercloud vulture. Their eyes flickered slightly.
Who is this person? I wonder if you know that this is the territory of our Thunderlight race.
The 2 elders narrowed their eyes slightly and asked Wang Xian. I know.
Wang Xian looked at them with a smile on his face. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Oh no, be careful. When the 2 old men saw Wang Xian disappearing instantly, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted loudly, Buzz! Soul capture!
However, at this moment, a voice sounded in their minds. Their bodies trembled slightly.
We finally met the strong warriors of the lightning race. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face and muttered. The 2 disciples of the lightning race with the combat strength of a universe knight at level 7 were instantly controlled by him. Waves of information entered Wang Xian's mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked through them bit by bit. 10 minutes later, Wang Xian opened his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before waving his arm. He erased the memories of the 2 of them and threw them into the position below. Wang Xian didn't kill them because he didn't think these 2 fellows were bad. He wouldn't kill the innocent without any enmity. The great elder of the Thunder Ray race is in their lair. This is troublesome. Wang Xian mumbled. According to the information he obtained, the great elder of the Thunder Ray race was in charge of the lair of the Thunder Ray race to handle all matters. Under the circumstance that the leader of the Thunder Ray race was not out, he was the person in charge. The possibility of him infiltrating was 0. Furthermore, from the 2 disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe, he learned that there were a total of 8 top-notch universe knights of the Thunder Ray tribe.
Furthermore, they were good at speed. Even if 2 or 3 of them came, Wang Xian would not be their match.
I have to use other methods to get in.
Wang Xian stood there and pondered.
This feels like a thief. However, that thunder feather was originally snatched by the great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe. I merely snatched it back.
Wang Xian mumbled to himself as he thought of a solution.
From the memories of the two members of the Thunder Ray race, he obtained a method to blend in with the Thunder Ray race.
10 days later, the Thunder Ray race would be recruiting disciples to the outside world. As long as one was within the age of 20 eras and passed the assessment, one could join the Thunder Ray race.
The age was the division of age in the heaven-opening and primal continent. Because there were many places in the heaven-opening primal continent that didn't have day and night, the calculation of age was different from other places in the universe. One era represented 100,000 years, while the 20th era was 2 million years.
The heaven-opening primal continent didn't have a sun or moon. Usually, an expert entering seclusion once could last for 1,000,000 years.
As for the 20th era, for the heaven-opening primal continent, it could be done with the snap of a finger. One could interpret it this way. 20-odd yuan was equivalent to the age of 20 for most living beings. That was when they were young. Of course, this was just a division of Wang Xian himself.
In fact, there were many old monsters who had lived for billions of years or even tens of billions of years in the heaven-opening primal continent.
However, 30-odd billion years was the end point.
If one wanted to live for more than 30 billion years, he would need to possess the strength of the heaven's fate.
Furthermore, 30 billion years was a calamity.
At Wang Xian's current age, he was basically at the age of drinking milk in the heaven-opening primordial land.
Naturally, this age restriction had nothing to do with him. Age isn't a problem, but it doesn't seem to be that easy to sneak in with my current strength.
Wang Xian pondered. With his current strength, even if he hid it, he could be detected with the strength of the lightning race.
Once he was discovered, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked.
This is a treasure.
After thinking for a few minutes, he moved his hand and took out a silver-white metal. This metal could isolate everything. At the same time, it could also isolate him from the outside world.
This was an extremely useless thing. It was very strong, but it was also very weak.
He placed this metal into his body. With a thought, the metal covered his entire body.
Very soon, from the outside world, Wang Xian's aura was decreasing rapidly.
However, his body was slowly covered by lightning. Wang Xian now had 22 lightning feathers. He could still control the power of lightning. Coupled with the isolation of this silver-white metal, he could not isolate the power of his physical body. He used the silver-white metal to isolate the other 8 attributes in his body, leaving only the thunder attribute that he had yet to fully grasp. This caused his power to be reduced to the level of a universe knight at level 6. He could unleash all of his power, but once he unleashed it, it would mean that his power had been leaked. If he only used the thunder attribute, it would be impossible for him to be detected.
His strength is still a little strong. However, the power of his physical body cannot be concealed by the silver-white metal here. So be it if he is a universe knight at level 6. Wang Xian mumbled. From birth until the 20th century, he already possessed the combat strength of a universe knight at level 6. This was definitely considered as a top heaven's favorite in the heaven-opening primal continent. Perhaps only the descendants of some races could do it.
It was impossible for ordinary cultivators to achieve this. However, he had no other choice. When the time came, he just had to get close to the great elder of the Thunder Ray race and escape as soon as he got hold of Leiyu.
How troublesome. Wang Xian smiled and flew directly towards the Sky Thunder City. The recruitment of disciples by the Thunder Ray race was held in the Sky Thunder City. All he had to do was to wait in the city.
After flying back to the Sky Thunder City, Wang Xian found a luxurious villa and rented it. If you want to act like one, then act like one. Tame this thundercloud vulture. Lying in front of the swimming pool, Wang Xian summoned the thundercloud vulture and tamed it. Taming a thundercloud vulture with the combat strength of a universe knight at level 6 was an easy task for him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Very soon, this thundercloud vulture lay respectfully beside Wang Xian. This time, it pretended to be a proud son of heaven and blended into the inner circle of the Thunder Ray race. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any accidents. Otherwise, he would have to change his method.
Wang Xian thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. He was waiting for the time to come. The Thunderlight race's recruitment of disciples was a grand event in the surrounding area,
especially for the living beings in the Thundercloud region.
In this Thundercloud region, the most powerful race was the Thundercloud race, followed by a few cities like Heavenly Thunder City. However, compared to the Thunder Cloud race, Heavenly Thunder City still had a huge gap in strength and inheritance. Not to mention the other creatures in the Thunder Cloud region, there were still around 50 to 60 billion. Especially because this region was very suitable for Thunder attribute experts to cultivate, many Thunder attribute experts came here to cultivate. Every time the Thunder Light tribe recruited disciples, many people would come. After all, compared to being free and unfettered, having a powerful backer also had many benefits. There were also many residents living in the Heavenly Thunder City who wished for their children to join the lightning race. Hurry, hurry. There are still more than 10 minutes before the start. I hope I can pass the assessment this time. The minimum strength requirement was at the 4th level Void God Emperor last time. I wonder what the minimum strength requirement is this time. This doesn't just depend on the minimum strength. It also depends on your bloodline and physique. Those who can't fight 2 levels above you will probably be eliminated. 10 days later, Wang Xian arrived at the selection venue of the Thunder Ray Race's disciples. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered around. Some young men walked towards the huge venue in front of them. There were more than 10 million people in the entire square. In the surroundings, there were various spaceships or experts floating on treasures waiting for their children's test in anticipation. Wang Xian looked at the arena and at a stone at the entrance. There were rings of growth rings on that stone. It looked very mystical. You are over 20 epochs old. Get out now. At this moment, he saw a young man walking in. However, when he passed by the stone, the growth rings on the stone were glowing. A middle-aged man sitting by the side locked his gaze on the young man and coldly warned him. Sir, I was only in closed-door cultivation and missed the last disciple recruitment. My strength is strong enough. The young man's expression changed drastically and he immediately explained. Get out. If you are older than your age and want to join my Thunder Ray race, you'll have to go to the Thunder Cloud to pass the trial. The middle-aged man continued to coldly say. This caused the young man's expression to change drastically. When he saw that many people were staring at him, he left dejectedly. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the crowd and walked straight in. The recruitment of disciples by any tribe did not require all the strong ones. Compared to the strong ones, they valued loyalty and potential more. This was also to prevent other factions from infiltrating their tribe. By recruiting younger disciples, they could cultivate loyalty and pass all sorts of tests to test their loyalty. However, for some older ones who suddenly appeared to join their race, they would basically not agree. Even if they agreed, they would not place them in an important position. When Wang Xian entered, the stone with the growth rings did not show any reaction. Clearly, he had passed the test. He scanned the surroundings and revealed a smile on his face. With a glance, he saw the strongest level 8 Void God Emperor. In fact, to be able to reach level 8 Void God Emperor after cultivating for less than 2 million years was already very impressive. This required one to have a strong bloodline or a strong physique, as well as a strong inheritance. If these people were placed on the side of Lu Xingkong, they would all be rare geniuses that had been around for billions of years. However, this place was different from the side of Lu Xingkong. Any random person from this side would be able to fight against those of a higher level. There were also many people who fought against those who were 2 levels higher. Even those who fought against those who were 3 levels higher were not that rare. After all, this was the center of the universe, the center of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Many disciples from the various peak races were able to fight against those who were 3 levels higher. Wang Xian stood in the middle of the square and waited quietly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after, more than a dozen figures appeared in a teleportation formation in front of the square. These figures had a pair of wings on their backs. Their noses were a little sharp and their bodies were about 2 meters tall. The arrival of more than a dozen experts from the lightning race shocked the entire square. The assessment is about to begin. This time, there is no minimum limit to one's strength. All aspects of the assessment include potential, comprehension of the lightning attribute, and strength. The middle-aged man in the center looked down sharply at all the disciples participating in the assessment and said directly, "This is a chance for us. We must succeed." Some of the participants had looks of joy on their faces as they clenched their fists tightly. Buzz. At the next moment,
the leader of the lightning race, waved his arm. A thundercloud appeared in the sky and enveloped everyone. Wang Xian raised his head. His eyes were sparkling. This was an acquired treasure. Let the assessment begin.
As the leader of the middle-aged men finished his sentence, bolts of lightning descended from the sky.
A bolt of lightning landed on Wang Xian's body, but there was no reaction from him at all.
Oh!
However, screams of pain rang out continuously in the surroundings. One by one, the young men who screamed and fell to the ground were directly sent out with a wave of the arm of the lightning race's powerhouse.
Crackle, crackle.
5 seconds later, another bolt of lightning landed on Wang Xian's body. The power of this little bit of lightning was about the same as his scraping.
However, this time another batch of people fell. The third round continued until the fifth round. There were only about 1,000 people in the arena.
At this moment, apart from Wang Xian, everyone else was in a sorry state.
Eh?
Wang Xian stood there without changing his expression. He attracted the attention of the experts from the lightning race ahead. They were astonished.
Around them, some of the examinees were also looking at Wang Xian in shock.
Good, not bad. The 1,103 of you have passed the test. You can join the outer sect of our lightning race. Follow us now. There are also some simple tests. More than a dozen experts from the lightning race looked satisfied as they spoke to them. Follow us into the teleportation formation.
More than a dozen experts of the lightning race immediately entered the teleportation formation and disappeared. Let's go, let's go. More than 1,000 disciples who passed the assessment followed behind with excited faces as they teleported through the teleportation formation.
Buzz. When Wang Xian entered the teleportation formation, he immediately felt the surroundings changing. The power in front of him was a palace. The entire palace was suspended in a thundercloud. They were on a high platform in front of the palace. There were quite a number of disciples from the lightning race in the surroundings. There were tens of thousands of them. When Wang Xian arrived here, a strong attractive force was felt. His eyes flashed with a hint of heat. He immediately looked towards the front. In the middle of the front, an elder from the lightning race was sitting there.
That familiar feeling came from the position of the old man's wings. Lei Yu was there.
That old man is the great elder of the lightning race. Wang Xian stared at the old man with excitement in his heart. His eyes flickered slightly as he thought about how to make a move. Great elder! At this moment, more than 10 powerhouses of the lightning race who were the first to be teleported over flew to the front of the old man and cupped their hands. Have you met any good seedlings? The old man had a head of white hair, and even the tip of his sharp nose was white. He opened his mouth and asked indifferently.
First elder, this time there really is a seedling. Among them there is a young man whose strength we have yet to test out. The other strongest one is a level 9 void god emperor.
The middle-aged man who was the leader reported.
Oh?
Lei Lianyun's strength has not been tested in several trials. It seems that his strength should have reached the combat strength of a level 1 universe knight. Such a heavens-favored child is extremely rare.
A look of surprise and joy appeared on the great elder's face. He laughed as he swept his gaze across the more than 1,000 disciples on the high platform. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Xian.
His gaze flickered slightly. With a move of his palm, a round plate appeared. A bolt of lightning slowly covered the round plate.
Ha!
Wang Xian stood there and lowered his head slightly when he saw this scene. He was not afraid of being discovered. Hiss this!
Suddenly, the great elder who was sitting there and looking at the round plate stiffened. He stared at the contents displayed on the plate in disbelief.
He raised his head and looked at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with shock.
Apart from that disciple, let the rest spar with each other.
The great elder took a few deep breaths. After pondering for a moment, he ordered the dozen of people in front of him. Yes.
The dozen of lightning race experts who were in charge of recruiting disciples nodded their heads. All of you are now external disciples of our lightning race. Next, we will rank you according to your abilities. Seize this opportunity. The stronger you are and the higher your ranking, the more rewards you will receive.
The middle-aged man who was in charge of recruiting disciples spoke to Wang Xian and the rest.
The great elder sat there and knocked on his chair gently. His expression changed slightly.
He passed the disc to an elder beside him. The elder beside him had his eyes closed after taking a look. He was slightly stunned when he saw the disc that the great elder passed to him. When he saw the information on it, his pupils constricted slightly. Is this for real?
How is this possible?
The old man exclaimed in a low voice in shock. It is indeed somewhat inconceivable. Such a heavens chosen is too rare.
The first elder said, "How did he join our lightning race?"
With his strength, it is impossible for him not to have a powerful background.
The old man said with his eyes wide open. There's another possibility, and that is that he obtained a powerful inheritance. However, the possibility is very small. The great elder guessed it's indeed too strange that he wants to join our lightning race.
Such a disciple, other forces would nurture him in front of treasures. It's impossible for them to release him, let alone let him join our lightning race. It's impossible for us to not want such a disciple.
The old man slowly said,
Let's first investigate the details.
The first elder's eyes flickered. His heart was filled with doubt and shock.
The highest level is Void God Emperor rank 9. His control over the thunder technique is also average. This time it's not as good as the last time. The last time there were at least peak Void God Emperor experts.
Indeed, it seems that the disciples entering this batch are not good enough.
On the high platform, the disciples were sparring. In the surrounding seats, some of the older disciples were watching. They were discussing softly with smiles on their faces. The lightning race was divided into outer and inner disciples. Those below the combat strength of a universe knight would become outer disciples. And in the front seat, there were a group of inner disciples watching him. They crossed their arms and watched him from above. The battles ended quickly. However, Wuxia was not called to the arena. This is a little boring. I thought it would be fun for new disciples to enter the sect.
Sigh. At the front, a young girl from the lightning race shook her head and said in boredom,
The entrance examination for new disciples is a very boring thing. We are only here to stand on the stage. A middle-aged man beside him said to him with a smile,
Senior brother, how much longer is it going to be? I'm going to run away.
The woman's gaze swept over him. Her eyes rolled as she said softly, Junior sister, the elder is in front. The middle-aged man reminded him softly, It's fine. The first elder is a good person. He won't beat me up. The girl smiled softly. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly.
His junior sister had outstanding talent. In the thunder race, other than the first senior brother, she was the most talented.
She had the power of a level 3 universe knight at such a young age, and she had a high chance of becoming the first senior sister of the thunder race in the future.
The seniority of the disciples of the thunder race was not determined by the time they entered the sect or their age, but by their power.
Furthermore, this junior sister's master was the first elder's junior sister. Many elders of the lightning race doted on her. The girl shrunk her head and prepared to retreat from the back. The actions of the girl above were all under the gaze of the first elder and the others.
The first elder of the lightning race narrowed his eyes slightly. Jingyun, come over and spar with a disciple. He spoke directly to the girl who was about to slip away.
When the girl heard the first elder call her name, she quickly turned around and lowered her head. What? Go to the high platform and spar with a newly joined disciple. The first elder looked at her and said with a smile, Oh. The elder saw his arrangement and smiled. He muttered, That's good too. Let this girl know what it means to be high and mighty. Let me spar with the new junior brothers. Are you serious? Great elder. The girl raised her head. Her face was filled with astonishment as her eyes widened. I can defeat this group of junior brothers with a single finger. Great elder? Are you kidding me?
This disciple will spar with her. If you defeat her, I will reward you with an acquired spiritual treasure.
At this moment, the great elder's gaze landed on Wuxia as he spoke to him.
When Wuxia heard the words of the great elder of the lightning race, his body paused slightly. As expected, his strength had been discovered.
However, what did the great elder want to do? What's the situation?
He wants a newly joined disciple to spar with senior sister Lei Jingyun.
No way. Senior Sister Lei Jingyun has the combat power of a level 3 Universe Knight. How can a new disciple spar with Senior Sister? What's going on? Why did the Great Elder arrange this? The surrounding disciples listened to the Great Elder's instructions in shock.
Even the deacons and managers of the Thunder Light race were shocked.
Lei Zhengyun, the favored son of the Thunder race, had reached the level of a Universe Knight level 3 and had at least 4 or 5 acquired spiritual treasures. Lei Zhengyun had great potential to become the senior sister of the Thunder race in the future.
And the title of senior sister represented the strongest female disciple of the Thunder race.
If she could defeat the eldest senior brother of the Lightning race in the future, she would be the eldest senior sister of the entire Lightning race. The title of eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister had an extremely high status in the Lightning race, not inferior to an ordinary elder.
This was because those who could obtain this title had the potential to reach the peak of their Lightning race.
However, it was extremely difficult to obtain the title of eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister. The eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race had already reached more than 400 eras old. Now, Lei Zhengyun, who had the combat strength of a level 3 Universe Knight and the potential of the eldest senior sister, was allowed to spar with a new disciple who had just joined the Thunder Ray race?
In the entire hall, all the disciples looked at this scene in astonishment.
In the end, their gazes landed on Wang Xian, and their eyes were filled with astonishment.
Could it be that this fellow was hiding his true strength?
It's him. The disciples around Wang Xian looked at him with sparkling eyes. They knew clearly that among them, this fellow was the strongest. He did not reveal his true strength from the beginning to the end.
He was not called to participate in the sparring session just now.
First Elder came to let me spar with a little fellow like you. From the looks of it, you must have some strength. Lei Zhengyun came to his senses. He sized up Wang Xian from head to toe and said faintly, "Whoosh!
Come on. As your senior sister, I won't bully you. I won't use any spiritual treasures."
She moved and flew to the high platform. She hooked her finger at Wang Xian. Wang Xian felt helpless when he saw that everyone was focused on him. At this moment, it was impossible for him to charge directly at the Great Elder of the Thunder Ray tribe because he would most likely fail. "You are not worthy for me to make a move." Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. His gaze landed on Lei Zhengyun as he said faintly, "Ha!" Lei Zhengyun was slightly stunned when he heard his words. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. "Little guy, do you not know the immensity of heaven and earth?
Holy shit, this new disciple is so arrogant?
Does he have the capital to be arrogant? Or is there something wrong with his brain?
He dares to be so arrogant to junior sister Jingyun. This kid is asking for a beating."
The surrounding people were also stunned when they heard his words. This was too arrogant. Hee. The first elder of the Lightning race in front of him smiled faintly. "You. Very good. I want to make your face stick to the ground."
Lei Jingyun clenched his fist and lightning flashed on the wings on his back. Crash. The next moment, her figure disappeared instantly. Wang Xian looked at her figure and smiled. He waved his arm.
A 4-meter-tall figure appeared in front of him. At this moment, Lei Jingyun's figure appeared in front of Wang Xian. She was clenching her fist and preparing to attack Wang Xian's face.
However, when she saw the figure beside Wang Xian, she froze.
Chirp, chirp.
The thundercloud vulture looked at Lei Jingyun curiously and chirped.
You. When Lei Jingyun saw the thundercloud vulture staring at him, his expression started to change. The thundercloud vulture, who had the combat strength of a level 6 Universe Knight, was standing beside the young disciple.
Damn it!
How could she fight?
She was sure that she would be electrocuted before her fist landed.
Oh! At this moment, the head elder of the Thunder race saw the thundercloud vulture and raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. Hiss! This is the thundercloud vulture. A level 6 thundercloud vulture.
How is this possible? How could that disciple have such a terrifying battle pet?
Thundercloud vulture. It's an extremely rare desolate beast in our thundercloud territory. It's too difficult to capture one as a battle pet.
How could he have a thundercloud vulture battle pet with a level 6 Universe Knight combat strength?
How could he suppress it? All the disciples of the Thunder Light race were shocked when they saw this scene.
Even the great being of the Thunder Light race was shocked.
Thunder cloud vultures were very rare in the Thunder cloud domain, especially in terms of speed. Even the great beings of the Thunder Light race couldn't compare to them in terms of speed. Within the Thunder Light race, there were many Thunder cloud vultures that had been suppressed and tamed. However, there were only a few dozen of them, and most of them were in the hands of the top great beings of the Thunder Light race. Their clan leader had once tried to form a Thundercloud Vulture battle group, but he had failed.
Thundercloud vultures were too rare and too fast. However, a newly joined disciple actually possessed the combat strength of a level 6 Universe Knight. Thundercloud vultures?
This made them feel a little incredulous. Could he be the descendant of some lord of the Thunder race? Some of the disciples were bewildered.
Are we still fighting? Wuxia listened to the discussions around him and looked at Lei Jingyun with a smile. He asked teasingly,
You? Which senior of our Thunder Ray race are you the descendant of? Lei Jingyun's expression kept changing as he couldn't help but ask.
All right, Jingyun, you've lost. You have to know that there are always people better than you in this world. This disciple can easily defeat you before the age of 20. Don't be arrogant in the future.
In the front, the first elder of the Thunder Ray race said with a smile.
That's because he has a Thunder Cloud Vulture with the combat strength of a level 6 Universe Knight. This doesn't count. Lei Jingyun pouted and said unwillingly. He Zhengfa.
The great elder of the Thunder Ray race smiled and looked at a middle-aged man not far away from him. Your disciple is here.
The middle-aged man cupped his hands and stood up immediately. Let's spar with this disciple. The chief elder of the Lightning race said as his gaze landed on Wuxia. If you can win this time as the chief elder of the Lightning race, I will reward you with an acquired treasure that is suitable for you.
Hiss, what? An acquired treasure?
I
directly rewarded you with an acquired treasure. This reward is too high, isn't it? In the entire Thunder Light race, only eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister were rewarded with an acquired true treasure. Now, the great elder has promised such a precious reward. Lei Zhengfa is our 9th senior brother, and he is ranked 9th among the current disciples. With the combat power of a Universe Knight at level 6, even if he has a Universe Knight level 6 Thundercloud Vulture, he may not be a match for 9th senior brother. That's right. It's not so easy to obtain an acquired treasure. When all the surrounding disciples heard the first elder's words, they were shocked again. Lei Zhengfa was also slightly taken aback. He bowed casually and replied, Yes.
Ha!
When Wuxia heard the first elder's instructions, he was also slightly taken aback. This was not going according to the plan. If he won, he would give the acquired treasure directly.
Acquired supreme treasures were considered very powerful treasures even in the open heaven primal continent. Among the disciples of the Thunder Light race, only a handful had acquired supreme treasures.
However, the great elder of the Thunder Light race had agreed to give him an acquired supreme treasure as long as he won. This made him feel a little awkward. He was here to snatch the item today. Sure. However, it was impossible for Wuxia to refuse at this moment. He nodded his head lightly and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This new disciple, please give me some advice. Lei Zhengfa was not careless. He was not weak since he could suppress the Thundercloud Vulture. Moreover, he could tell a thing or two from the first elder's attitude. Please advise me. Wuxia moved his palm and kept the Thundercloud Vulture. His body shook and an incipient Saint Wings appeared on his back. Only the lightning attribute incipient Saint Wings appeared. It looked very strange. On the other side, Wuxia used the power of lightning to form a pair of lightning wings.
Eh?
At this moment, the first elder who was standing at the front saw the uninitiated holy wings behind Wuxia. His body trembled violently and his eyes glowed. He pondered for a moment and watched silently.
Eh?
Should he use the Thundercloud Vulture to spar one-on-one?
He's so confident.
When the surrounding disciples of the Thunder Ray race saw this scene, their eyes focused and their faces revealed a look of astonishment.
This guy's strength should be at level 6 Universe Knight. How is this possible?
He is not even 20 years old. This is impossible.
Lei Jingyun shook his head and his face was filled with disbelief.
At such a young age and with such strength, he should be extremely powerful among those peak races, right? Be careful. Lei Jingfa moved his body and lightning flashed on his body. He charged directly at Wang Xian. Wang Xian's eyes focused. He was using the metal to conceal his 8 attributes and 8 types of energy. When he was not using these 8 attributes, when he was not using the 5 elemental grindstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc, his combat strength was only at level 6 of a universe knight. At this moment, he naturally could not reveal his full strength.
Wang Xian moved his palm. The lightning condensed into a dragon claw and grabbed forward.
Good. I really didn't expect to be able to spar with such a heaven's favorite today.
Lei Jingfa sensed Wang Xian's attack and laughed out loud. A thunder hammer and a thunder awl appeared in his hand.
Crack, crack. The thunder hammer struck the thunder awl and a bolt of lightning struck toward the thunder dragon claw. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of collision rang out. Wang Xian moved his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared in his hand.
This bolt of lightning was obtained from the thunder cloud. It belonged to an acquired numinous treasure.
Kill! He waved his arm, and the lightning covered this bolt of lightning. It slowly transformed into a thunder dragon, swaying its huge body as it headed straight for Lei Jingfa. Hiss, that disciple is so strong. He has just joined our thunder ray race and hasn't even reached the age of the 20th epoch yet. But he's already so strong. This is too terrifying. Is he still human? Even a monster wouldn't be so monstrous. Such strong strength. When the surrounding disciples saw the collision between Wang Xian and Lei Jingfa, their faces were filled with shock.
Lei Jingfa was their senior brother. He could be ranked among the top in the Thunder Ray race.
This young man's means. Beside the chief elder of the Thunder Ray race, the old man stared at Wang Xian and mumbled, "Divine Dragon. It's very similar to the attack of the Divine Dragon lineage. This isn't his true form. His true form should be a divine dragon." A glint flashed across the eyes of the chief elder as he spoke. Divine dragon lineage? Is he the disciple of the ancestral dragon? It's highly possible. With such talent and strength, other than the top-tier races, there aren't many disciples from high-tier races who are as outstanding as him. The disciples of the ancestral dragon are going to join our lightning race. The elder beside him said in surprise, "That's not impossible." Now, that leader of the ancestral dragon has scattered all his disciples and made them pursue 10,000 techniques.
As long as there isn't a universe overlord and as long as the disciples of the ancestral dragon don't gather, there's a precedent for the disciples of the ancestral dragon to join other powers.
The first elder said. The ancestral dragon lineage was now called the orthodox lineage of the divine dragon lineage. And the leader of the ancestral dragon lineage also made many great beings revere him. The ancestral dragon lineage had many great beings and geniuses.
Those purebred divine dragons and peak dragon species were all comparable to the talents of peak races.
And some disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage, in order to pursue greater power, in order to follow the leader, and in order to pursue the universe ruler realm, some disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage joined other factions. The other powers didn't refuse. Firstly, the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage were indeed outstanding. Secondly, regardless of whether or not a universe ruler was born in the ancestral dragon lineage in the future, there were only benefits and no disadvantages for these powers. If a universe ruler was born in the ancestral dragon lineage, and the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage returned, their race would be related to a pinnacle race because of this disciple. The ancestral dragon lineage did not have a universe overlord. Their race would have a great being with the bloodline of the divine dragon for no reason. Why not? Then for such a disciple
The old man looked at Wang Xian and said,
nurture him vigorously. I will report this matter to the clan leader and the rest later." The chief elder of the Thunder Ray race said with a smile.
The elder nodded his head.
Jingfa is going to lose. Jingfa shouldn't fight him in close combat. The physical body of the divine dragon is not something our Thunder Ray tribe can compare to. The chief elder looked ahead and said, "Bang!" A violent collision sound was heard from the front. Wang Xian's arm was covered in dragon scales. He clenched his fist and collided with Lei Jingfa. A powerful force charged towards Lei Jingfa. Sensing this force, his breathing stopped. His body couldn't help but fly backward. Clap, clap, clap. The next moment, bolts of lightning exploded around Lei Jingfa. This caused his expression to change slightly. Huff, huff, I lost. Lei Jingfa looked at Wang Xian with a complicated expression and said with a disappointed expression, "This, senior brother Lei Jingfa actually lost."
All the disciples of the lightning race were dumbfounded. He lost just like that? Their senior brother was defeated by a new disciple?
Good, good. He has a very strong divine dragon body and a very strong control of lightning techniques. What is the name of this disciple?
The great elder stood up, clapped his hands and said loudly,
Wang Xian. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he replied,
Wang Xian?
Very good. You have defeated a powerful senior brother. I will fulfill my promise and reward you with an acquired treasure. However, I will give you a choice. As the great elder spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Please tell me, great elder. Wang Xian cupped his hands.
I have a part of a treasure here. You should have a part of it with you. If you were sincere enough to join my lightning race, I can give it all to you.
As the great elder spoke, he moved his palm and numerous lightning feathers appeared in his hand. This.
Wang Xian gaped slightly when he saw the scene. What the fuck, was it that easy?
This was totally out of the ordinary.
Initially, Wang Xian had planned to take the wings off the great elder of the lightning race by surprise and bring him away. However, he decided to flee immediately. He even thought of a way to escape.
He thought of how to deal with the attack of the powerful warriors of the Thunder Ray tribe. However, he did not expect the great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe to gift it to him directly. This was way beyond his expectations. 27 thunder feathers were floating in front of the chief elder of the Thunder Ray tribe.
Wang Xian could feel the restless movement of the uninitiated holy wings in his body. He looked at the 27 thunder feathers and frowned slightly. The thunder feathers were within his reach. However, the chief elder of the Thunder Ray tribe offered a condition.
He had to join the Thunder Ray tribe sincerely.
As the leader of the Dragon Palace, how could he join the Thunder Ray tribe?
However, the other party didn't show any disgust. If he directly took it, he would feel sorry.
I know your hesitation, and I know that you are a disciple of the Ancestral Dragon Tribe. Once the Ancestral Dragon Tribe needs you, you will leave? It doesn't matter. If one day you decide to quit the Thunder Ray Tribe, you can quit right away.
As long as you remember the kindness of the Thunder Ray Tribe, it will be enough. Join our Thunder Ray Tribe and we will not mistreat you.
The great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe suddenly spoke again.
Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. What was going on? Did he think of himself as a disciple of the ancestral dragon lineage? He could leave at any time as long as he remembered this favor?
Wang Xian's mind was filled with thoughts as he instantly thought of many things.
What?
He is actually a disciple of the ancestral dragon lineage? Is he a divine dragon?
No wonder he is so powerful. To possess such strength at such a young age. He must be one of the top heaven's favorites in the ancestral dragon lineage, right? Is he a divine dragon?
A purebred divine dragon? A lightning dragon? When all the lightning race disciples heard the first elder's words, they were discussing in shock. He is the divine dragon?
No wonder his attack just now was similar to the attack of the divine dragon tribe. Yun Leizheng Fa was shocked as well. He sized up Wang Xian curiously. All right, I, Wang Xian, will never forget the kindness of the Thunder Ray tribe.
When Wang Xian heard his words, he did not hesitate and agreed immediately.
Since the other party had mistaken him for a disciple of the ancestral dragon tribe, he would just accept his mistake.
As long as he remembered this favor, it would be fine.
These 27 thunder feathers were extremely important to him. Since the other party wanted to gift them to him in this way, Wang Xian would owe him this favor. He would repay the favor in the future.
Haha, good. Wang Xian, right?
Welcome to join our Thunder Ray tribe. You are the first person with the divine dragon bloodline to join our Thunder Ray tribe. This is your reward.
The great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe laughed out loud. With a wave of his arm, he threw the 27 thunder feathers to him.
When Wang Xian saw the 27 thunder feathers, His eyes were filled with excitement. He immediately stretched out his hand and took them. The last part of the Genesis wings had finally been found.
Furthermore, Wuxia realized that these thunder feathers were nurtured by the great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe. Each of them was comparable to acquired numinous treasures.
27 thunder feathers were comparable to 27 acquired numinous treasures. After he nurtured them, he would be able to completely restore the incipient holy wings.
When that time comes, he wondered what kind of radiance would the incipient holy wings be able to emit. After possessing 9 attributes, how could he unleash such strength?
His eyes were sparkling as he kept all the thunder feathers.
Thank you, great elder. Wuxia immediately thanked him with a smile on his face. This was a sincere gratitude. No need. You deserve it. As the heavens-favored son of our Thunder Ray tribe will give you various rewards. With your strength, you can enter the inner sect directly. I will bring you to a mansion where you will live in the future. The great elder waved his hand. He was in a good mood.
Yes. Wuxia smiled and stood at the side.
You guys make the arrangements for the rest. Wuxia, follow me.
The great elder instructed the experts of the Thunder Ray race. He looked at Wuxia and gestured for him to follow him. Wuxia nodded and followed behind him immediately. I didn't expect the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage to join our Thunder Ray race. Moreover, the great elder seems to be very happy. Of course, this is beneficial to us without any harm. If that Wuxia is a purebred divine dragon, if he marries a female disciple of our Thunder Ray tribe in the future, he will give birth to a dragon seed. If he gives birth to a peak dragon seed, our Thunder Ray tribe will be rich. The great elder might not even think as much as you do, right?
I don't think so. However, this Wuxia is really powerful. To possess such strength at such a young age, he will be our senior brother in the future.
After the great elder left, some of the senior disciples of the lightning race whispered to each other when they saw this scene. They had some guesses about the great elder's actions. Wuxia, who had just left behind the great elder of the lightning race, heard some voices behind him and his face turned black. Such a possibility seemed to be possible. He shook his head and threw it to the back of his mind. The main reason why he came to open up the Heaven and Desolation continent was for Leiyu. It was a pleasant surprise for him to obtain such a smooth reward.
Come here, Wuxia. This is a thundercloud where the inner sect disciples live. There is a blessed land in this thundercloud called the Thunder Mountain.
The thunder energy released by the Thunder Mountain has a corporeal form and is extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the thunder technique. The closer you are to the top of the Thunder Mountain, the more beneficial it is to the cultivation of the thunder technique. The great elder brought Wuxia to a thundercloud. In this thundercloud, there was a purple Thunder Mountain peak. This Thunder Mountain peak was very strange. It was not suspended in the air but connected to the land below. This was a powerful blessed land. Just the place where the disciples lived was located in the blessed land. One could imagine the strength of the thunder race.
There is an empty palace at the top. You can stay here in the future.
The great elder said to Wuxia. Okay. Wuxia looked over and nodded. This palace was close to the top and was considered an excellent location in the Grotto Heaven blessed land. However, Wuxia didn't care about this. He planned to return to the Dragon Palace first to completely refine Leiyu. I'll bring you to some important places of the Thunder Ray tribe so that you can get to know them. The great elder continued to speak to him and brought him to take a look at the other places of the Thunder Ray tribe. There was the treasure house of the Thunder Ray tribe, the blessed land of the ascending Thunder Peak for the disciples' trial, and the main hall of the Thunder Ray tribe.
Every place represented a blessed land. Wuxia did a rough calculation. Just the places that the great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe brought him to, there were already more than 10 blessed lands. This also allowed Wuxia to witness the power of the tribes in the heaven opening and primal continent. After all, the Dragon Palace currently only occupied a paradise. These are some rules and precautions for the Thunder Ray tribe. Take a look first. 3 days later, there will be disciples coming to look for you. All of you should get to know each other. Before the chief elder left, he passed a jade slip to Wuxia. All right, great elder. Wuxia nodded and watched him leave. Forget it. I'll stay here for a period of time to understand more about the inner parts of the heavenly desolate continent. After staying for more than 10 seconds, he smiled and entered his own hall.
The interior of the main hall was decorated very luxuriously. Wang Xian scanned the surroundings and was very satisfied with the interior.
He did not take out the uninitiated holy wings immediately. After observing for a while, he took a look at the information given to him by the chief elder of the Thunder Ray tribe.
He looked through all the information regarding the rules of the Thunder Ray tribe and the Thunder Ray tribe. In this unfamiliar place, Wang Xian had to pay more attention.
Clan leader.
Just as Wang Xian was reading all sorts of information, in the main hall of the lightning race, there was a huge hall bathed in lightning. From afar, it looked majestic. The chief elder of the lightning race was standing in a room in the side room of the hall. He bowed respectfully to the chief of the lightning race.
What happy event made you call me here so urgently?
The chief of the Thunder Ray tribe sat on the chair and asked the chief elder with a smile on his face.
Chief, about today's recruitment of disciples. This time we had an accident. The chief elder happily reported everything that happened today to the chief.
When the clan leader of the Thunder Ray tribe heard his words, he slightly raised his eyebrows and his eyes flickered.
Very good. You did well in this matter. At such a young age and with such strength, there is a high possibility that you are a purebred divine dragon. You arrange for the disciples of our Thunder Ray tribe to have more contact with him. It doesn't matter if you want to spar with him or cultivate together. Oh, especially the female disciples.
The tribe leader said with a face full of words as he gently lifted his chair.
It's the tribe leader. I know what to do. The great elder smiled and nodded. If the other party was a purebred divine dragon, their Thunder Ray tribe would hope that he could marry and have children with them. If a purebred divine dragon or a powerful dragon was born, it would be extremely beneficial to their Thunder Ray tribe. Yes, treat him better. If you want treasures, give them to me. If you want resources, give them to me. Even if he runs away, we will only lose some things. But as long as he doesn't run away, we will earn a lot.
Of course, we have to check his temperament. The Thunder Ray race leader continued to instruct. The first elder of the Thunder Ray race nodded slightly.
The rules are all right. This lightning race seems to be pretty good. The competition is fair.
In the main hall where Wang Xian was staying, he read through all the information and muttered. He sat cross-legged in the cultivation room. His eyes flickered slightly. He contacted the dark intense heaven formation and drew a formation.
Buzz.
Soon, the figures of the dark intense heaven formation and the heaven formation appeared.
Dragon King.
The two of them immediately bowed. Heaven formation set up some shielding formations in this room. If anyone comes in, inform me immediately when you return to the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian immediately instructed the heaven formation.
It's the Dragon King, the heaven formation replied.
Wang Xian nodded. The next moment his figure disappeared and returned to the Dragon Palace.
I'm suffocating. After coming out, Wang Xian released his spirit. He ignored the little guy and went straight to the Dragon King's palace. Buzz. His body trembled. Wang Xian took out 27 lightning feathers. The last 27 lightning feathers.
Crash.
The uninitiated holy wings appeared on his back. With a slight flap, the 27 lightning feathers flew back automatically. Crackle! When the 27 thunder feathers landed on the wings, the power of lightning started to circulate. Streaks of lightning intersected with each other. Wang Xian stood there and sensed it quietly. The thunder feathers had already started to return to the uninitiated holy wings. Wang Xian could sense that a majestic lightning was being nurtured and reborn. However, he needed to nurture the thunder feathers for a period of time before they could be completely integrated. Roar! On the incipient saint wings, Wang Xian's thunder attribute avatar slowly poked his head out and let out a roar. He began to swim on it. One was a thunder wing while the other was a wind attribute. The two wings were placed on his back and were flapping slowly. Gradually, Wang Xian realized that the two thunder and wind attribute avatars were slowly integrating.
This fusion was not about fusing into one, but the fusion of energy.
The speed of the fusion was very slow, and it would take some time. It will take at least a month. Wang Xian muttered as he sensed the speed of the fusion behind him. A month later, the complete uninitiated holy wings would appear. The power of thunder in my body is constantly increasing. It won't be long before I can have the combat strength of a level 7 universe knight by relying on the power of thunder and my physical body. He calculated in his heart and nurtured the primoless holy wings with all his strength, waiting for it to complete.
Dragon King, someone has entered your palace. 3 days passed very quickly. A message came from the sky array.
Wang Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling as he shouted, "Sky array!"
Buzz. The figure of the sky array appeared. The next moment, he returned to the main hall of the lightning race.
He immediately used the silver-white special metal to conceal his energy and flew out. Junior brother Wang Xian is cultivating inside. At the entrance of the main hall, more than 100 disciples of the lightning race were standing in front. The middle-aged man in the lead looked in with doubt.
He's out. At this moment, a woman beside him spoke and looked in front curiously.
Greetings to all of you. Sorry, I'm in the middle of my cultivation. Wang Xian came out from the main hall. When he saw the group of lightning race disciples at the entrance, he greeted them with a smile and cupped his hands. No wonder junior brother Wang Xian is able to possess such strength at such a young age. He is really hard-working in his cultivation. It's our fault for disturbing you. The middle-aged man in the lead smiled and cupped his hands at Wang Xian.
I'm not disturbing you. It's me who lost track of time. The great elder has already informed me in advance.
Wang Xian shook his head and invited, "Fellow brothers and sisters, do you want to come in and have a seat?"
No. We are here to get to know junior brother Wang Xian. Naturally, we would like to invite junior brother Wang Xian to our place. Let's go, we have prepared some good wine and dishes from the lightning race. I guarantee that you have never eaten them before.
The middle-aged man waved his hand and invited him. Sorry to bother you then. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Come, junior brother Wang Xian. Let me introduce all of you. In the future, we will be a family in the lightning race. If you need anything, you can come to us directly. In a while, we will contact the AI of the universe.
If there is anything, you don't have to be polite to us, junior brother Wang Xian.
As the middle-aged man spoke, he introduced the surrounding disciples to Wang Xian one by one.
From the middle-aged man's introduction, Wang Xian also learned of the middle-aged man's identity.
He was the 4th senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe. His strength was ranked 4th among the disciples. Among the disciples who came, he was the strongest. The top 3 senior brothers and sisters did not come this time.
That Wang Xian. Senior brother, are you a divine dragon?
A purebred divine dragon? You are so young. How can you be so powerful? You are so freakish. You are much more powerful than me. When they arrived at an entertainment venue for the disciples, Lei Zhengyun couldn't help but ask Wang Xian from the side. Wang Xian's age and the strength that he displayed far exceeded the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe. Especially Lei Zhengyun, he felt a huge blow.
Her strength and talent were definitely top-notch among the same generation of the Thunder Ray tribe. She was on par with his eldest senior brother. However, her current strength was worlds apart from Wang Xian's. This was a huge blow to her.
She stared at Wang Xian with curiosity. Was he a purebred divine dragon? When the disciples of the other lightning race heard about Lei Zhengyun's culture, they also looked at Wang Xian with curiosity. They were also curious about whether Wang Xian was a purebred divine dragon. Purebred divine dragons were such powerful creatures. They were considered to be at the peak of the universe knights.
They could fight above 3 levels, and with powerful techniques, they had a chance to reach the top tier.
The Thunder Light race didn't seem weak, and their strongest warriors were at the pinnacle of universe knights. However, in fact, their strongest warriors were only at the 8th level of universe knights. Within the split heaven primal continent, most beings could fight above 2 levels, which meant that their talents and bloodlines were useless in the split heaven primal continent.
Those who were stronger than them were all at level 9 of the universe knight realm and at the peak of their realm.
Not to mention those powerful peak races. You can say that.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile when he heard Lei Zhengyun's curious words.
He moved his palm and turned it into a dragon claw. The void condensed and a thunder dragon soared into the sky and disappeared. Junior brother Wang Xian is really a purebred dragon god? This is too powerful. A purebred dragon god, and a thunder dragon too. This thunder dragon's talent should be much more powerful than ours. In the future, junior brother Wang Xian will be able to surpass our clan leader and the rest.
This is the first time I've seen a peak race. I'm really envious.
The disciples of the thunder race looked at Wang Xian with envy. Their eyes were flashing with astonishment. Since the birth of their thunder race, the strongest expert was at the level 8 of a universe knight. This had a lot to do with their physique, bloodline, and spells. It was very difficult for them to break through this shackle. This was also the reason why the strongest of the Thunder Ray race was only at the peak of a universe knight. However, the purebred divine dragon was different. The only shackle of the purebred divine dragon was when they broke through to the ruler of the universe. At that time, their combat ability could easily destroy the entire Thunder Ray race. This was the relationship between potential and upper limits.
Wang Xian possessed the body of a purebred divine dragon. Naturally, the other disciples of the lightning race were very envious of him.
Wang Xian smiled. The lineage of the divine dragon was indeed not something that the lightning race could compare to. No wonder senior brother Wang Xian could defeat me. So it's a purebred divine dragon. Let's go, senior brother Wang Xian. Let's go inside.
Lei Zhengfa spoke from the side. Everyone came to the leisure and entertainment area of the lightning race's disciples.
When they entered, some of the disciples saw him and whispered among themselves, their faces filled with curiosity. Now, all the disciples of the Thunder Light race knew that a very powerful and monstrous disciple had come to their race. He had defeated senior Lei Zhang Fa, who had a level 6 universe knight combat strength, at the age of less than 20 eras, and he had a Thundercloud Vulture combat pet with a level 6 universe knight combat strength. This shocked all the disciples, especially the fact that he might be a purebred divine dragon. It was even more shocking.
Come and have a taste, junior brother Wang Xian. This is the Thundercloud brew that I got from the elders.
The disciples of the Thunder Ray race greeted Wang Xian enthusiastically.
They had also received orders from their masters, elders, and elders to befriend Wang Xian.
They also wanted to befriend such a powerful heaven's favorite and his disciples who had unlimited potential in the future. Furthermore, with Wang Xian's current strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 among the disciples of the lightning race. After playing with the group of disciples for 5 to 6 hours, Wang Xian returned to his palace and announced to the public that he would be in closed-door cultivation for a few months. The group of disciples of the lightning race also smiled and nodded.
A few months of closed-door cultivation was already very short in their eyes.
Furthermore, they also knew that Wang Xian had received a treasure from the Great Elder and needed to be refined. After returning to his own palace, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace once again. This time, no one bothered him.
His identity as a purebred divine dragon, the Lightning Dragon, was also completely spread throughout the lightning race.
This caused countless disciples and even the experts of the Thunder Ray tribe to discuss among themselves.
Time passed day by day. Wang Xian was in the Dragon Palace nurturing the uninitiated Holy Wings. He was waiting for the uninitiated Holy Wings to fully recover.
Buzz, chirp, chirp.
A month later, in the Dragon Palace, a bird-like sound was heard.
Chirp, chirp, roar,
roar. Behind Wang Xian, the uninitiated Holy Wings were emitting intense light. The violent force of wind and thunder condensed into the appearance of a powerful bird.
The pupils of this wind and thunder bird seemed to possess endless wisdom. It appeared on the incipient saint wings. At this moment, the phantom image of Wang Xian's wind and thunder avatar appeared. The wind and thunder bird directly entered the phantom image of the wind and thunder avatar.
In the next moment, Wang Xian felt the strong force of wind and thunder surging into his body.
Meanwhile, the incipient saint wings started to take root on Wang Xian's back and completely entered his body. It was as if they were going to completely merge with his body.
Boom. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a huge image surging into his mind. In the image, a 10,000-meter wide wind and thunder bird was battling countless creatures in the void.
Some of these creatures were like humans while others were like demonic beasts. However, their attacks were very strange. It seemed that they all possessed the ability to teleport.
That's right, it was teleportation. It was similar to the teleportation of Inflate. These countless human demonic beasts were abnormally powerful. However, this bird of wind and thunder was also extremely terrifying.
Bolts of lightning attacked the enemies in the void. The speed of its flight was comparable to teleportation. In fact, it was even faster than teleportation.
The speed of the bird of wind and thunder had reached its peak. It even disappeared. Wuxia could only see human demonic beasts being killed one by one as they fell towards the ground.
The intense battle continued. The stench of blood permeated the entire void. In just a few minutes, countless experts had died at the hands of the bird of wind and thunder.
Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, Wuxia saw more than a dozen gigantic figures appearing in front of the bird of wind and thunder. The space around these huge figures started to distort and the space started to wrinkle. It was extremely strange. Wuxia couldn't see the following scene because they were fighting too fast. There weren't even any shadows.
The entire scene continued for half an hour. At the last moment, more than 10 huge corpses and a pair of wings of wind and thunder suddenly appeared.
The other parts of the bird of wind and thunder had completely disappeared. Wuxia sensed the strange battle in his mind and was shocked. Powerful wind and thunder birds.
Terrifying enemies that could teleport.
Furthermore, these enemies that could teleport were numerous and densely packed. Who were they? Was there such a race in the universe? This made Wuxia think of Inflate and the strange demonic altar.
As well as the strange space that Inflate went to increase his strength back then.
In the universe, there were 9 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. These 9 elements had evolved into the present universe. But he had never heard of space.
In his opinion, to teleport, one had to be a universe overlord to have it.
But now it seemed that this wasn't the case.
There were more than one strange existence like Lion.
That's not right. They don't seem to be as strange as Inflate. Inflate's teleportation is faster and easier than theirs. But even so, the ability of those humans and demonic beasts can also be called teleportation.
Wuxia mumbled. The scene in his mind just now shocked him greatly.
Even in the divine dragon's inheritance, there was no record of such an ability. Forget it. I'll know when I'm strong enough. From the scene just now, the Tempest bird might have died. Now that the Inoriginator Holy Wings have completely fused with me, I've also obtained an ability. Wuxia shook his head and mumbled to himself.
Void Pursuit was an ability that he had obtained. This ability originated from the Tempest bird. It was an extremely powerful ability.
By attaching the power of wind and thunder onto the enemy's body, the enemy would be able to find him no matter where he was hiding. Moreover, there was another very powerful effect, which was the locking effect.
As long as one locked onto the enemy with the power of void, one's attack would be able to directly track the enemy.
Of course, there was a flaw in this. Only the power of wind and thunder could automatically track the enemy.
If Wuxia were to use attacks of other attributes, it wouldn't have such an effect. However, even so, this was already very strong in his eyes.
Buzz. Wuxia's body trembled. His entire body was completely covered by 9 attributes.
These 9 attributes emitted various colors of light that surrounded his entire body. It also made Wuxia's aura even more powerful.
I'm still a little lacking. The other 8 attributes have been improving along with me. In terms of quality, they are stronger than the lightning attribute. My lightning attribute is still a little lacking. Wuxia sensed his body. 5 elements: yin-yang, wind, and thunder. The 9 attributes were divided into 3 camps. Among the wind and thunder, the energy of the lightning attribute was slightly weaker. The energy in his body had yet to reach a balance.
The thunder attribute needs to be increased a little. After reaching a balance, my 9 attributes can increase my offensive power by another level. In other words, I have to fight across 7 levels.
Wuxia revealed a smile. Fighting across 7 levels? By then, he would have the combat strength of a peak universe knight. This time, it wouldn't take long. Now, I need to improve my thunder power. Wuxia muttered to himself. His body trembled. The silver-white metal covered all 8 attributes, leaving only one thunder attribute.
He felt the energy in his body. It was comparable to a powerful being who had just stepped into the 7th level of a universe knight.
When he could instantly kill a universe knight with the combat strength of a 7th level, it would be the time when he could fight against a peak universe knight.
Furthermore, it wasn't just a simple fight. He should be able to kill an ordinary peak universe knight instantly.
This is perfect. I can go to the Thunder Light Race to upgrade my thunder power.
Wuxia mumbled and called Enlai over. He asked him to bring him back to the Thunder Light Race.
Enlai, this is for you. After coming to the Thunder Light Race, he hesitated for a moment and gave him the ancient oil lamp that he had been carrying. The energy in the oil lamp was enough to withstand a strike from a level 1 master of the universe. If there was any more, it wouldn't work.
It was useless for Wuxia to take it now. Furthermore, his strength was improving very quickly. Without sufficient energy, the oil lamp wouldn't be of much use to him.
Thank you, Dragon King. With this defense, I can try to continue improving my strength. Enlai held the oil lamp and his eyes were filled with excitement. Be careful. The space you went to is a little strange. When you return, report to me about the situation. Wuxia reminded him. Yes. Enlai nodded excitedly and bowed. His figure disappeared in an instant. Looking at Enlai's disappearing figure, Wuxia's eyes flickered slightly.
I wonder if the space that Enlai went to is the heaven-splitting primordial land?
Or is it somewhere else? Returning to the palace, Wuxia took a look at his surroundings. His figure moved and he immediately walked out.
The place where his palace was located was a blessed land. The cultivation speed of thunder-type cultivators could be increased by dozens of times. However, Wuxia did not cultivate here. He was prepared to go to other places. He wanted to go to other thunderclouds and bathe in the lightning to cultivate. Or perhaps he could hunt some desolate beasts of the lightning attribute and absorb the lightning energy in their bodies.
Wuxia's body moved and flew towards the bottom of the mountain peak of the palace. The first elder gave him a piece of information. It contained information about this thundercloud domain.
There were fewer desolate beasts around the lightning race. The lightning energy was also more gentle.
The direction of Sky Thunder City was gentler. Behind the Thunder Race, there were some violent thunder domains controlled by the Thunder Race. Further away was an area not controlled by the Thunder Race. There were desolate beasts living there, and there was violent power of thunder. Disciples below Universe Knights were forbidden to go there, and it was extremely dangerous.
Even disciples above Universe Knights had to be careful.
Although the disciples of the Thunder Light Race were good at speed, the desolate beasts in the thunderclouds were better at speed. If they were ambushed by desolate beasts stronger than them, they could be killed instantly. They couldn't even escape back to their god country.
Therefore, the great beings of the Thunder Light Race didn't recommend their disciples to go there.
Of course, risks and benefits coexisted. One could obtain some acquired lightning spiritual treasures or even acquired supreme treasures there.
There were even quite a number of cultivation treasures.
The other 8 attributes in Wuxia's body were concealed. There was no need for him to reveal his full strength this time. As long as he was careful to expose himself during times of crisis, he would be fine. At other times, he would use this strength to train and improve himself.
When he arrived at the bottom, there was a teleportation formation that could directly reach the edge of the formation.
Wuxia entered the teleportation formation and immediately disappeared.
The next moment, he appeared in a square. Beside him, there were experts from the lightning race guarding this area.
When they saw Wuxia coming out of the formation, the 6 experts guarding this area glanced at him with curiosity in their eyes. Be careful when you cultivate in the depths. Don't lose your life. A middle-aged man reminded him kindly. Thank you for the reminder. Wuxia cupped his hands at the 2 lightning race experts guarding the formation. His body moved and he flew straight ahead.
Boom. Crackle.
After flying for less than half an hour, there was a thunderstorm in front of him. There were black and purple clouds everywhere in the thundercloud domain. There were also frequent thunderstorms below.
The so-called thunderstorms were the thunderbolts contained in the rainwater.
Wuxia shuttled through the clouds. From time to time, an arc of lightning would strike his body and polish it. Go deeper.
Voila!
Wang Xian muttered. In the next moment, a part of the thunder wings of the uninitiated holy wings appeared behind him. At the position of his thunder wings, the phantom image of the thunder dragon appeared. As it was stirred, it was like a divine dragon galloping.
Vaguely, the shadow of the thunderbird could be seen on the thunder feathers.
Wang Xian continued to fly forward. Waves of powerful sensing force were transmitted from the thunder wings. He could sense which direction the power of the thunder was stronger. Following this sensing force, Wang Xian continued to fly in. Half a month later, he arrived at the center of a purple thunder cloud.
I can sense a powerful force of lightning here. This force of lightning is very gentle. It should be helpful for cultivation.
Wang Xian came to the purple thundercloud and muttered.
The thunder wings had a powerful sense of lightning. He could sense the gentle force of lightning. There should be a treasure here.
Over here. I found it.
After flying for an hour, Wang Xian saw a fruit in the void in front of him.
This should be the thunder void fruit. Wang Xian walked over and picked it up as he muttered. The thunder void fruit was a fruit that lived in the crack in the void. The conditions for the formation of this fruit were extremely harsh. It was a rare treasure in the thundercloud region. In the sky above the heaven-splitting primordial land, the void was much more stable than other places in the universe.
It was just like here. Unless Wang Xian unleashed all his strength, he wouldn't be able to open the void crack.
It was impossible to teleport here.
TSK, the energy in this thunder void fruit is really huge. I can cultivate here for a period of time. Wang Xian didn't continue to go deeper. This position was good enough for him.
He did not rely on the thunder wings to search for treasures either. The probability was too low and it was a waste of time.
After putting the thunder void fruit into his mouth, Wang Xian immediately sat under the lightning and began to cultivate.
Streaks of lightning landed in his body and quickly converted into the energy in his body.
By relying on this method of cultivation, Wang Xian's strength increased rapidly.
Buzz.
Time passed day by day. Wang Xian sat cross-legged in the lightning and cultivated for more than 2 months.
However, on this day, a terrifying figure suddenly attacked Wang Xian, who was cultivating cross-legged. It had a long horn and a snake-like body.
The thunder-horned snake was a desolate beast that was very good at killing. It lived in the thunderclads and hunted. It had been staring at Wang Xian for 2 days. When it saw that Wang Xian was not moving at all, it launched an attack at this moment.
The thunder-horned snake had a level 6 attack power of a universe knight. This attack was very terrifying and also very fast. It hid in a bolt of lightning above Wang Xian and attacked him.
You're courting death. Wang Xian sensed the change in the lightning above him. He opened his eyes and looked over. His eyes were shining.
Let's test my ability to defeat enemies in the void. He sat there with his legs crossed. A lightning sword on the lightning wings on his back attacked upwards. Bang!
The lightning horns of the lightning-horned snake collided with the lightning sword, producing a crisp sound.
Hiss!
Hiss!
Seeing that his attack had failed, the lightning-horned snake stuck out its tongue and didn't linger. Lightning flashed on its body as it fled into the distance. Crackle, crackle. At this moment, bolts of lightning landed on the thunder-horned snake's body. Wang Xian waved his arm and grabbed at it with his thunder dragon claws. These thunder dragon claws seemed to be equipped with navigation. No matter how the thunder-horned snake tried to dodge, it was still chasing after it.
Hiss!
Hiss! Hiss!
The thunder-horned snake's eyes were filled with fury. It swept its tail horizontally and bolts of purple lightning struck at the dragon claws.
Crackle! Crackle! The collision between the bolts of lightning was heard. Wang Xian waved his hand and a thunder dragon slowly condensed and chased after the thunderhorned snake once again.
Hiss!
Hiss! Hiss!
At this moment, the thunder-horned snake revealed a terrified expression. It immediately fled into the distance while the thunder dragon chased after it from behind.
Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz!
Soon, the thunder-horned snake pulled a distance away and disappeared in an instant. It then fled back to its nest. However, the thunder dragon was still chasing after it, as if it wanted to kill its way to the thunder-horned snake's nest. Wang Xian looked over, and his eyes sparkled. Under his senses, the thunder dragon attack that he released flew for dozens of minutes. Finally, It was attacked by other thunderbolts in the thunderclouds and disappeared completely. It really is a search for enemies in the void. As long as the opponent has not cleared the thunder energy left in its body, my attack can continue to chase after the opponent until its energy is exhausted.
Wang Xian smiled. With this method, he could chase the opponent to the location of the Divine Kingdom.
After a simple experiment, he closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Third senior sister, this thundercloud vulture is too difficult to capture. We finally met one and let it escape. At a location not far away, a female disciple of the Thunderlight race said with a bitter expression. The thundercloud vulture is good at speed, and it's rare. It's very difficult to capture it. We only have 100 thundercloud vultures. A middle-aged woman next to her shook her head with a smile.
Yes, junior sister Xingyun. It's too difficult to get a thundercloud vulture. I think you should consider other battle pets.
A dozen disciples beside him suggested. The potential of other battle pets is too low, and some are very ugly. Who would want such a battle pet? Lei Zhengyun shook his head with a bitter expression.
Then there's nothing we can do. Unless we can meet a thundercloud vulture with Knight level 1 and level 2 combat power, we'll have a chance to capture it. Otherwise, it'll be hard to capture a stronger one.
Moreover, it will be very difficult to tame it after capturing it. The lady who was addressed as third senior sister shook her head.
All right then. I wonder how that Wang Xian managed to capture the thundercloud vulture. His strength is the same as his thundercloud vulture.
Lei Zhengyun muttered to himself with a hint of unwillingness on his face. Eh! Third senior sister suddenly exclaimed in surprise when she heard her words. She looked towards the direction in front and said, "There's someone in front."
Eh?
It's senior brother Wang Xian? What a coincidence! A middle-aged man looked over and revealed an astonished expression. That's true. Senior brother Wang Xian.
In the thundercloud, Lei Zhengyun and the rest looked at Wang Xian and greeted him with a smile.
Yes. Wang Xian had already sensed their arrival. He stood up and looked at them. Is senior brother Wang Xian cultivating alone here?
A middle-aged man asked Wang Xian.
Nowadays, there might not be many people who knew Wang Xian from the Thunder Ray tribe. However, many outstanding disciples knew him. The group of disciples who invited Wang Xian previously were all rather famous in the Thunder Ray tribe. Yes, he is cultivating here. Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze across them. Are you guys training here? Yes. I'm strolling around with third senior sister, and the rest to see if I can capture some dire beasts and find some treasures. The middle-aged man nodded. Senior brother Wang Xian, you have to be careful if you are alone. This place is very dangerous. Yes, I will be careful. Wang Xian nodded his head.
Senior brother Wang Xian. At this moment, Lei Zhengyun, who was at the side, rolled his eyes. He suddenly shouted and flew towards him.
Eh? When the disciples of the lightning race saw this, they were shocked.
What's the matter?
When Wang Xian saw Lei Zhengyun's eyes darting around, he asked with a smile. He had a good impression of the disciples of the lightning race. That senior brother Wang Xian, there's a matter. How did you capture the thundercloud vulture in your hands? Lei Zhengyun looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile.
How did you catch it?
Is that how you caught it? Wang Xian smiled and replied. The
thundercloud vulture's speed is so fast. How can I catch it?
Lei Zhengyun asked speechlessly. I have a way. Wang Xian looked at her and said. You have a way?
Lei Zhengyun's eyes lit up. His eyes were sparkling as he said, how about senior brother Wang Xian accompany us to catch dire beasts?
If we succeed, I will give you a treasure for your cultivation. What do you think?
Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard her words. He pondered for a moment and nodded his head when he saw her expectant expression. Sure,
he agreed.
That's great. Haha, third senior sister, let's go. I've invited senior brother Wang Xian. Let's continue to capture the thundercloud vulture.
With senior brother Wang Xian and you as well as senior brother Wang Xian's thundercloud vulture mount, our chances of success are very high, Lei Zhengyun said excitedly. Third senior sister smiled and shook her head. Her gaze landed on Wang Xian. Then, we welcome junior brother Wang Xian to join our team. There's no need. I came out this time to see if I can obtain some treasures. Wang Xian shook his head.
After cultivating for 2 months, his current lightning attribute strength was comparable to an ordinary level 7 universe knight. After that, he followed them around to see if he could come across any treasures. All right. With senior brother Wang Xian joining us, the chances of us capturing some desolate beasts will increase by a lot.
Third senior sister said. Since senior brother Wang Xian is joining us, let's head deeper. How about the lightning web?
A middle-aged man suggested with a smile.
The thunder net is fine too. There are more desolate beasts there. Let's go.
Third senior sister pondered for a moment and nodded.
Let's go. Senior brother Wang Xian. Summon your thundercloud vulture. Lei Jingyun nodded and said to Wang Xian. Chirp, chirp. Wang Xian smiled. With a wave of his arm, the thundercloud vulture appeared in front of him. I'm really envious. When will I be able to have a thundercloud vulture battle pet? Lei Jingyun spoke with an envious expression. The other disciples around him were also envious.
The potential of the thundercloud vulture was similar to that of the lightning race. If they were fed well, their abilities would be similar to their own.
This was equivalent to a powerful comrade. Let's go. Everyone smiled and flew straight ahead.
Lei Jingyun and the rest were obviously very familiar with the situation here. Wang Xian followed them and scanned the surroundings. Among this group of people, the weakest one had the strength of a level 3 universe knight.
The strongest third senior sister had the combat strength of a level 7 universe knight. They flew for a full 2 days before they arrived at the so-called lightning net. The thunder net was the name given to it by the lightning race. The entire thundercloud and the area below were filled with dense thunderbolts.
When these thunderbolts interweaved together, it was a world of thunder and lightning.
There were strong and weak thunderbolts. The strong ones were comparable to the attack power of a universe knight. Everyone be careful. We will split up some distance. 2 of us will rush forward in groups. Once we discover something, we will inform immediately.
Third senior sister swept her gaze across the group and instructed. Then I will go with senior brother Wang Xian. He is very strong and has a war pet. Lei Jingyun replied immediately.
All right. Third senior sister nodded. The other dozen or so people also formed groups of 2. The stronger one would bring the weaker one along.
Let's go this way.
Lei Jingyun moved his palm and a lightning needle appeared in front of him. She looked at Wang Xian and said, Okay.
Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked at the needle in front of her and asked curiously, what kind of treasure is this needle?
This is called the lightning needle. The lightning needle can sense the strong ones in the surrounding lightning. If there are dire beasts, it can also detect them. It is a very practical treasure. If our disciples come out, we can apply to the race. Lei Jingyun introduced him.
Oh. Wang Xian nodded his head.
Let's go, let's go. Our lightning race is very powerful. We even have innate spiritual treasures. Lei Jingyun said proudly. Innate spiritual treasures? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and flew forward from the side. The lightning needle could help the disciples of the lightning race to avoid danger. However, there were not many of such treasures among the lightning race.
Wang Xian followed Lei Jingyun and flew forward. He scanned his surroundings.
Time passed day by day. In half a month's time, they did not encounter a single desolate beast. The entire area covered by the lightning cloud was too huge. It was so huge that even if Wang Xian were to unleash his full strength, it would take him more than 100 years to fly from one side to the other. Fellow disciples, we have found a desolate beast here. Not long after, a voice was transmitted into the minds of Wang Xian and the rest. Ha! Wang Xian was stunned and immediately looked to the right. We have found it. I don't know if it's the thundercloud vulture. Senior brother Wang Xian, we will be depending on you in a while. Lei Jingyun said excitedly and immediately flew to the right. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew over directly. On the right, 2 middle-aged men found a desolate beast. The rest of the disciples also rushed over quickly.
In front, there are 2 three-tailed thunder foxes. Their strength should be around the 4th level of a universe knight.
Wang Xian and the rest rushed over. A middle-aged man pointed to the front and said,
The three-tailed thunder fox was a common desolate beast in the thundercloud region. In terms of talent, it was weaker than the thundercloud vulture by a level. However, the three-tailed thunder fox with a knight level 4 battle strength was still a decent battle pet. Just like before, surround them and keep attacking them to prevent them from escaping back to their old dynasty. Third senior sister ordered them. Yes. It was obviously not their first time hunting desolate beasts. They nodded heavily. 2 universe knight level 4 three-tailed thunder foxes were much weaker than them. However, if they charged in recklessly, the 2 three-tailed thunder foxes would escape instantly. Even if third senior sister attacked, she was not 100% sure. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, every desolate beast that was able to grow up until now possessed a strong sense of vigilance. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Everyone stared at the 2 10-meter-sized lightning foxes and spread out in the surroundings, preparing to surround them. Wang Xian followed behind Lei Zhengyun and flew to the left. Soon, they formed a circle. Do it! At this moment, third senior sister's voice was transmitted into everyone's mind. They focused their gaze and locked onto the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes in front of them. In an instant, they rushed over. Crackle, crackle. When they were halfway through their flight, the sound of thunder suddenly came from their surroundings. The sound of thunder was exceptionally ear-piercing. GG. In an instant, the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes scanned their surroundings. Without any hesitation, their figures started to turn illusory. Without any hesitation, they wanted to escape back to their nest. Thunder lock. Wang Xian's gaze focused. The lightning in his hand instantly attacked the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes. The attack power of these 2 lightning bolts was not strong, but their speed was abnormally terrifying. They arrived in front of the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes who were gradually turning illusory. Chirp, chirp. The eyes of the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes revealed a look of fear. Their chance of escaping back to the divine kingdom was interrupted. Oh? What fast lightning! At this moment, third senior sister's attack also arrived. When he saw Wang Xian's lightning, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Crackle, crackle. Very soon, the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes were completely covered by the lightning and were easily captured. To capture a dire beast of this level, the most important thing was to interrupt the time when they were returning to their divine kingdom. Once they were interrupted, they could be easily suppressed. Junior brother Wang Xian's lightning is so fast. After the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes were captured, third senior sister walked over and said to Wang Xian, "Not bad." Wang Xian smiled. This time, it's all thanks to junior brother Wang Xian for interrupting the three-tailed lightning fox's attack. He deserves 80% of the credit. Third senior sister said, "No objections." The rest of the disciples didn't have any objections. Everyone had witnessed the situation just now. They were also very surprised by Wang Xian's lightning speed. Wang Xian smiled and didn't mind. There's something wrong with the lightning needle. There are still dire beasts nearby. At this moment, a middle-aged man at the side cried out in surprise. There really is a dire beast nearby. Let's go and catch it. Lei Zhengyun looked at the lightning needle in front of him and said loudly, "Put away the 2 three-tailed lightning foxes. Let's go and take a look." Third senior sister instructed immediately. Wang Xian moved his body and the lightning wings appeared behind him. They trembled slightly. This way. His body moved and he flew over immediately. The rest of the disciples followed behind him immediately. Over there. Soon Wang Xian and the rest saw a shadow. It was a desolate beast with wings. Thundercloud vulture, it's a thundercloud vulture. Catch it quickly. Lei Zhengyun looked over. His eyes were glowing as he transmitted his voice to everyone. Give it a try. Catch it if you can. Third senior sister said to all the disciples. This thundercloud vulture was in a flying state. It was unlike the three-tailed thunder fox that was lying in the thundercloud and was surrounded by them. It was impossible for them to surround this thundercloud vulture now. They could only pursue and kill it directly. Whoosh! Wang Xian stared at the thundercloud vulture. With a wave of his arm, dense thunderbolts flew towards the thundercloud vulture. Chirp! Chirp! The thundercloud vulture noticed Wang Xian and the rest. It let out a low chirp as thunderbolts flew towards it. Voila! Catch him! The disciples of the Thunder Ray race immediately flew over.
The bolts of lightning transformed into a net of lightning and tried to attack the thundercloud vulture. Chirp, chirp.
The thundercloud vulture sensed their power and flapped its wings. It immediately fled into the distance. This thundercloud vulture has the combat strength of a level 5 universe knight. Be careful.
Third senior sister looked over and reminded him loudly. Searching for enemies in the void. Wang Xian sensed the lightning landing on the thundercloud vulture and smiled.
He stopped and stood there. Bolts of lightning condensed into a chain and waved toward the void.
Senior brother Wang Xian, chase after it. Let your battle pet chase after it. There's a chance to catch it. At the side, Lei Zhengyun shouted loudly when he saw that Wang Xian was standing there and did not chase after him. Crash. Wang Xian ignored him and launched his attacks forward one after another. Following that, he stood there and waited quietly. Oh no, its speed is too fast. At the front, a group of disciples from the lightning race were chasing after the thundercloud vulture, as they exclaimed in shock.
Within the thundercloud, one's line of sight would be greatly obstructed and the lightning attribute cultivators would be greatly enhanced within.
They were already quite a distance away from the thundercloud vulture. So the thundercloud vulture didn't linger at all and directly fled.
Even third senior sister wouldn't be able to catch it in an instant.
Not to mention, this was a lightning zone, and all kinds of lightning were densely packed, so it was very easy to lose track of it.
However, when they were pursuing it, they didn't notice that 4 or 5 lightning chains were flying towards the thundercloud vulture. Stop chasing it. If we keep chasing it, we won't be able to catch it at all. Moreover, it's easy to encounter danger.
Third senior sister chased after it for 2 minutes and then stopped. In this area, it was very dangerous to chase it recklessly. There was a chance of catching it, but it was unnecessary to take the risk.
We let it escape again.
The thundercloud vulture is too alert. Can detect us before we get close and escape immediately. Unless we encounter a level 1 or 2 knight, we can suppress it with our speed. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to catch it. The disciples of the Thunder Light race shook their heads and said helplessly.
In this special environment, it was better to hunt other desolate beasts. However, the thundercloud vulture was very troublesome. The disciples stopped in the air and shook their heads.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. However, at this moment, an urgent sound was getting closer and closer. Everyone was slightly shocked and immediately turned to look. This is.
Suddenly, they opened their eyes wide and looked ahead in shock. In front of them, chains were binding the thundercloud vulture as it flew towards them. The thundercloud vulture's face was filled with fear as it let out a shrill cry.
All the lightning race disciples were dumbfounded. What was going on?
What was going on with this thundercloud vulture?
Why was it bound by chains? How could it be bound? Everyone looked at each other and stared at the restrained thundercloud vulture. At the back, Wang Xian smiled when he saw this scene. Locking down the enemy in the void, especially when the opponent was weaker than him, was very easy to kill or capture.
If the thundercloud vulture escaped back to his divine kingdom, Wang Xian might have to spend some effort to catch it. However, it didn't have it, so it was easy.
The thunderbolt chain chased after it and directly restrained it. Furthermore, it flew over automatically. Whoosh! Wang Xian waved his arm and the thunderbolt chain brought the thundercloud vulture over. He grabbed the chain. This. Lei Zhengyun widened his eyes as he looked at the thundercloud vulture in front of him. His face was filled with disbelief. This? Junior brother Wang Xian, what is this? Is this chain a powerful treasure? Third senior sister came to her senses and flew over. She pointed at the chain and asked with a shocked expression. No, it's just a law attack. Wang Xian found an excuse and smiled. I don't want this thundercloud vulture. Who needs to take it away?
Wow, senior brother Wang Xian, aren't you too powerful?
You actually captured this thundercloud vulture so easily. Lei Zhengyun reacted and exclaimed in shock.
SB Sob. I really want this thundercloud vulture. It's a pity that it's too strong. I can't suppress it.
Very soon, she spoke in frustration.
The law aspect. Senior brother Wang Xian's attack is so powerful. He was able to restrain it even though he was standing so far away. This is too heaven-defying. That's right. Senior brother Wang Xian's attack is too powerful. As expected of the divine dragon.
A group of Thunder Ray disciples immediately surrounded him and exclaimed in amazement. This, Junior Brother Wang Xian, the Thundercloud Vulture, is very precious. This Thundercloud Vulture was also obtained by you alone. If you want to make a move, the other senior brothers will give you a satisfactory price. Third senior sister stared at the Thundercloud Vulture with a twinkle in her eyes and said, I don't need it either. I'll give it to you. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. He didn't lack cultivation resources. The only thing he lacked was a treasure with the lightning attribute. Of course, in reality, he didn't lack this treasure too much. He had quite a number of treasures in his hands. He could easily buy some thunder treasures by selling them. What he needed more was some time to polish the lightning attribute in his body. No. Third senior sister shook her head and looked at the people around her. Then she landed on 4 or 5 people and asked, among the 5 of you, who wants this Thundercloud Vulture? According to your strength, Senior Brother Ing is the most powerful. Let's give it to Senior Brother Ing. A middle-aged man's face changed and he said, I agree. The other middle-aged men and women also nodded in agreement. Thank you, junior brothers and sisters. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and did not reject. He said gratefully, Senior Brother Ing, you should thank Senior Brother Wang Xian. A middle-aged man said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang Xian. Thank you. This junior brother with the combat strength of a universe knight at level 6 bowed respectfully. No need. Wang Xian shook his head. Senior Brother Wang Xian, I only have these treasures and cultivation resources with me for the time being. I will collect them for you when I return. He took out some cultivation treasures from his interspatial ring and handed them to Wang Xian. I want this thunder pearl. I don't want the rest. Wang Xian took a thunder pearl casually and rejected the rest. This time, he didn't really join the Thunder Ray tribe. He only did it for Leiyu. Since he was misunderstood by the Great Elder and the rest, he decided to play along. However, Wang Xian remembered this favor and would repay it in the future. Helping the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe was nothing to him. Wang Xian really didn't take a fancy to these treasures. How can this be? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before he spoke. It's all right. Let's continue. Let's see if we can encounter more thundercloud vultures. Wang Xian waved his hand. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang Xian. Thank you. The middle-aged man didn't know how to thank him. He bowed. Senior Brother Wang Xian is really generous. This thundercloud vulture is worth a lot. That's right, Senior Brother Ing. You owe Senior Brother Wang Xian a huge favor this time. I know. Thundercloud Eagle, will repay you in the future. The group of disciples looked at Wang Xian in awe. They looked at Senior Brother Ing with envy and said, Let's continue. With Junior Brother Wang Xian around, we should be able to capture the desolate beasts as long as we encounter them. Third senior sister said with a smile. Everyone nodded and continued to explore. However, when they looked at Wang Xian, their faces were filled with respect. Senior Brother Wang Xian, can you catch a thundercloud vulture for me? I want it too. Lei Zhengyun followed beside Wang Xian and pleaded. I can't catch it just because I want to. If I can, I will definitely catch it for you. Wang Xian assured her with a smile. You said it. Lei Zhengyun's eyes lit up as he looked at the lightning needle and his surroundings seriously. I have encountered a group of desolate beasts over here. Ha. Brothers, come over quickly. Wang Xian searched while honing his lightning attribute. His strength was gradually increasing. 10 days later, the excited voice of a disciple could be heard. Let's go, Senior Brother Wang Xian. Lei Zhengyun shouted excitedly. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the direction of the voice. This is Heavenly Thunder Horse. As Wang Xian got closer, he immediately noticed the group of Heavenly Thunder Horses in front of him. Heavenly Thunder Horses had a pair of thunder wings. Similarly, they were a type of war pet that the disciples of the Thunder Ray race yearned for very much. Heavenly Thunder Horses were only slightly weaker than Thundercloud Vultures. However, they could still fight against those who were 2 levels above them. There were more than 20 Thunder Horses in front of them. They were riding on thunder and looked very magical. Compared to the Thundercloud Vulture, they were more suitable for mounts and looked very handsome.
At this time, more than 20 thunder horses were surrounding a purple fruit which was emitting powerful thunder energy.
24 thunder horses. Judging from the power they are emitting, there are 4 universe knights with level 6 battle strength, and the weakest one has level 3 battle strength. Third senior sister flew over and transmitted her voice. They carefully hid in the surroundings to prevent being discovered.
We can do it.
Wang Xian nodded and said, "Okay. Leave the 4 universe knights with level 6 thunder horses to me. The rest will be left to you guys. Catch as many as you can. There are too many of them. We can't attack them together. Just attack them directly. Don't be greedy."
Third senior sister's eyes flickered as she ordered. "Yes." The disciples immediately replied.
Wang Xian smiled. Thunder dragons slowly emerged from his body. There were 5 thunder dragons with long thunder chains on their tails.
"Attack!"
Third senior sister shouted and immediately rushed over to attack. Crack!
Crack!
Within the thunder clouds, a dense thunder net was located in the surroundings. 24 thunder horses were guarding a fruit. The thunder race disciples immediately surrounded and attacked. Wang Xian stood at the back. With a wave of his arm, 5 thunder dragons flew forward. The speed of the thunder dragons was very fast. It was no slower than third senior sister's speed. They were divided into 5 directions and surrounded the group of thunder horses. Behind them there were a large number of thunder chains. When the chains collided with each other, a clattering sound was produced.
Roar!
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 When the disciples of the thunder race rushed over, the group of thunder horses noticed them instantly. They stood up and stared at them coldly. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came out from the heavenly thunder horses' mouths as bolts of lightning struck towards them. Thunder light.
When third senior sister saw that the group of heavenly thunder horses didn't escape, she immediately released her law projection and rushed towards the heavenly thunder horses at the fastest speed.
Roar, roar. However, when the group of heavenly thunder horses saw that third senior sister had directly broken through their attack, the leading heavenly thunder horse raised its head and let out a low roar, ordering its companions to immediately flee. Roar! The group of thunder horses did not hesitate and immediately fled. Roar! Roar! However, at this time, 3 thunder dragons had already arrived behind them. Their tails carried the thunder chains and directly attacked them.
Roar!
Roar!
The 2 thunder horses with the combat power of level 6 universe knights roared. Their pair of thunder wings released powerful thunder energy and directly attacked the thunder dragons.
Crash! However, their attacks were easily blocked by the thunder dragons in the next moment. Many chains attacked them.
Roar!
Roar! The 2 thunder horses let out a terrified roar. The surrounding thunder horses saw it and fled in a frenzy. Control! At this moment, the thunder wings on Wang Xian's back flashed with lightning. The 5 thunder dragons released streaks of lightning and attacked all the thunder horses. Roar!
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 The lightning landed on the thunder horses and numbed them instantly.
Roar!
Roar!
Roar! The thunder dragons roared and chains were sent towards the thunder horses.
Roar!
Roar! The thunder horses wanted to escape but were completely restrained by the lightning chains. 20 thunder horses were all restrained. All the disciples were shocked when they saw this scene. They looked at all the thunder horses that were suppressed in disbelief.
24 thunder horses were suppressed just like that? They hadn't even gotten close yet.
Senior brother Wang Xian's strength is definitely not only at level 6 of the Universe Knights. A middle-aged man opened his mouth and said with a face full of shock. Crash! At this moment, Wang Xian pulled his arm and all the thunder dragons flew back. The thunder horses that were restrained also flew over. All right, you guys suppress them,
Wang Xian said to the shocked disciples of the Thunder Ray race with a smile.
Wow, senior brother Wang Xian, you are too powerful. At the side, Lei Zhengyun exclaimed in surprise.
Wang Xian,
you have a breakthrough in your strength. Third senior sister flew over and stared at him in shock. How old was Wang Xian now? He already possessed such terrifying strength. He could easily suppress a group of heavenly thunder horses. This strength was definitely the combat strength of a level 7 universe knight. Yes, the first elder gave those thunder feathers to me, which improved my strength. Wang Xian nodded. There was nothing to hide. Oh my god! You made a breakthrough again?
Among the disciples of our Thunder Ray race, the only ones with the combat strength of a level 7 universe knight are eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior sister.
Lei Zhongyun widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief.
The combat strength of a universe knight at level 7 could be ranked in the top 4 among the disciples of the Thunder Ray race.
Is this the talent of the divine dragon? It's too heaven-defying, a girl murmured. Even the disciples of the peak races are not so heaven-defying, right? It's because senior brother Wang Xian is too powerful. He might be able to become an existence at the level of the universe's ruler in the future. Senior brother Ing sighed.
Wang Xian, your strength might not be weaker than mine now. Let's have a spar when we return. If you win, you will be our third senior brother.
Third senior sister looked at Wang Xian and said with a face full of shock. Wang Xian smiled and didn't mind. You guys should suppress these heavenly thunder horses. If senior brother Wang Xian doesn't want them, we will bring them back to the clan and let the elders deal with them. The elders will also remember your contribution, a middle-aged man said.
The rest of the people nodded in agreement. Up to you,
Wang Xian said casually. Quick, haha. With senior brother Wang Xian around this time, we have gained too much. The group of disciples said excitedly. Suppress these heavenly thunder horses well. We will return after searching for a few months. Third senior sister said with a smile. Haha, all right. With senior brother Wang Xian around, we will definitely have a great harvest. That's right. Senior brother Wang Xian is simply too amazing, the disciples said in a good mood. After suppressing the heavenly thunder horses, the group of disciples kept them and continued searching. In the next 2 months, their luck was not good. They only encountered 4 desolate beasts and were all easily suppressed by Wang Xian. This made the disciples realize that their senior brother Wang Xian's lightning speed was slightly faster than third senior sister's. There was a high possibility that senior brother Wang Xian's strength was slightly stronger than third senior sister's. All right, we have gained enough this time. Let's go back.
2 months later, third senior sister said to them.
All right.
Although the disciples wanted more, they didn't reject her. After all, this time it was all Wang Xian's credit. They didn't want to trouble him for too long.
Senior brother Wang Xian, are you going back too?
Lei Jingyun asked Wang Xian.
Yes, let's go back.
Wang Xian nodded. Over the past 2 months, he had been following them and honing his thunder technique. He was about to reach the peak.
His strength would soon be comparable to a peak universe knight.
All right, let's go then.
Third senior sister nodded. With a wave of his arm, a thunder mirror appeared under his body and enlarged. The rest of the disciples immediately flew over. Wang Xian also stood on it.
The distance was not short. They had flown a long distance during this period of time. It would take them more than 2 months to return to the lightning race.
They did not return to their own divine kingdom in an instant because they could try to capture dire beasts along the way.
The group of disciples chatted on the thunder mirror. It was lively with many people.
After flying for more than a month, Wang Xian became familiar with them. On this day, Wang Xian sat on the thunder mirror and ate the delicacies given to him by the disciples of the lightning race. He was at ease.
In the surrounding area, the group of disciples were also drinking and eating. As they would arrive at the territory of the lightning race in a few days, they let down their guard a little.
Ha! All of a sudden, Wang Xian's gaze froze.
Be careful!
He shouted softly and stood up immediately. Crash!
The moment Wang Xian issued the warning, he immediately stood up and reminded everyone.
All the disciples on the thunder mirror were slightly shocked. Even third senior sister looked around with a stunned expression. Crackle!
Crackle!
Wang Xian's body trembled as bolts of lightning appeared around him.
Whoosh! 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 At this moment, hundreds of meters-long desolate beasts that were only as thick as a thumb attacked them.
There were more than 100 of these desolate beasts. Oh no, it's the lightning nematode worms. Everyone, be careful. Third senior sister's expression changed slightly as she shouted loudly. There are 3 Universe Knight level 7 lightning nematode worms. Be careful. Wang Xian glanced over and reminded.
He moved his palm and his entire arm turned into a dragon claw. A thunder dragon claw clawed at the thunder nematodes. Among them, his attack covered 2 Universe Knight level 7 thunder nematodes.
3 Universe Knight level 7 thunder nematodes? When all the disciples heard that, their expressions changed drastically. If you can't defend against them, run back to your god country immediately, third senior sister shouted. The thunder mirror beneath her suddenly emitted a purple glow. Streaks of lightning swept across the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. On Wang Xian's side, the huge dragon claws collided with dozens of thunder nematodes, especially the 2 thunder nematodes with the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 7. When they collided with the dragon claws, dragon scales fell off and half of their bodies drilled into it.
Humph! We can deal with them.
Wang Xian shouted softly. With a wave of his hand, a thunder prison appeared in his hand. The thunder prison was not formed from lightning. It was an acquired treasure. This acquired treasure was obtained after he destroyed a bunch of powers. He had never used it.
Now he could take it out and use it.
With a wave of his arm, the thunder prison instantly covered the 2 thunder nematodes. The acquired supreme treasure was a great boost to a Universe Knight with level 7 combat strength. In addition, more than a month had passed, and Wang Xian's thunder technique had reached its peak. One-on-one, he could easily kill a Universe Knight with level 7 combat strength.
With the help of the acquired Supreme Treasure Thunder Prison, the 2 Thunder Nematodes with level 7 combat strength immediately felt the danger. Their bodies flashed, trying to escape.
Too late. Wang Xian clenched his dragon claws, and bolts of lightning exploded.
The bodies of the 2 Thunder Nematodes trembled. Wang! The Thunder Prison flew over and locked the 2 Thunder Nematodes inside. Waves of dense lightning energy attacked them continuously. Thunder chains!
He shouted softly, and bolts of lightning turned into chains and swept toward the surrounding thunder nematodes. The powerful lightning instantly caught dozens of lightning nematodes. Buzz! 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 At the side, the rest of the lightning nematodes sensed the situation on Wang Xian's side. Their eyes revealed a look of horror as they immediately fled into the distance. The body of a true dragon. 8 dragon clones. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and his body trembled. He transformed into the form of a lightning dragon. The 8 thunder dragon clones flew out from his body and attacked the group of thunder nematode worms. Stay here for me. Heavenly lightning and earth net. Third senior sister saw Wang Xian transforming into a divine dragon, and her body trembled. She shouted loudly and the thunder mirror floated above her head. Bolts of lightning attacked the thunder nematode worm, which had the combat strength of a level 7 Universe Knight.
Bzz.
The eyes of the thunder worm revealed a look of horror.
Towering dragon horn.
Wang Xian growled in a low voice. The power of lightning gathered on the dragon horn and directly attacked the group of thunder worms. Crackle! In an instant, the entire area was engulfed by the lightning. The thunder worms rolled in the void in pain. Humph!
Wang Xian snorted coldly. To attack them here and even think of escaping was wishful thinking.
Even if he didn't unleash his other attributes, he could still keep all these lightning nematodes. Is this the lightning dragon? It's too strong. Lei Zhengyun looked at Wang Xian's divine dragon body with a shocked expression. I should be able to address him as senior brother Wang Xian. Third senior sister swept her gaze over and revealed a look of respect. The acquired supreme treasure had trapped 2 thunder nematodes with the combat strength of a level 7 Universe Knight. The powerful godly dragon body had also defeated over 100 thunder nematodes. Wang Xian's strength was not something she could compare to. Perhaps even eldest senior brother might not be his match.
Third senior sister muttered.
Capture all these thunder nematodes.
At this moment, they heard Wang Xian's voice and immediately captured the thunder nematodes one by one.
Thunder nematodes are a very powerful weapon-type battle pet. Those 3 thunder nematodes with the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 7, are no less than an acquired treasure to a universe knight with the combat strength of level 7. A middle-aged man shouted excitedly.
Third senior sister's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked excited and immediately attacked the thunder nematode worms.
The thunder nematode worms were a very special type of desolate beast. They were very thin and were only the size of a thumb. Their length could be shortened and lengthened. They had a powerful piercing ability and could be used as a powerful weapon.
To a Universe Knight level 7 powerhouse, it was comparable to an ordinary acquired supreme treasure.
Of course, there was still a huge gap between them and an acquired supreme treasure. However, a thunder nematode of the same level could be used as a weapon to fight against two enemies. Buzz.
Wuxia saw that all the thunder nematode worms were captured. He smiled and turned into a human form. He came to the location of the lightning prison and suppressed the two lightning nematodes inside. The rest of the lightning nematodes of other levels were also captured in his hands.
Senior brother Wuxia, more than 100 lightning nematodes. This is a huge harvest. Haha, I'm rich.
Senior brother Wuxia is too powerful. How did your strength increase?
Isn't this too fast?
The group of disciples held onto the lightning nematodes in their hands. They came to Wuxia's side with excited faces and spoke loudly. Here, keep them.
Wuxia smiled at them and passed the lightning nematodes to third senior sister and the rest. Senior brother Wuxia, it's time for me to address you as senior brother.
Third senior sister looked at the group of lightning nematodes and spoke sincerely.
Wuxia didn't mind. He gestured at them again and said, each of you should keep one that you can use. The rest should be given to the clan. Senior brother Wuxia, aren't you going to keep one? This thunder nematode worm is extremely useful to us.
Third senior sister said to him.
I don't need it. You guys can take it. Wuxia shook his head. That's great, that's great. Thunder nematode worms. Thank you, senior brother Wuxia. Thank you, senior brother Wuxia.
The group of disciples cheered excitedly. This time, they had made a huge profit.
All right, let's go. Wuxia waved his hand and said with a smile.
Senior brother Wuxia, do you want to go to the elder's place with us?
This time, senior brother, you have captured so many dire beasts. The elders will be rewarded handsomely. In the territory of the lightning race, after Wuxia and the rest had dealt with the lightning nematode worms, third senior sister and the rest of the disciples asked him, you guys go. I won't go. I'm going back to rest for a while. Wuxia shook his head and replied to them. All right then. We will report everything to the elders. Third senior sister and the rest nodded and waved at him. Wuxia responded and flew back to his palace. Phew. This time, I'll completely cultivate the law of thunder to the peak. I should be able to fight against a peak universe knight.
Wuxia returned to his palace and stood there muttering.
He moved his palm and silver-white metal landed in his hand. A majestic aura was emitted from his body.
His surroundings were slowly enveloped by 9-colored light. 5 elements, wind and thunder, yin and yang.
When all 9 elements were activated, he could unleash a terrifying strength. The offensive power of the 5 elements, the speed of wind and thunder, and the defense of light and darkness. The 9 types of energy faintly complemented each other, causing his strength to receive a huge boost. The universe is made up of 9 types of attributes. Then, can I fuse the 9 types of attributes and transform them into one supreme attribute? Wuxia mumbled as his eyes sparkled. He gave it a try and quickly frowned. The 5 elements could fuse together, wind and thunder could fuse together, and yin and yang could fuse together. However, it was extremely difficult to merge them all together. Elder, these desolate beasts were basically captured by senior brother Wuxia. He said he didn't need them. At the same time, at the main hall of the lightning race, third senior sister and the rest released all the desolate beasts and reported to the 7th elder of the merit shop.
Oh? Most of them were captured by Wuxia's disciples?
Even the lightning nematode worms with the combat strength of a universe knight at level 7.
7th elder stood in the main hall and looked at the group of desolate beasts in astonishment.
Although these desolate beasts were nothing to the thunder race, they were priceless to some disciples. They could be considered as a considerable resource.
Yes, 7th elder. Senior brother Wang Xian's strength has already reached the level 7 of a universe knight. He is much stronger than me. His thunder force is very powerful. Third senior sister replied. He has already reached the level 7 combat strength of a universe knight? So fast. Seventh elder was shocked and moved. Yes, elder. Senior brother Wang Xian is very powerful. The disciples beside him immediately responded. This talent is really... Seventh elder smacked his tongue and looked at the group of desolate beasts in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, keep the desolate beasts that you can use as your battle pets. I will report this to first elder and the rest. It's the seventh elder. The group of disciples replied happily. Buzz buzz. Soon, not long after, 3 figures appeared in the merit shop. Oh! The seventh elder and the rest were slightly stunned. They quickly bowed and said, greetings to the clan leader and guardian. Greetings to the elder, greetings to the guardian and the first elder. Third senior sister and the rest also bowed respectfully. Get up. Where is that Wang Xian's disciple? The leader of the lightning race had a head of long purple hair. He sat on the central seat and swept his gaze across them as he asked. Leader, that Wang Xian's disciple is at his residence now. Seventh elder immediately reported. Did you guys see Wang Xian's disciple make a move? The leader of the lightning race nodded his head faintly and asked the group of disciples. Reporting to the leader, we saw senior brother Wang Xian transform into a lightning dragon to fight. He is very powerful. The group of disciples immediately replied. When the leader of the lightning race heard that, his eyes flickered as he swept his gaze across the group of desolate beasts. Seventh elder, take out a lightning heart grass from the treasure vault and reward it to Wang Xian's disciples. Asked Xingyun. Yes. Send it over with some female disciples. The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe said faintly. His words caused the disciples to be slightly stunned. Yes. Seventh elder opened his mouth and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He immediately replied. The Thunder Heartgrass was the treasure of their Thunder Ray tribe. It was nurtured in the grotto heaven-blessed land above the main hall. Every billion years, only 10 of them would grow after being tempered by the thunder. It was extremely precious in their Thunder Ray tribe. As for getting a group of female disciples to send them over, they understood it in their hearts. This was the tribe leader trying to seduce that Wang Xian's disciple with his beauty. The disciples of the lightning race were slightly different from humans. They had a pair of lightning wings and a sharp nose. However, this did not mean that there were no beauties in the lightning race. In fact, the beauties of the lightning race were also very beautiful. The sharp noses of the males of the lightning race were black, but the females were indeed purple in color. There was still a different kind of beauty. Lei Xingyun was considered a beauty in the thunder race, but of course, she was not the most beautiful. Then let Yunzi and the others go over too. Clan leader, do you want to go and see that disciple? The great elder at the side said with a smile on his face. We won't see him for the time being. Just let our disciple have a good relationship with him. If he can become the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Race, then we'll see each other again. The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. All right. The first elder nodded his head and looked at the group of disciples in front of him. Call Yunzi and the other beautiful female disciples over. Bring them to the residence of Wang Xian's disciples later and give him the Thunder Heartgrass. It's the first elder. The group of disciples looked at each other and nodded their heads. Hee. The leader of the lightning race and the rest smiled and left immediately. What the leader and the rest mean is that they want some female disciples of our race to be together with senior brother Wang Xian. A middle-aged disciple could not help but speak up when he saw the leader and the rest leaving. Senior brother Wang Xian is a divine dragon and has such great potential. The leader naturally wants to keep senior brother Wang Xian here. Junior sister Zhang Yun. Hehe, you can seize this opportunity. A middle-aged man said to Lei Zhengyun with a twinkle in his eyes. Senior brother Wang Xian is very handsome and so powerful. If senior brother Wang Xian really likes me, I will definitely not reject him. It's a pity that senior brother Wang Xian is too outstanding. I'm afraid he won't take a fancy to me. Lei Zhengyun's face turned slightly red, but he spoke without any scruples.
I feel that junior sister Yunzi is very confident. Junior sister Yunzi is the goddess among the disciples. It's really possible. Let's go and call junior sister Yunzi over. If any junior sister is able to be together with senior brother Wang Xian, I reckon that the clan leader will reward her handsomely. Hee. Let's not talk about whether there are any rewards. Senior brother Wang Xian is so outstanding and handsome. I reckon that no junior sister would dislike him. The disciples discussed among themselves. Junior sister Yunzi. Junior sister Yunzi. On the mountain where the disciples of the lightning race lived, because of the order of the elders, the third senior sister, no, it should be the fourth senior sister and the others who came to the palace where Lei Ziyun lived. N? Senior sisters, senior brothers, what's the matter? Lei Ziyun came out of his palace and looked at them with a stunned face. He immediately called out to them. At this moment, besides fourth senior sister and a dozen others, there were also 40 to 50 female disciples of the lightning race. All of them were single and beautiful disciples. Junior sister Yunzi, it's an order from the clan leader and elders. Let us call out to you. Fourth senior sister said to him with a smile. Huh? Why are you calling out to me? Lei Yunzi asked with a surprised expression. To give senior brother Wang Xian the thunder heart grass that the clan gave her as a reward. Fourth senior sister replied. Thunder heart grass? Lei Yunzi revealed a shocked expression. This, why do you want me to? Let us give it to him. Hee, junior sister. Can't you tell? The clan leader wants us to get in touch with senior brother Wang Xian, to see who can get along with senior brother Wang Xian. A female disciple said with a smile. This made Lei Yunzi slightly stunned. She naturally knew about senior brother Wang Xian, who had just joined their Thunder Ray tribe. She also knew that he was a divine dragon disciple of the ancestral dragon lineage. However, what made her astonished was that the clan leader had personally pulled the strings. This made her feel a little, all right, I have no choice but to obey the orders of the clan leader. Lei Yunzi smiled and walked over. Hee, let's go. I have yet to meet that senior brother Wang Xian. I have to take a good look at him later. Fourth senior sister, I heard that senior brother Wang Xian's strength is above yours. Wow, this is too amazing. Senior brother Wang Xian is much younger than us. The group of female disciples were discussing with sparkling eyes. Most of them had never seen Wang Xian's appearance before. They were also filled with curiosity and their eyes lit up. What are these girls doing? I don't know. Senior sister Lei Yunzi is also here. She is the goddess among our disciples. I heard that even eldest senior brother is interested in her. I wonder if it's true. In the surrounding area, some of the disciples were discussing among themselves when they saw the beautiful girls. Senior brother Wang Xian, I'm sorry to disturb you. The group of people came to the front of Wang Xian's palace quickly and spoke. In the palace, Wang Xian was studying how to fuse the 9 attributes. When he heard the voices outside, he raised his eyebrows and said, Please come in. Let's go and see what senior brother Wang Xian looks like. Hee. Senior brother Wang Xian should be a little dragon, right? The group of girls immediately flew into the palace. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Xian came to the welcoming hall. When he heard the faint voice coming from the front, his face turned black. A fragrant smell came. He looked over and saw that most of them were female disciples. This made him slightly stunned. Wow, senior brother Wang Xian looks so handsome. He has an extraordinary bearing. A female disciple commented with a smile. The rest of the female disciples were also sizing him up. Senior brother Wang Xian, sorry to disturb you. In the name of the clan elder, we are here to deliver a treasure to senior brother. This is a reward from the clan for senior brother. Fourth senior sister smiled and looked at Lei Yunzi, who was beside her. Lei Yunzi looked at her and then at Wang Xian. She walked forward and handed it over. Reward. Wang Xian looked at the treasure box in Lei Yunzi's hand with a curious look in his eyes. He took it and opened it to take a look. When he saw the thunder heart grass inside, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just by looking at the lightning energy on it, one could tell that it was very precious. I'll have to trouble you all to send it over, Wang Xian said with a smile. There's no need to thank senior brother Wang Xian. Senior brother, can we ask you a question?
A female disciple asked with a smile.
Sure.
Wang Xian looked at her and nodded. Senior brother Wang Xian, how did you cultivate?
How did you improve so quickly? She asked immediately. Well, I improved just by cultivating, Wang Xian said. He couldn't possibly say that he had a system, right? You're too discouraging. Senior brother Wang Xian, can you teach us some lightning techniques in the future? The female disciple continued to ask. No problem. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me.
Wang Xian nodded.
With the lightning dragon's technique and the wind and thunderbird's understanding of lightning techniques, Wang Xian's foundation in the convenience of lightning was much better than the lightning race.
Really?
Then can we come over anytime?
A female disciple beside him asked with sparkling eyes.
Yes, for the time being. I don't have anything to do now.
Wang Xian pondered for a moment and agreed. At present, he had found all of Leiyu. Indeed, he didn't have anything to do.
That's great. Since we don't have anything to do now, senior brother Wang Xian will teach us a thing or two. Fourth senior sister also said with a smile. All right, let's go inside the training ground.
Wang Xian said.
Let's go, let's go. The group of female disciples immediately said excitedly. Following them, Wang Xian came to the spot where the disciples of the lightning race were sparring with each other to practice their lightning techniques. There were many disciples in the training ground. When they saw them, all of them revealed curious expressions. Wang Xian and the rest came to a separate training ground.
If you guys have anything to say, I can tell you guys if I know anything. Wang Xian stood in the middle and spoke to them. With his current strength, he was qualified to teach them.
Let me do it, senior brother Wang Xian. A female disciple immediately stretched out her hand and asked a question.
Wang Xian replied without hesitation. Hey, it's true. Very soon, the female disciple exclaimed and nodded her head. Senior brother Wang Xian, I have created a lightning technique. I want to cultivate it into a law form to help me achieve a breakthrough. What do you think?
Soon, another female disciple asked seriously. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked over and explained to her. After instructing a few female disciples consecutively, the eyes of the other female disciples shone brightly. Even fourth senior sister was astonished. After hesitating for a moment, she also asked a question. This question was easily solved by Wang Xian. This surprised all the disciples. Among the group of disciples, some had a master while others had their parents and elders to guide them. However, their masters and parents were mostly at the 7th or 8th level of a universe knight, while the 9th level was extremely rare. Their masters and parents' understanding of lightning was completely inferior to Wang Xian's. Senior brother Wang Xian, do you know the way of a saint?
I encountered a problem when I integrated the way of a saint into lightning.
Not long after, Lei Yunzi couldn't help but ask Wang Xian. The way of a saint?
When Wang Xian heard her question, he frowned slightly. I don't know much about the way of a saint, but a friend gave me a painting.
As he spoke, he took out a painting that the scholar on the ship had given him. This painting was drawn by him and was one of his best paintings. He could comprehend some of the ways of a saint from it. Take a look at this painting. The Great Tao is the same. Using words and paintings to trigger lightning requires one to master the laws and rules within.
Wang Xian added. Lei Yunzi's eyes lit up when he saw this painting. He revealed an excited expression and said immediately, thank you, senior brother Wang Xian. Did you hear? Senior brother Wang Xian is instructing a group of disciples in the martial arts practice field. Many female senior brothers and sisters are there.
You just found out. I heard that even senior sister Lei Yunzi is serving senior brother Wang Xian tea. Ah, my goddess.
Senior brother Wang Xian is ranked 3rd on the ranking list of the disciples of our Thunder Ray race. He is simply a monster.
The news of Wang Xian teaching a group of disciples in the martial arts practice field spread quickly. Many disciples rushed over upon hearing the news. Since Wang Xian had decided to teach them and repay the great elder's kindness, he was not impatient at all. In the heaven opening and primal chaos continent, there was no distinction between night and night. Age was calculated according to the era. Therefore, 10 days to half a month might just be the time for them to think about a problem. It would take them a few months to travel casually here. One could imagine how worthless time was.
Wuxia continued to teach for 5 days. Later, more disciples rushed over.
He didn't mind and patiently taught them one by one. This allowed his prestige to rise rapidly in front of the disciples of the lightning race. At this moment, more than 1,000 disciples gathered in the martial arts practice field. All of them were looking at the figure sitting in front of them with admiration.
Senior brother Wuxia is so powerful. He can easily point out any difficulties in his cultivation. He's too powerful.
Yeah. I feel that he's even more powerful than eldest senior brother. Eldest brother? I feel that he's even more powerful than our elders. You must know that even fourth senior sister is asking senior brother Wuxia for advice. Some of the surrounding disciples were discussing in low voices.
Senior brother Wuxia, have some tea. Beside Wuxia, Lei Yunzi, Lei Jingyun, and the rest were talking enthusiastically.
Wuxia smiled faintly. He looked at the disciples in front of him and gave him some advice. That Wuxia is too strong. Let's report this matter to eldest senior brother. From the look of senior brother Lei Yunzi, he must have a good impression of that Wuxia. If eldest senior brother knew about this, he would definitely be furious.
He should teach Wuxia a good lesson.
3 middle-aged men at the side transmitted their voices to each other. The eldest senior brother of the lightning race was the strongest existence among their group of disciples. He had held onto the position of the eldest senior brother for tens of millions of years. Although his current strength had not reached the level of a level 8 universe knight, he was almost invincible among level 7 universe knights. The 3 of them had obtained a lot of benefits from following the eldest senior brother. Now, they could be ranked in the top 20 among the group of disciples. They knew that their eldest senior brother liked Lei Yunzi. They would also report to their eldest senior brother on the situation regarding Lei Yunzi in a timely manner.
Now that Lei Yunzi was so attentive to Wuxia, it was definitely a big deal for their eldest senior brother. If they didn't report to him immediately, he would definitely punish them afterward. The 3 of them exchanged a glance and left immediately.
They had absolute confidence in their eldest senior brother's strength. Previously, second senior brother and third senior sister were frank. Even if they joined forces, they weren't a match for eldest senior brother. One could imagine how strong eldest senior brother's strength was. Oh, is what you said true?
Half an hour later, in the Thunder Ray Grotto Heaven above the main hall of the Thunder Ray tribe. This Grotto Heaven was the most powerful Grotto Heaven of the lightning race, and it was also the most important one.
However, not everyone could cultivate here.
Among the disciples, only the most powerful eldest senior brother or eldest senior sister had the qualifications to cultivate here.
At this moment, a burly middle-aged man flew out from inside. The middle-aged man had an unangry look on his face and was surrounded by lightning. At this moment, he asked with a gloomy expression, "Eldest senior brother, we only came to report after we went to investigate," a middle-aged man said respectfully.
They were filled with reverence towards eldest senior brother.
Among the group of disciples, eldest senior brother was the strongest existence in the current generation.
Wuxia, tell me all the information about him. The martial arts practice field is teaching disciples. I would like to experience it.
As eldest senior brother spoke, he snorted lightly and flew directly in the direction of the Thunder Ray Race's disciples' martial arts practice field. The 3 middle-aged men immediately followed behind and told eldest senior brother all the information about Wuxia. A purebred divine dragon? Less than 20 eras? The combat strength of a universe knight at level 7.
When eldest senior brother heard the information about Wuxia, his expression changed slightly.
HMPH. All the heaven's favorites are still weaklings before they become strong. He was silent for dozens of seconds before he snorted coldly with a sullen face.
However, there was a hint of pressure in his eyes.
Whoosh. When they arrived at the lightning race's martial arts practice field, eldest senior brother scanned his surroundings. Eldest senior brother, this way. The 3 of them brought him to the martial arts practice field.
Around them, there were some disciples walking towards that place.
Eldest senior brother. Greetings, eldest senior brother.
Greetings, eldest senior brother.
When some of the disciples saw their eldest senior brother, they were slightly shocked and quickly greeted him with respect. Eldest senior brother did not say anything and walked straight in.
Wow, that junior brother is really lucky. He actually made a breakthrough on the spot under the guidance of senior brother Wuxia.
It's senior brother Wuxia who is too powerful. He is simply invincible. The moment they entered, they heard exclamations coming from the front.
Eldest senior brother frowned slightly and looked forward.
When he saw Lei Yunzi, who was standing beside a young man, his expression changed slightly. He had liked Lei Yunzi for a long time, but his attitude towards him was very ordinary. Now that he saw Lei Yunzi looking at the disciple named Wuxia with admiration, he clenched his fists slightly. Eldest senior brother, you have to calm down. The elders in our family have instructed us to befriend this Wuxia.
The three middle-aged disciples at the side sensed the aura emitted from him and immediately reminded him. Only by sparring between disciples can we improve better.
Eldest senior brother's gaze was a little cold as his figure moved slightly. Next problematic disciple. Come up. At this moment Wuxia's voice sounded. In the middle, the young man bowed with an excited face and walked to the side. I have.
A female disciple was about to go up when she suddenly saw a figure appearing in the middle. She was slightly stunned.
I have a cultivation problem. The eldest senior brother who came to the middle stared at Wuxia and asked faintly. This is
the eldest senior brother. What is the eldest senior brother doing here? Is he here to consult senior brother Wuxia?
Does the eldest senior brother need to consult senior brother Wuxia about his strength? The sudden appearance of the eldest senior brother in the middle shocked all the surrounding disciples. Lei Yunzi, who was beside Wuxia, was slightly stunned. Then he frowned slightly. Ask away.
When Wuxia heard the discussions around him, he raised his eyebrows slightly and took a sip of tea.
Ask away. When Wuxia said the two words, all the surrounding disciples were equally stunned.
Ask away?
The sudden appearance of the eldest senior brother made all the disciples extremely surprised and astonished. Just now, they had also revealed the identity of the eldest senior brother. It was obvious that senior brother Wuxia had heard it as well.
However, he still said the two words, ask away.
What did this mean?
Did this mean that I have the right to teach your eldest senior brother? This was completely disregarding eldest senior brother. This Wuxia is so arrogant. He actually said a question to eldest senior brother. He is simply too arrogant.
That's right. Eldest senior brother can step into the level 8 combat strength of a universe knight at any time. That Wuxia actually doesn't take eldest senior brother seriously at all. He can't really think that he is more powerful than some elders, right?
At the back, three middle-aged men heard Wuxia's words and revealed displeasure in their eyes. They spoke coldly.
The surrounding disciples also pursed their lips and looked at him in shock. Senior brother Wuxia. He is the current eldest senior brother of our Thunder Ray race. He is very strong.
Lei Yunzi saw the scene and quickly transmitted his voice to Wuxia. Wuxia smiled and did not mind. He naturally heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples and could naturally see the strength of the middle-aged man. The combat strength of a universe knight at level 7 was definitely not weak among level 7. However, Wuxia's thunder technique had already reached its peak. He did not think that anyone among level 7 universe knights would be his opponent. Furthermore, with his current strength, it was more than enough for him to guide a level 7 universe knight disciple.
Ha, good.
Young and frivolous. Not bad. Hearing his words, eldest senior brother squinted his eyes and laughed out loud. He stared at Wuxia with a hint of mockery and coldness in his eyes.
Initially, he was still under a lot of pressure when it came to Wuxia.
That was because his potential was too terrifying. However, from the looks of it now, he was merely an arrogant brat.
With such a temperament, how could he be invincible?
A tree stands tall in the forest, and the wind will definitely destroy it.
All heaven's favorites were weaklings before they became strong. Since you were so confident, I would like to ask for your advice. Right now, I, Lei Yuntian, am only one step away from breaking through to level 5 Universe Knight. My thunder technique has already reached the peak of level 7 Universe Knight. How do I break through? Eldest senior brother, Lei Yuntian, stared at Wuxia. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he asked. Be more specific.
Wang Xian heard his words and saw his expression. He continued to speak indifferently.
It was as if he was really a teacher teaching his students. I don't know how to express it in detail. Why don't I show it to you and let you experience it?
Eldest senior brother Lei Yuntian narrowed his eyes and said,
Yes, you can.
Wang Xian replied faintly.
Haha, all right, I can't use it here. Let's go to the arena above the martial arts practice ground.
Lei Yuntian laughed out loud and slowly turned his body and flew out.
I hope you won't disappoint me and can hold on for a few more seconds. His voice sounded in the martial arts practice ground. Is this a sparring match? This. When everyone around saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Is senior brother Wang Xian going to spar with eldest senior brother? Don't worry, it should be enough to guide you. Wang Xian smiled. His body moved and he flew out immediately. His senior brother Wang Xian is actually so confident. Eldest senior brother has reached the level 7 combat strength of a universe knight for more than 20 million years. Senior brother Wang Xian has just broken through not long ago. How can he fight?
Senior brother Wang Xian is too young and impetuous. How can he be a match for eldest senior brother?
I think senior brother Wang Xian is too arrogant. The other disciples have been praising him to the skies these few days. Do they really think that he is a match for eldest senior brother? When the surrounding disciples heard Wang Xian's words, they could not help but speak up. Although Wang Xian's reputation was very good these few days and he had personally guided many people. However, Lei Yuntian was their eldest senior brother. He had been their eldest senior brother for tens of millions of years. His prestige was definitely not something that Wang Xian could catch up to in these few days.
When many disciples heard his words, they revealed displeased expressions on their faces.
Let's go, let's follow him. Lei Zhengyun, Lei Yunzi and the rest frowned and immediately followed behind.
At the same time, they immediately passed this news to the elders. Senior brother Wang Xian is going to have a duel with eldest brother.
Senior brother Wang Xian is provoking eldest brother. He is going to have a duel with eldest brother. Quick, go and watch. Soon, the news about Wang Xian and Lei Yuntian's duel spread like wildfire. When all the disciples received the news, they immediately flew towards the arena above the martial arts practice field. All the disciples were shocked.
Lei Yuntian had been the eldest senior brother for tens of millions of years. All the disciples were convinced. Senior brother Wang Xian had just joined the Thunder Ray tribe not long ago. He actually wanted to compete with the eldest senior brother?
You can be arrogant when you are young. You also have the right to be arrogant. However, if you are too arrogant, you will have to pay the price. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Lei Yuntian flew to the arena at the top of the arena. The thunder wings on his back spread out as he stared at Wang Xian and said faintly,
You were the one who asked me for advice. I should be the one who taught you a lesson and gave you some pointers. When Wang Xian heard his words, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile,
Senior brother Wang Xian is so confident. He is not confident. He is ignorant and is too arrogant. The disciples following closely behind heard their conversation and could not help but start discussing.
I will let you know the immensity of heaven and earth.
Lei Yuntian's eyes revealed a cold expression. With a move of his palm, a thunder hammer and a thunder all appeared in his hand. Especially that thunder hammer. It was shining with a purple glow and contained a terrifying aura. Ha! Wang Xian chuckled. With a move of his palm, the thunder prison appeared in his hand.
Crack! Crack!
Lei Yuntian raised the lightning hammer in his hand and gently touched the lightning all. The sound of thunder and lightning could be heard. Crash! The lightning wings on Wang Xian's back appeared. The shadow of the lightning dragon appeared on it and flew directly to the sky above the lightning prison. This is not your era yet. I won't bully you. Make your move. Lei Yuntian stared at him coldly. Watch carefully. I will teach you well from now on. Wang Xian smiled and waved his arm.
Prison lock berserk dragon.
He growled and waved his arm. Roar!
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 In the next moment, the acquired supreme treasure thunder prison in front of him enlarged and the thunder dragon inside roared.
He carried the Thunder Prison and attacked Lei Yuntian directly.
HMPH, you don't know what's good for you.
Lei Yuntian snorted coldly and smashed the Thunder Hammer onto the Thunder All. The acquired Supreme Treasure Thunder All released a terrifying thunderbolt and attacked the Thunder Dragon and Thunder Prison.
Break for me. He roared loudly.
It's a little slow. After all, acquired supreme treasures are just worldly possessions. If you want to break through, you shouldn't rely on such treasures for the time being.
Wuxia commented indifferently as though he was teaching a student.
This made Lei Yuntian's face extremely gloomy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn. The eldest senior brother and Wuxia are really fighting.
Although senior brother Wuxia is a divine dragon, he has just stepped into the 7th level combat strength of a universe knight. How can he be a match for the eldest senior brother?
He actually dares to compete with the eldest senior brother. He's too arrogant.
As the battle erupted, more and more disciples flew over from the surroundings.
When they saw the two people who were already fighting in the arena, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, 4 to 5 figures suddenly appeared at the side of the arena.
4 to 5 old men appeared faintly as they stared at the position of the arena.
This Wuxia disciple is a little arrogant. Yuntian is after all the eldest senior brother of our Thunder Ray race. He was nurtured by our Thunder Ray race with all our strength. Although that Wuxia disciple has boundless potential, he is still too inexperienced to challenge Yuntian.
The 4 elders were all elders of the Thunder Ray race. One of the elders looked over and said faintly, "Second elder, that might not be the case. Wuxia's disciple is not an ordinary race. Even if he is at the peak, he is still a peerless heaven's favorite."
In the middle, the first elder shook his head. Looking at Wuxia, who was controlling the Thunder Dragon to fight against Lei Yuntian, his eyes flickered slightly. Hee, first elder. I don't believe that a disciple who hasn't even reached the 20th century can defeat our Thunder Ray race's first senior brother. If that's the case, we old fellows will have lived in vain. The second elder frowned slightly and said he didn't believe that Wuxia was Lei Yuntian's match.
Lei Yuntian was the most talented disciple of their Thunder Ray race, and he had cultivated for tens of times longer than Wuxia.
Wuxia had just broken through to level 7 Universe Knight not long ago, even though he was a purebred divine dragon. Deep down in his heart, he didn't want to believe that Wuxia was Lei Yuntian's disciple. He also hoped that Lei Yuntian would win. Otherwise, this would be too much of a blow to them.
Many of the surrounding disciples had the same thoughts as second elder. They were all creatures from the heaven opening and primal continent, but the divine dragon was only 1 level higher than their bloodline. If eldest senior brother was defeated, it would be a huge blow to them.
All the best, eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is the strongest. If senior brother Wuxia wants to defeat eldest senior brother, he will need at least 10 more epochs.
Some disciples cheered for eldest senior brother. Buzz! Buzz!
At this moment, 2 figures slowly appeared beside the few elders.
Yuntian is much weaker in the control of the lightning technique. With such terrifying talent, even the disciples of the peak races would find it hard to produce such a perverse existence.
The appearance of 2 figures made the few elders slightly shocked. Clan leader, Grand Supreme, they hurriedly shouted respectfully.
The clan leader and Grand Supreme Elder of the Thunder race waved their hands.
This?
Clan leader, Grand Supreme, how is this possible? No matter how strong that Wuxia's disciple is, it's impossible for him to defeat Yuntian. How long has it been since he broke through?
The second elder said in disbelief.
Continue to watch.
The eyes of the clan leader of the lightning race flashed. Get lost.
In the middle of the arena, Lei Yuntian held a thunder hammer and a thunder awl. It was as if a god of thunder had descended. With a cold expression, he flew directly to the top of the thunder dragon. The terrifying power of the thunder struck directly at the thunder dragon.
Buzz. At the bottom of the arena, the thunder wings on Wuxia's back quivered. Streaks of thunder connected to the thunder dragon. The lightning dragon's horns emitted a bright glow as it charged forward. Below him, the huge lightning prison was heading straight for him.
Boom! A violent collision sound rang out as the terrifying lightning caused tiny cracks to appear in the void.
Lei Yuntian's figure hurriedly retreated backward to avoid the attack of the lightning prison. Law projection. Lightning flash 9 heavens.
Seeing that the lightning dragon still contained a terrifying power, his face darkened and he let out a low roar.
The law form was activated.
Crackle crackle.
9 bolts of lightning, each more terrifying than the last, landed directly on the lightning dragon.
The power of this law form is not bad, but it's too heavy.
Wang Xian stood below and commented indifferently.
8 lightning pillars.
Roar! Roar!
His eyes focused. The lightning dragon condensed from the lightning technique roared loudly and 8 lightning pillars appeared around him instantly. The divine dragons surrounded the lightning pillars and attacked Lei Yuntian directly.
This is bad.
Lei Yuntian's expression changed slightly when he saw the scene.
His lightning 9 heavens was made up of 9 bolts of lightning that struck down one after another. Each strike was stronger than the previous one. However, the 8 lightning pillars exploded with a terrifying power. The first bolt of lightning was instantly destroyed by the lightning pillars and attacked him. He flapped his wings and quickly dodged to the side. His face was extremely gloomy. This. At this moment, even though most of the disciples couldn't see the battle between Wang Xian and Lei Yuntian clearly, they could still see the situation clearly.
Wang Xian had been standing there all this while controlling a lightning dragon. From time to time, he would even comment on the situation. On the other hand, their eldest senior brother was dodging attacks all over the place. He was helpless against the lightning dragon and lightning prison.
It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. This made many disciples feel that it was unbelievable. Senior brother Wang Xian has just broken through. How could he make eldest senior brother look so miserable? This is simply unbelievable.
The divine dragon shouldn't be so heaven-defying.
Senior brother shouldn't have used his ultimate move.
Senior brother seemed to have used his law projection just now.
The group of disciples widened their eyes and discussed. At your level, there are very few experts who can guide you. Since you are not my match, you might as well try to break through with your fighting spirit. However, don't be discouraged. At this moment, everyone heard Wang Xian's voice once again. Everyone from the lightning race opened their mouths slightly. Confidence? Arrogance?
Or strength? Huff huff. At this moment, Lei Yuntian's breathing was a little hurried. The lightning wings on his back were pitch black and his expression was gloomy and uncertain.
When the second elder saw this scene, his expression was uncertain. The result was already very obvious. Wang Xian was able to make Lei Yuntian in such a sorry state just by controlling the thunder dragon. If he were to go up against him in person, Lei Yuntian would definitely not be a match for him.
In fact, under such circumstances, he might not even be a match for him.
Alright, Yuntian, you have lost. Wang Xian will be the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe in the future. At this moment, the leader of the Thunder Ray tribe, who was standing at the side, announced directly. What? It's the clan leader and the others. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, Grand Supreme. When the surrounding disciples heard this voice, they quickly looked over and respectfully bowed. Lei Yuntian's body trembled. He looked at the clan leader and the others and took a deep breath. Greetings, clan leader, Grand Supreme. He respectfully bowed. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, disbelief, and shock. He knew that he had lost. He had lost to a new disciple, and the position of the eldest brother of the Thunder Race had changed hands.
It was the first time Wang Xian met the leader of the Thunder Ray tribe. He cupped his hands and bowed. It was for no other reason than the fact that Lei Yu was older than him due to his kindness. He chuckled in his heart. He didn't care too much about this. Hee.
The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe and the rest looked at Wang Xian with a hint of shock in their eyes. Yuntian, Wang Xian, come with us.
As the leader of the Thunder Ray tribe spoke, he waved his arm. A bolt of lightning appeared under their bodies and flew towards the main hall. The Grand Elder at the side followed. In the future, Wang Xian's disciple will be your eldest senior brother, the leader of the disciples. According to the rules of the Thunder Ray tribe, we must obey the orders of our eldest senior brother.
When the Great Elder saw the tribe leader leaving with Wang Xian and Lei Yuntian, he swept his gaze across the surrounding disciples and said, Yes, All the disciples were shocked and immediately responded.
Don't be discouraged and don't feel defeated. The talent of your eldest senior brother, Wuxia, is unique even among all the peak tribes.
The great elder looked at them and added. The great elder was really afraid that his disciples would be defeated. After all, Wuxia's age was considered to be the smallest among all the disciples of the lightning race. To be able to be their eldest senior brother at such a young age, this was a huge blow.
After the great elder finished his sentence, he left immediately. The group of elders followed behind him. Senior brother Wuxia actually won. Furthermore, he won so easily. Even the clan leader and the great elder have such a high evaluation of senior brother Wuxia. This is simply heaven-defying. That's right. Who would have thought that senior brother Lei Yutian would actually lose? In the future, senior brother Wuxia will be our eldest senior brother.
The great elder's evaluation is too high. It's good that Wuxia has become our eldest senior brother. He is even willing to guide our disciples. I heard that he has captured quite a number of desolate beasts and given them to the clan. That's amazing. I want to target eldest senior brother Wuxia. The group of disciples were discussing in astonishment when they saw the clan leader and elders leaving.
Disciple Wuxia, welcome to join the lightning race. According to the rules of our lightning race, those who become our eldest senior brother will be rewarded with acquired supreme treasure. In view of your excellence, I can make an exception to open the treasure vault.
You can choose one of the treasures inside. In the main hall of the Thunder Ray tribe, the tribe leader brought Wuxia and the rest over and spoke to him directly.
Oh? Thank you, tribe leader.
Wuxia was slightly stunned. He hesitated for a moment and did not reject him. He nodded his head slightly.
Second Supreme Elder, please bring him to the treasure vault of our tribe.
The tribe leader of the Thunder Ray tribe said to the Supreme Elder beside him.
All right.
The second Supreme Elder nodded his head. His gaze landed on Wuxia and a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. Yes. Wuxia immediately cupped his hands. Take out that dragon pearl and let him choose. All of a sudden, the leader of the lightning race transmitted his voice to the second Supreme Elder. The second Supreme Elder paused for a moment and nodded his head at the leader of the lightning race. He waved his arm and brought Wuxia to the back. They flew all the way to the back. Soon, they entered a small thundercloud. However, Wuxia felt a sense of terror in this thundercloud.
He felt his heart palpitating.
Hee. This is where our Thunder Ray tribe's treasure house is located. It is located in an offensive grotto heaven-blessed land.
When the second Supreme Elder saw Wuxia's expression, he smiled. He continued, the offensive power of this grotto heaven-blessed land can easily kill a powerhouse at the peak of the universe night realm.
Furthermore, the first Supreme Elder is holding an innate spiritual treasure to guard this place. Innate spiritual treasure. When Wuxia heard the second Supreme Elder's words, his face was slightly shocked.
Let's go.
The second Supreme Elder smiled and entered an entrance in front.
First Supreme Elder, the clan leader has informed you, right? He walked to the entrance and shouted directly.
Let me take a look at this purebred divine dragon disciple. At this moment, a figure instantly appeared in front of Wuxia. He sized him up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Impressive. The youngsters nowadays are really impressive. Let's go in. Thank you, First Supreme Elder. Wuxia looked at the slightly aged elder and cupped his hands. Let's go.
The second Supreme Elder placed his palm in front of the metal door at the entrance. The door to the treasury opened and brought him in.
After passing through a passage filled with lightning, Wuxia and the rest came straight to a stone chamber filled with lightning. There were some treasures placed in the stone chamber. Each of them contained a tremendous amount of power. There were not many treasures. There were only about 20 of them. Most of them were acquired treasures of the lightning attribute.
There is one more treasure. The clan leader has given you permission to choose. Of course, if you really can't use it, don't choose.
Beside him, the second Supreme Elder said as he dripped a drop of blood onto a ball in the middle. The spot in front of him instantly became illusory.
He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a universal box appeared in his hand.
When Wuxia heard his words and saw the box in his hand, he was slightly shocked.
A strong attractive force was transmitted over and his eyes instantly emitted a strong luster.
This is. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his breathing became a little hurried.
This is one of the most precious treasures of our Thunder Ray race. It is comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. As it does not match the attributes of our Thunder Ray race, it has been placed here all this while. As the second elder of the Thunder Ray race spoke, his gaze landed on Wang Xian. This is a divine weapon that belongs to the divine dragon, the Dragon Pearl. As he spoke, he slowly opened it and a blazing flame burst out. Under the burning flame, cracks appeared in the surrounding void. It was extremely terrifying. A Dragon Pearl of the Universe Dominator level.
Wang Xian widened his eyes and said with a face full of shock. Yes, a Dragon Pearl at the level of the Master of the Universe should be at the first level of the Master of the Universe. It is definitely comparable to an innate numinous treasure. It is even more precious than an innate numinous treasure to a fire element cultivator. The second Supreme Elder said solemnly. This is too valuable. Wang Xian opened his mouth and looked at the second Supreme Elder of the Thunder Ray tribe. The clan leader has made an exception to let you choose. If it is useful to you, you can choose it. If it is not useful, don't choose it. To us, the lightning race, this is also a treasure.
The second Supreme Elder smiled and said, a Dragon Pearl of the Universe Dominator level was indeed a treasure to the lightning race. Even if they could not use it, they could still exchange it for a huge amount of resources in exchange for an innate spiritual treasure. The reason why the lightning race gave it to Wang Xian to choose was because they saw his potential. They wanted to let Wang Xian know that the lightning race treated him well.
This could be said to be a bet. They bet that Wang Xian would become a powerful existence in the future and would definitely know how to be grateful. Second Supreme Elder, this Fire Dragon Pearl is of great use to me. I, Wang Xian, will definitely return the favor of the lightning race tenfold in the future. Wang Xian looked at the Fire Dragon bead and said gratefully to the second Supreme Elder. With this Fire Dragon bead, his 5 elements grinding could be improved once again. Alright. Since it's useful to you, you can take it. When the second Supreme Elder heard Wang Xian's words, a smile appeared on his face. It was enough to repay him tenfold. Since the Thunder Ray tribe had taken out such a treasure, it was a bet on Wang Xian's future. Get out. Now that you have become the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe, your status is equivalent to that of an elder. You can go to most places of the Thunder Ray tribe and have considerable authority. I'll let the first elder inform you about this later. Also, under normal circumstances, every birth of the eldest senior brother will be held at a celebration banquet. You can set a time for this celebration banquet. There is no rush. It will be within 10 years. The second Supreme Elder said to Wang Xian with a smile.
He was very satisfied with Wang Xian. The only regret was that he was not a disciple of the lightning race.
However, thinking about it, the lightning race could not give birth to such a talented disciple. Alright, second Supreme Elder. Wang Xian nodded his head and held the Fire Dragon bead in his hand. After exiting the treasure vault of the lightning race, Wang Xian separated from the second Supreme Elder and flew towards his own palace.
The second Supreme Elder looked at his figure and arrived at the main hall. Clan leader, he chose the dragon bead. When he arrived at the main hall, he spoke directly. Yes, as expected. Although it's a Fire Dragon Pearl, its level is too high. It should be of great benefit to his cultivation. What do you think of him?
The Thunder Light Clan's clan leader said without the slightest bit of surprise.
His character is still not bad. He won't be that kind of ingrate.
The second Supreme Elder said with a smile.
Yes, the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage, including that ancestral dragon, are doing very well.
The leader of the lightning race commented. He looked at Lei Yuntian beside him and said, Yuntian, you don't need to care too much about the results of the competition just now. A person like him is a unique existence among the peak races. He can be regarded as a driving force, but don't compare with him. In the world of the strong, age doesn't matter. As long as he is strong, it's enough. Talent and potential are secondary.
It's the clan leader.
Lei Yuntian clenched his fists tightly and nodded his head heavily. He knew very well that one should not compare talent and potential with someone of such a level. That was because he was just looking for trouble. He could just compare his strength. He was just slightly weaker than the heavenly sting. He still had a chance.
The harvest from coming to the lightning race this time is too great.
Wang Xian opened the fire dragon bead when he arrived at the palace. His eyes were glowing.
After gathering the thunder feather, the incipient holy wings had become complete and his strength had improved. Now that he had obtained another powerful fire dragon bead, it could improve the 5 elements greatly.
I owe the Thunder Ray tribe a lot now. I have to pay them back in the future. He thought to himself and contacted the great elder of the Thunder Ray tribe. Every time the Thunder Ray tribe gave birth to a big senior brother, they would hold a feast. Wang Xian informed the great elder and asked him to hold the feast in a year's time. Now, he had to upgrade the level of the 5 elements grinding first. In addition, there were still some matters to be decided. After setting up a sign for seclusion, Wang Xian called the dark intense sky array over. The last time, after Wang Xian gave him the ancient oil lamp, he went for an upgrade. This time, his upgrade went smoothly and he didn't encounter any special situations. As for the domain that he was teleported to, it was still unknown. And Lai's strength had already reached level 8 of a universe knight. This strength was already very strong. When he first came to the inner part of the heaven-opening primal continent, he killed a muscle-headed snake. This allowed the strength of the sky array to reach level 9 of a universe knight. Heaven-splitting chaotic land, you stay here and guard. Let me know if there's anything. Wang Xian instructed and his figure disappeared immediately. The next moment, he arrived at the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue sensed his arrival and immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, Prime Minister Gue. How's the investigation of the nearby sea areas over the past few days?
Wang Xian asked. Dragon King, we are almost done with the investigation. If we go any further, we will reach the inner part of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. Dragon King, should we allow our disciples to enter the inner part?
Prime Minister Gue asked him. The Dragon Palace had been recuperating for about 12 years. This was the longest time the Dragon Palace had recuperated so far. How are the disciples of the Dragon Palace's understanding of the inner part? Wang Xian asked him. Dragon King, I understand a lot. I feel that I can head to the inner part of the heaven-splitting primordial land.
Prime Minister Gue said. Wang Xian nodded slightly and agreed with him.
The internal forces are all relatively strong. In the past, the Dragon Palace could only be considered as an ordinary force. Let them enter the inner part of the land together or to train alone. Let them follow the lineage of the ancestral dragon.
He said after a moment of silence.
At present, the Dragon Palace was not too strong except for him. If he didn't stay in the Dragon Palace wouldn't be as powerful. After all, in the internal training, the forces in some cities were not weaker than the Dragon Palace in terms of peak experts. He might as well let the disciples imitate the ancestral dragon bloodline and train themselves to improve. I agree with you. There are more opportunities in the heaven-opening primordial land. Each of us disciples of the Dragon Palace will have our own opportunities. If we spread them out, perhaps we can improve them qualitatively. Prime Minister Gue agreed.
You can arrange this matter. Let him work hard. If any disciple obtains resources to improve themselves, let him send them back.
Wang Xian instructed. If the disciples of the Dragon Palace were to go out for training and hunt a large number of desolate beasts, they would have to return to the Dragon Palace if they wanted to upgrade. If they were to fly by themselves, it might take too much time. They could inform and lie about this. Moreover, if they were to encounter some opportunities and wanted to step into the land of opportunities, and lie would be of great use. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head and immediately began to instruct and prepare. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand and the fire dragon bead appeared as well. Next, it's time to upgrade the 5 elements millstone. He mumbled. The level of this fire dragon bead was very high. Even if the 5 elements millstone was upgraded by 1 level, it might still be able to achieve a considerable upgrade. However, if one wanted to break through 2 levels consecutively, it might be a little difficult. This absorption will take at least 2 months, he muttered. He was not in a hurry as he continued to refine and absorb. Time passed day by day. The members of the Dragon Palace formed groups of 3 to 5 or left alone under Prime Minister Gui's organization. The group of purebred divine dragons all left. They embarked on a journey.
Even Xiaolan and the rest of them left. Unlike the members of the Dragon Palace, Xiaolan and the rest of them went to the land of mountains and seas where desolate beasts were rampant.
Lan Qingyue wanted to follow them on a long journey but was stopped by Wang Xian. Although the group of girls were stronger, there was no need for them to go out and take risks.
More than 1 million disciples of the Dragon Palace were enough to go out.
Roar!
2 months later, the 5 Elements Millstone had completed its evolution. On the 5 Elements Millstone, the 5 godly dragons were giving off a powerful aura. When they merged together, they were enough to kill a pinnacle universe knight. A breakthrough.
After the 5 Elements Millstone improved, the Fire Dragon Pearl was not completely absorbed. There was still more than half of the energy left. Although this energy was not enough to make the 5 Elements Millstone improve again, it could accumulate a huge amount of energy for the next upgrade. If he obtained another Fire Dragon bead of this level, the 5 Elements Millstone should be able to break through directly.
After the 5 Elements Millstone upgraded, the absorption did not stop. A month later, the Fire Dragon bead completely disappeared and the power of the 5 Elements Millstone increased a little.
Phew, my strength is already comparable to a peak universe knight. Now that the 5 Elements Millstone has also reached that level, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to fight or even kill 3 to 4 peak universe knights. Of course, if the other party has an innate spiritual treasure, it won't be possible. Wang Xian mumbled as a satisfied expression appeared on his face.
After 3 months, the 5 Elements Millstone had completed its upgrade. After spending 2 days in the Dragon Palace with a group of girls, he called in Lyover.
Buzz.
He returned to the lightning race once again. His gaze swept across the hall and a smile appeared on his face. Next, my goal is to upgrade my level. This requires a lot of resources.
Wang Xian planned in his heart.
The last time he increased his level was because of the incipient Holy Wings. His realm was still at the level of a level 3 Universe Knight.
When he reached the level 4 Universe Knight, he would have the combat strength of a level 1 Universe Overlord.
Resources?
He pondered for a moment and took out the Universe AI to search.
The current him could not ask the Thunder Ray tribe for resources. The other party had already given him a lot of things. Moreover, if he wanted to break through, he would need a lot of resources.
He would have to search for the rest of the resources himself. The Thunder Ray tribe is located within the Thunderclouds. The entire Thundercloud region is a special territory. There are a lot of treasures in it. There are many places that the powerhouses of the Thunder Ray tribe have never set foot in before. Wang Xian mumbled.
The Thunder Ray tribe was born within the Thunderclouds. However, they were not the masters of this Thundercloud region.
In many places, the experts of the lightning race did not dare to set foot in. In this area, there were also a large number of treasures. Let's go to the depths of the Thunderclouds and take a look. He mumbled and did as he said. His body moved and he flew out directly. Eldest senior brother. When they arrived at the teleportation formation, the surrounding experts who were guarding it immediately greeted Wang Xian respectfully when they saw him. The status of the eldest senior brother was equivalent to that of an elder. Even if the lightning race deacons met him, they would still address him as the eldest senior brother. Wang Xian nodded his head and arrived at the edge of the lightning race through the teleportation formation. Eldest senior brother, be careful.
Under the reminder of a few middle-aged men at the edge of the teleportation formation, Wang Xian flew deep into the distance. After flying for 2 hours, he sensed his surroundings.
Crash.
The next moment, a complete set of the Primalist Saint wings appeared behind his back. Wang Xian's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. His face was slowly covered by dragon scales. In the next moment, he charged forward. His speed had increased by 100 times. This was his peak speed.
Awesome. Without concealing his strength, Wang Xian flew in the thunderclouds. He felt his terrifying speed and smiled.
In a flash, he disappeared in an instant. Whoosh!
He flapped his incipient saint wings and gathered the power of wind and thunder in front of him. His speed had already surpassed that of a peak universe knight. This was a speed that could only be unleashed by a ruler.
With my strength, I should be able to dominate the entire thundercloud domain, right? Even if I am the strongest person of the Thunder Ray race, even if he has an innate spiritual treasure, I have full confidence in killing him. Wuxia muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The complete uninitiated holy wings and the great grinding of the 5 elements after upgrading were his confidence. The last time, Wuxia only used half a day to cover the journey of a few months. Half a day later, they arrived at the lightning net. The lightning was as dense as a net and intertwined together. Wuxia continued to fly forward. He slowed down slightly and scanned his surroundings. Ha! Not long after, he saw a thundercloud vulture. It was a thundercloud vulture with the combat strength of a level 6 universe knight. He narrowed his eyes slightly and flashed to the side of the thundercloud vulture. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Before the thundercloud vulture could react, he instantly captured it. Hee, the thundercloud vulture with the combat strength of a level 6 universe knight. Keep it. Next, capture all the desolate beasts below level 8 universe knights that you encounter. He muttered to himself. If he encountered some desolate beasts next, he was prepared to capture them and gift them to the disciples of the Thunder Light race as a way to repay the Thunder Light race. The most important thing is to find some treasures, he thought to himself. His body moved and he continued to fly forward. According to the information from the Thunder Light race, there was no existence with the combat strength of a universe ruler in the Thundercloud domain. This was a good thing for Wuxia. Without a ruler, he could forget about killing him. However, he could not be careless. This was because there were still many grotto heavens in the Thundercloud domain. Some grotto heavens were occupied by desolate beasts. Some grotto heavens had offensive means that could kill anyone below a ruler. He could not be careless, but he did not need to be too careful either. As he shuttled through the thundercloud net, Wuxia used the Primalist's sacred wings to sense his surroundings. There were treasures in some places where the lightning was dense or abnormal. There are really quite a number of treasures here. In the next half a month, Wuxia discovered quite a number of treasures ranging from those at the level of a god emperor to those at the level of a universe knight. There were all kinds of acquired spiritual treasures and special fruits of the power of lightning. Furthermore, in this half a month, he had captured more than 100 desolate beasts, including more than 10 thundercloud vultures. This was mainly because Wuxia was too fast and had a strong sense of lightning. If it were any other universe knight with peak combat strength, it would not even be 1/10 of his. At this moment, he was already close to the depths of the thundercloud domain. Further in was the area that the disciples of the Thunder Ray race were forbidden to enter. Once the disciples entered, the death rate would be as high as 80%. Wuxia did not have any scruples and continued to fly forward. It's indeed dangerous. When he flew to the front, Wuxia suddenly narrowed his eyes. When he arrived here, the thundercloud was already connected to the ground. At the back, the thunderclouds were at a height of billions of kilometers above the ground. In front of him, the black and purple thunderclouds were connected to the ground. It seemed as though heaven and earth were indistinguishable. In this place, one had to pay attention not only to their surroundings but also to the ground. Whoosh! Wuxia moved his body and entered the place directly. Whoosh! 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 However, the moment he entered the place, numerous thunderbolts were attacking him. Ha! Sensing the arrows heading toward him, Wuxia's mind flickered and his body flickered. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a series of explosions sounded. About 100 million kilometers to the right of Wuxia's figure, over 100 thundermale apes were directly destroyed by him. Thundermale apes were a type of dire beast in the thundercloud region. They were good at team battles. There were more than 100 thundermale apes. All of them were at the 7th level of the universe knight realm. However, they had attacked the wrong target this time. You're courting death, Wuxia said coldly. With a move of his arm, he kept all the corpses. No wonder it's said that the interior of the thundercloud is more dangerous. We can't be careless. His body moved. After a moment of hesitation, he flew downwards and landed on the ground. The thunderclouds were connected to the ground. It was possible that there were dire beasts underground. By landing on the ground, he could be more alert of his surroundings. He kept flying forward. After a short while, Wuxia arrived in front of a mountain peak under the sensing of the incipient saint wings.
The mountain peak was not tall. It was only a few tens of thousands of meters. However, there was a lightning pillar that was connected to the peak.
At the top of the mountain peak, there was a lightning tree. The entire tree was emitting a powerful energy.
TSK, a Universe Night Level 9 lightning tree. This is a treasure. His eyes were sparkling as he sensed his surroundings.
There should be a desolate beast guarding the lightning tree.
However, after sensing for a while, he did not find any desolate beasts. Whoosh!
Wuxia's body moved and landed at the peak of the mountain beside the thunder tree.
He scanned the surroundings and reached out his hand to grab it. Rumble. The moment he made his move, the mountain below suddenly erupted with a terrifying attack power. A palm condensed from huge rocks was smacked toward Wang Xian. What? A peak with the combat strength of a Universe Night Level 9. He immediately changed his form slightly. His arm turned into a dragon claw. He clenched it and smashed it towards the peak. Bang!
The huge force of the collision caused the arm of the peak to collapse instantly. Roar, roar, roar! An angry roar came from within the peak. In the next moment, countless huge rocks containing terrifying thunderbolts smashed towards Wang Xian like meteorites.
You're courting death.
Wang Xian let out a furious roar. Gusts of wind that contained the power of thunderbolts appeared on the uninitiated holy wings on his back. The hurricane headed straight for the entire mountain peak.
Boom!
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 The huge rocks that resembled meteorites collapsed instantly and scattered in all directions.
However, when the huge thunderbolts attacked Wang Xian, the huge mountain peak began to turn illusory. It was already prepared to escape.
It's too late.
Wang Xian's gaze was locked onto the desolate beast on the mountain peak. His eyes revealed a cold expression. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him to escape.
Bang, bang, bang.
In an instant, Wang Xian arrived in front of the body that was about to disappear. Streams of destructive power of the 5 elements blasted into it. Roar, roar.
A terrifying roar was heard. Wang Xian swung his body and a phantom image of a divine dragon's tail charged out.
Bang! Cracks appeared on the body of the entire mountain desolate beast. Its vitality gradually disappeared. This ability to hide its aura is really powerful. Even I can't sense it. Wang Xian looked at the dead mountain desolate beast and muttered, "Ha!" At this moment, he saw purple lightning essence flowing out from the crack of the mountain desolate beast.
Wang Xian waved his hand and all the purple liquid landed in front of him.
What a majestic power of lightning. I can absorb it directly. Not bad. Wang Xian smiled and kept it away. Then he looked at the lightning tree above. He flew over and kept it in the Dragon Palace.
There are so many treasures here. Let's continue.
Wang Xian continued flying forward.
In the next month, he found a lot of treasures. He also caught hundreds of dire beasts.
There's a huge tree in front of us. What a strong power of lightning. On this day, Wang Xian was flying in the thunderclouds when he suddenly saw a huge purple tree. The huge tree was bathed in the lightning and looked exceptionally divine.
His eyes were glowing and he immediately approached it.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. Before he could approach it, a familiar chirping sound was heard. Thundercloud vulture.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and concealed his figure as he continued to fly forward. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Crackle, crackle.
Just as he flew over, an inescapable net covered him.
The lightning net formed from the lightning emitted a terrifying aura. This made Wang Xian slightly shocked. He was actually discovered.
The desolate beasts inside the thunderclouds are really powerful. The desolate beasts on the mountain peaks that I can't sense are able to discover my thundercloud vultures. Furthermore, they have prepared an inescapable net to attack me.
He thought to himself as he flapped the preless holy wings on his back. Waves of wind and thunder energy surged towards the surroundings. The net of heavenly thunder that covered him dissipated immediately.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, a rapid chirping sound was heard. A thundercross was heading towards Wang Xian.
The attack of a level 9 Universe Knight, thunderclad vultures.
There are still 2 of them. Wang Xian swept his gaze forward. His eyes revealed a cold expression. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements grindstone flew out and went straight for the thundercross.
Pung! The 5 elements grindstone flew over and the entire Thunder Cross collapsed.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 2 level 9 universe knights thundercloud vultures revealed a fearful expression when they saw this scene. They hurriedly flew towards the thunder tree in the distance. Ha! Wang Xian saw them flying onto the tree. He narrowed his eyes slightly and moved his body. He immediately chased after them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 2 thundercloud vultures that landed on the tree raised their heads and let out a hurried sound. The surrounding densely packed thundercloud vultures flew towards the purple tree.
So many!
Wang Xian swept his gaze over and was slightly stunned.
There were a total of 700 to 800 thundercloud vultures standing on the purple tree. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Wang Xian.
From a level 1 universe knight to a level 9 universe knight, they had everything. Whoosh!
Wang Xian's eyes glowed as he arrived in front of the purple tree in an instant.
Buzz! The moment he stepped into the purple tree, a purple lightning barrier enveloped the tree completely. Bang!
Wang Xian's body collided with the tree, producing a loud sound.
The lightning shield did not move at all. What is this? He raised his eyebrows as his palm landed heavily on the shield.
Bang! A tremendous rebounding force came over, causing his expression to change slightly as he flew backward.
Paradise. A defensive paradise with rebounding force.
His expression changed slightly as he frowned. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
The group of thundercloud vultures seemed to be mocking Wang Xian when they saw him flying backward. I didn't expect this tree to be a blessed land. It's really strange. Wang Xian flew around the purple tree and muttered. Boom!
He tried it out and a powerful force struck the purple tree again. Bang!
The powerful attack was deflected, and he hurriedly dodged into the distance. The defense is very strong. I reckon that even a level 1 universe overlord's attack can't break the defense of this paradise. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. Chirp, chirp, chirp,
chirp, chirp, chirp. On the purple tree, there were dozens of thundercloud vultures flying inside. Their eyes were staring at him as they cried out.
Their voices were unusually messy and ear-piercing. It was obvious that they were mocking him. Hee hee, you thundercloud vultures. Don't get too cocky. Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. His universe AI immediately informed Enlai. Buzz. After receiving Enlai's reply, Wang Xian set up a demonic altar. Dragon King.
Enlai's figure appeared and bowed to him.
Bring me in here. Wang Xian pointed to the spot in front of him and said, It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. With a move of his body, he disappeared instantly. He entered a branch of the purple tree. After placing it on a demonic spirit altar, he immediately returned to Wang Xian's side. 5 elements grinding, 5 elements world.
Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements grinding flew to the sky above the purple tree. A grayish energy enveloped the entire purple tree.
Let's go! Wang Xian shouted softly and entered the purple tree in the next moment. Chirp, chirp, chirp. When the group of thundercloud vultures saw that Wang Xian had disappeared, they were puzzled and cried out.
Let's see where you bunch of animals can run to.
Wang Xian's faint voice rang in the minds of every thundercloud vulture. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing this voice, the feathers of the 2 thundercloud vultures with the combat strength of a level 9 universe knight exploded. Their eyes were filled with fear. Boom.
The next moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared beside a thundercloud vulture and smashed his fist down.
Bang. The tremendous force immediately caused the thundercloud vulture to land heavily on the purple tree. A large amount of blood flowed out of its mouth. Wind and thunder chains. Wang Xian growled. Countless chains behind him attacked the thundercloud vultures one by one. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. At this moment, all the thundercloud vultures let out terrified cries and flapped their wings in an attempt to escape. However, in this small space of the grotto heaven-blessed land, they could not avoid Wang Xian's attack at all.
The chains restrained them and Wang Xian pulled with his arm.
Chirp, 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 chirp. 700 to 800 thundercloud vultures were easily captured by Wang Xian. Among them, there were 12 thundercloud vultures with Universe Knight level 7 combat strength and above. Not bad, not bad. The harvest this time is much more than the thundercloud vultures in the entire Thunderlight race. He smiled. There were only a few dozen thundercloud vultures in the Thunderlight race. The harvest this time was dozens of times more than theirs. After putting them away, Wang Xian inspected this blessed land. The purple trees should be able to produce some fruits. However, there weren't any fruits on the trees. It was possible that the thundercloud vultures had devoured them. Continue. After he left, he continued flying forward. Following that, he flew within the thunderclouds and kept all the treasures in his bag. Halfway through, he encountered another blessed land. It was a blessed land with a strong offensive power. There was a tribe of thunder male apes living in that blessed land. There were more than 10,000 of them. The strongest one was a level 9 universe knight. Initially, Wang Xian thought it would be a huge harvest. He didn't expect them to occupy such a powerful blessed land. That terrifying offensive power had injured Wang Xian with just one strike. He didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away. This also made him understand why the Thunder Ray race didn't completely occupy the Thundercloud region. It wasn't just because they weren't strong enough. There were also these powerful Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. Just like the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands where the Thundercloud Vulture was located, the Thunder Ray race couldn't do anything about it, let alone this Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands with terrifying attacks. If it wasn't for Wang Xian's relatively fast speed, an ordinary expert at the peak of the Universe Night Realm would have a 50% chance of being killed directly. I'll leave after 2 months of searching. It had been half a year since he entered this place. Wang Xian looked at the time and thought to himself, let's see if I can get some treasures at the last minute. He moved his body and continued to fly forward. Buzz buzz. After flying for half an hour, the uninitiated holy wings on his back suddenly trembled. Ha! Wang Xian's body moved as he looked to the right. In that direction, he sensed a strong attraction force of lightning. This attraction force shocked him. What level is this treasure? He muttered and immediately flew to the right. Roar! 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 Before he could get close, roars were heard. The terrifying roars caused Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. This is... He lowered his speed and tried his best to conceal his figure as he approached slowly. Soon, a thunder male ape that was about 10,000 meters in size appeared in his line of sight. On the left side of the thunder male ape, there was a 100-meter-sized thundercloud vulture. On the right side, there was a purple thunder snake that was a few thousand meters in size. On the head of this thunder snake, there was a huge thunder horn with the lightning symbol floating on it. The three desolate beasts looked at each other from afar. Their cold eyes stared at each other warily. Around them, there were a large number of corpses. On the corpses of these desolate beasts, there was still a powerful aura. A desolate beast with the combat strength of a peak universe knight. Wang Xian's gaze focused as he exclaimed in his heart. His gaze immediately looked towards the center of them. At the center of them, there was a powerful thunderbolt force blooming on the ground. This thunderbolt force made even Wang Xian feel an unusual fear. He was sure that if he were to approach this thunderbolt, he would probably be pierced through. The three peak universe knight desolate beasts looked over there from time to time, their eyes revealing desire and fervor. Is this an innate spiritual treasure unearthed, or is it the birth of a divine herb divine tree at the universe dominator level? Wang Xian stared at it intently. His eyes were sparkling. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the purple thunder snake suddenly let out a roar. His body coiled slightly together. Roar, roar. Chirp, chirp. The thunder male ape and the thunder cloud vulture stared at it in fear. They didn't want to be outdone and let out a low roar. That purple lightning snake is very strong. No, the lightning horn on its head is not a growth. It is a terrifying treasure. Wang Xian's gaze landed on the purple lightning snake as well. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Innate numinous treasure? Wang Xian stared at the thunder horn on the head of the purple thunder snake, his eyes shining. An innate numinous treasure was a powerful treasure to any living creature. Even a desolate beast could control an innate numinous treasure. The thunder horn on the head of the purple thunder snake contained a terrifying amount of energy. I really didn't expect a desolate beast to have such good luck. Wang Xian mumbled as he scanned the three desolate beasts that were at the peak of the universe night realm from behind. Buzz. At this moment, the terrifying thunderbolts in the middle of the three desolate beasts slowly disappeared. A purple treasure phantom appeared in their line of sight.
It was a purple treasure that was as big as a bell. It was the size of a human head and was located at the bottom of the bell. Bolts of lightning were rotating and terrifying thunderbolts were being nurtured inside.
This is an innate spiritual treasure.
Wang Xian stared at the bell-like innate spiritual treasure. His eyes were glowing.
An innate spiritual treasure was also a treasure to the masters of the universe.
For such a treasure, the lightning race might not have more than 3 of them or even only 1. In the heaven-opening primal continent, it was also an extremely precious treasure.
To be able to obtain such a treasure was purely a great opportunity. Such a treasure could greatly enhance the combat strength of a universe knight. If I sell such a treasure, I can increase my strength. Wang Xian mumbled as his gaze swept across the three desolate beasts that were at the pinnacle of universe knights.
The combat strength of these 3 desolate beasts was on the same level as him. However, with Wang Xian's combat strength and the 5 elements grinding, he could completely suppress them.
However, it might be a little difficult to kill them, especially for the purple lightning snake.
None of the desolate beasts that could mature to such an extent were simple. The lightning energy around the bell-like innate spiritual treasure slowly disappeared. The energy that Wang Xian and the 3 desolate beasts were afraid of also disappeared bit by bit.
Wang Xian's gaze locked onto the innate spiritual treasure. The 5 elements millstone slowly appeared in his palm.
Buzz.
When the innate spiritual treasure was completely unearthed, Wang Xian and the 3 desolate beasts started to move at the same time.
Roar!
Roar! Roar!
Roars were emitted from the mouths of the 3 desolate beasts.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! The thunder horn on the head of the purple thunder snake released a terrifying lightning beam and attacked the desolate beasts on both sides directly. Its coiled body moved rapidly towards the innate spiritual treasure.
Roar! Roar!
Chirp! Chirp!
The thundermale ape and the thundercloud vulture let out a rapid sound. They immediately launched an attack and used their thunder technique to grab the innate spiritual treasure.
Do it! When Wang Xian saw the scene, he did not hesitate and rushed over.
Once the innate spiritual treasure was obtained by the desolate beasts, once they kept it in their nest, it would be difficult for him to obtain it. Boom!
Boom!
Boom! The 5 elements millstone in his hand smashed towards the 3 desolate beasts. On the 5 elements millstone, all sorts of treasures began to condense as they charged towards the 3 desolate beasts. Ice sword, scarlet yang, golden pagoda, thorn, and so on. They looked like hundreds of treasures.
Roar!
Roar! Roar! When the 3 desolate beasts saw the sudden terrifying attack, their expressions changed drastically as they immediately looked at the 5 elements millstone. The attack from the 5 elements millstone had completely covered them. They could not ignore it. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured.
The 3 desolate beasts immediately blocked the attack from the 5 elements millstone.
Crash! At this moment, Wang Xian flapped his divine wings and grabbed at the connate numinous treasure at a terrifying speed. Roar! Roar! Roar!
When the purple lightning snake sensed Wang Xian's appearance, it let out an angry roar and charged up its energy at the lightning horn. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
The continuous attacks covered the entire area, including all the dire beasts and Wang Xian. When Wang Xian saw the power of the lightning, his expression turned slightly ugly. Currently, Wang Xian's greatest trump card was his speed. With his speed at the overlord level, he could easily defeat or even insta-kill an opponent of the same level.
However, there was an advantage to this. It was either to catch his opponent off guard or to continuously exhaust his opponent. With his speed, what he feared the most was an area of effect attack and an extremely powerful defense. After all, Wang Xian's defense was not enough for him to ignore the attack of a peak universe knight.
The indiscriminate attack made him stop moving and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! Boom! Boom!
A domain of thunder and lightning was formed around the innate spiritual treasure.
The attacks of the 3 desolate beasts also collided with the 5 elements grand mill. The 5 elements grand mill was fighting against 3 of them at the same time. It was a little difficult, but it was impossible to trap them. Wang Xian was floating in the air. He kept flapping his primolus sacred wings and a cold expression appeared on his face. Since you don't want me to obtain it, I'll deal with the three of you first. With a low growl, his arm turned into a dragon claw and attacked the purple lightning snake directly. Roar! 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 5 divine dragons roared on the 5 elements grinding mill and attacked the thunder male ape and thundercloud vulture directly. Roar! Roar! When the purple lightning snake saw Wang Xian attacking it, its cold eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty look. It shook its huge body, and its horns emitted a luster as it charged directly at Wang Xian. Humph! Seeing the purple lightning snake charging towards him, Wang Xian snorted softly. He flapped his incipient saint wings and instantly arrived at the side of the purple lightning snake. The dragon claw landed heavily on it. Pfft! The dragon claw landed and tore a huge wound. The energy from the destruction of the 5 elements surged into it. Roar, roar! It let out a painful roar as its snake tail swept towards Wang Xian. The terrifying thunder force seemed to be able to sweep everything away. Crash! Wang Xian's figure flashed once again. He arrived behind the head of the purple lightning snake and slashed his dragon claw once again. Pfft! A large number of wounds appeared once again. Wang Xian's speed made it unable to react in time. Roar! After witnessing Wang Xian's speed, the purple lightning snake revealed a violent look in its eyes. The thunder all over its body exploded. A large-scale thunder attack covered the surrounding area. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Xian instantly left the range of the lightning attack. A smile appeared on his face. In a one-on-one fight, even if the opponent had an innate spiritual treasure, Wang Xian could easily kill the opponent. Speed was his greatest advantage. Roar! Roar! The furious purple lightning snake saw the scene and raised its head to glare at Wang Xian. It was burning with rage. Roar! Roar! The lightning horns on its head condensed into numerous lightning horns and attacked its surroundings without any difference. At the same time, it grabbed towards the innate spiritual treasure. It wanted to force Wang Xian to fight against it. Humph! When Wang Xian saw the scene, his expression turned cold. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around him and the wind and thunder powers were also attached to the Tai Chi dragon coiled. He charged towards the purple lightning snake below. Roar! Seeing that Wang Xian was charging at him, the purple lightning snake stared at him coldly. It grabbed at the innate spiritual treasure and attacked its surroundings with the power of lightning. The lightning horns formed by the lightning bolts shuttled through the space. Bang! 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 Wang Xian had entered the range of its attack and could only block it with energy. The attack of the lightning horns landed on his body, causing his speed to drop drastically. What a cunning fellow! Wang Xian's gaze was gloomy. Roar! Roar! His body shook and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. 9 colored rays of light shot out in all directions. Wang Xian's dragon tail swept across and swept towards the countless lightning horns. Roar! When the purple lightning snake saw Wang Xian's figure, a hint of fear flashed across its eyes. It raised its tail and charged towards the dragon tail. Bang! 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 A terrifying sound of collision rang out. 9-colored dragon pillar. Wang Xian let out a wild roar. 9 dragon pillars of different attributes appeared in the surroundings and attacked the purple lightning snake at the same time. Roar! The purple lightning snake roared and unleashed its ultimate move. A purple snake head phantom with a lightning horn appeared in the sky above it. The purple snake head contained terrifying lightning as it charged towards the 9-colored dragon pillar. Boom! 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 The terrifying collision made the entire space look extremely terrifying. At the side, the 5 elements grinding mill was fighting with 2 peak universe night desolate beasts. It was equally powerful. The energy that was wreaking havoc caused the black clouds in the surroundings to disappear. Crash! Wang Xian looked at the collision of the energy in the sky. He swayed his body and flapped his primolus sacred wings to attack the purple thunder snake instantly. Boom! Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth and a grayish river of annihilation headed toward the purple thunder snake. Roar! The purple lightning snake also opened its mouth and spewed out sparks of lightning. Boom! In terms of attack power, the purple lightning snake, which was also blessed by the innate spiritual treasure level thunder horn, was not afraid of Wang Xian at all.
Crash! Behind him, the power of wind and lightning from the incipient saint wings covered Wang Xian's entire body. His dragon body swayed, and he instantly arrived at the right side of the purple lightning snake. The purple lightning snake hurriedly turned its head and stared at Wang Xian with vigilance in its eyes. Bang!
However, at this moment, Wang Xian's huge dragon tail swept toward the purple lightning snake's body at an even faster and fiercer speed.
Bang! The huge sweeping force caused a large amount of blood to appear on the purple lightning snake's body as it flew to the side. Roar! Roar!
The purple lightning snake's eyes were filled with shock and anger. Roar! Roar!
Wang Xian roared as well. In an instant, he arrived behind the purple lightning snake and clawed at it with his dragon claws. On the lightning horn above the purple lightning snake's head, a lightning symbol met the dragon claw directly.
Boom! The lightning symbol exploded. Wang Xian felt the power and immediately flapped his uninitiated holy wings to get further away.
I'd like to see how long you can last. Wang Xian roared with a cold expression. His dragon body swayed as he charged forward once again. Roar! Roar! The purple lightning snake, which had been suppressed and had a passive defense, stared at Wang Xian. Its eyes were filled with fear. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, its entire body was covered in lightning as it charged towards the innate spiritual treasure. Its huge body turned into a terrifying swimming snake as it unleashed its maximum speed. Competing in speed?
When Wang Xian saw it charging towards the innate spiritual treasure, a mocking look appeared in his eyes.
Crash!
At this moment, Wang Xian's speed was even faster. He extended his dragon claw and grabbed towards the innate spiritual treasure.
I've got it!
Wang Xian's speed was not something that the purple lightning snake could compare to. He extended his dragon claw and grabbed the innate spiritual treasure.
I got it!
Roar! However, at this moment, Wang Xian suddenly felt a terrifying attack coming from behind.
A pitch-black lightning horn drilled into Wang Xian's body.
Bang!
A huge force immediately penetrated Wang Xian's defense. It penetrated through the dragon's scales and caused a large amount of blood to splatter out. You're courting death.
Wang Xian felt an intense pain coming from his body. He immediately turned around.
Hiss!
Hiss! The purple lightning snake stuck out its tongue and let out a cold sound. It flew to the side and its figure became illusory.
You bastard, you're courting death.
Wang Xian stared at the purple lightning snake's disappearing body with a murderous look.
It was obvious that the purple lightning snake was prepared for its final attack. It knows that its speed is not as fast as mine. It rushed over to attack me in preparation. HMH. Does it think that it will be fine after escaping back to its nest? Wang Xian's face was grim as he stared at the spot where the purple lightning snake had disappeared. Chirp, chirp. Roar, roar. At the side, the thundercloud vulture and the thundermale ape let out anxious cries when they saw Wang Xian obtaining the innate spiritual treasure and the purple lightning snake escaping.
They hurriedly flew backward and left in an instant after setting up a defensive line. Wang Xian's gaze swept past them. He ignored them and extended his dragon claws.
Buzz.
The 5 elements grinding mill flew into his hands and entered his body instantly.
Wang Xian's gaze landed on the innate spiritual treasure. It was a bell-shaped innate spiritual treasure. He would only be able to know the specific attack method after refining it. Crack, crack. Wang Xian didn't refine it immediately. Instead, he glanced at the huge wound on his body. A bolt of lightning drilled out from the position of his dragon horn. The bolt of lightning flew in one direction.
Wang Xian returned to his human form and flapped his wings. He immediately followed behind the bolt of lightning. As the bolt of lightning flew, it began to turn illusory slowly.
Wang Xian replenished his energy before it disappeared.
This was called void pursuit.
When Wang Xian was fighting with the purple lightning snake, he had already integrated the void pursuit of the incipient saint wings into his attack. Now, he wanted to use this technique to chase after the purple lightning snake.
The cunning purple lightning snake had thoroughly infuriated Wang Xian.
Even though he knew that he couldn't obtain the innate spiritual treasure, he still managed to trick Wang Xian. He had to pay the price.
Void pursuit wasn't omnipotent. The distance was too far and required constant energy reinforcement. Moreover, once the purple lightning snake removed the wind and thunder force left behind by Wang Xian, it would lose the ability to chase after him. Therefore, Wang Xian did not stay any longer. He chased after the purple lightning snake as fast as he could. He wanted to kill the purple lightning snake. Of course, there was another reason for this. The lightning horn on the head of the purple lightning snake was also an innate spiritual treasure. An innate spiritual treasure was enough for him to make some attempts. I hope that the lair of the purple lightning snake is not in an attack type or recovery type blessed land. As he shuttled through the thunderclouds, Wang Xian was like a terrifying bolt of lightning. The effect of searching for enemies in the void did not disappear, causing Wang Xian's eyes to glow. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian also shuttled through a long distance. For days later, the lightning in front of him suddenly emitted a glow. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and looked ahead. Here we are. Just as Wang Xian expected, this purple thunder snake had its own blessed land. With the strength of a peak universe knight and the possession of an innate spiritual treasure, this guy could definitely occupy a blessed land. In front of them, purple thunder snakes were located in a purple lake. The water in the lake was purple and was formed from a huge amount of thunder energy. There was a hole in the middle of the lake. This should be a paradise that is helpful for cultivation. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The entire Thunder Lake was not very big. It was only a few billion kilometers in size. There were over 10,000 purple thunder snakes in the lake. Most of them were not weaker than a level 3 or 4 universe knight. This was a powerful race of desolate beasts. And that purple lightning snake was the king of the purple lightning snake race. The lair of the purple lightning snake is right here. This time, I want to see where you can escape to. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. He moved his body and flew directly towards the sky above the lightning lake. He came to an extremely high position and avoided the detection of all the purple lightning snakes. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements millstone appeared above him. Boom! In the next moment, the entire 5 elements millstone expanded crazily, covering an area of billions of kilometers. Roar! 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 Wang Xian transformed into his divine dragon form and brought the 5 elements millstone down. Boom! 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 Waves of extremely terrifying energy charged towards the lightning lake. At this moment, all the purple lightning snakes in the lake trembled as they looked at the sky in horror. Roar, roar, roar! Hiss, hiss, hiss! They let out terrified cries. Hiss, hiss, hiss! At this moment, the single-horned purple thundersnake king emerged from the hole in the lake. When it saw the figure of Wang Xian in the sky, its eyes were filled with shock and fury. Why did this creature chase after it? Did it return to its nest in an instant? How did the other party know the location of its nest? Sensing the 5 elements millstone and the might coming from Wang Xian, it was a little anxious. The shadow of the holy dragon. Wang Xian let out a low growl and attacked downwards. Roar! 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 When the purple lightning snake saw Wang Xian attacking it directly, it raised its head. The lightning horn on its head released a terrifying lightning force and charged upwards. Boom! 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 A terrifying collision sound rang out. However, at this moment, the 5 elements grinding mill above them started to form a long river of destruction that swept downwards. Hiss! 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 The other weak purple lightning snakes roared in horror. Faced with the attacks of Wang Xian and their Snake King, they were completely unable to withstand the terrifying aftershocks. In an instant, a large number of purple lightning snakes died. Roar! The purple lightning Snake King sensed this scene and revealed a furious look in his eyes. His body stirred and the surrounding lightning lake water rose up. It condensed into the shape of his body and attacked towards the river of annihilation. During his attack, a large number of purple lightning snakes were affected and died instantly. However, at this moment, the purple lightning Snake King no longer cared about so much. The reason why desolate beasts were desolate beasts was that they only had instincts. They could only hunt, eat, and fight. They did not have much intelligence. Hee hee. I'll kill you today, you beast. Wang Xian's face turned cold when he saw its attack. With the 5 elements grindstone,
He was 100% confident that he could kill an expert at the peak of the Universe Night realm.
Even if the opponent had an innate spiritual treasure.
Towering Dragon Horn.
Wuxia growled. A 9-colored light condensed on the dragon horn and charged downwards.
The purple Thunder Snake King's attack only broke through the 5 elements grindstone's river of obliteration. The 9-colored towering dragon horn instantly landed on the head of the purple Thunder Snake King.
Roar! The purple lightning snake king let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with fear.
He raised his head and the lightning horn went straight for it. Boom! 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 A terrifying collision sounded. A large amount of blood oozed out from his head. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Wuxia had already arrived beside him. He clawed at him with his dragon claws. Whoosh! The purple lightning snake king shook his huge body hurriedly and threw it at Wuxia.
Bang!
Wuxia swept his dragon tail and collided with it. Bang, bang, bang!
The moment it attacked, the 5 elements grinding attacks landed on its body. A large amount of blood splattered from its body and various wounds appeared.
Hiss! Hiss, hiss! The purple lightning snake king's eyes were filled with fear. It shook its huge body and wanted to escape. It knew that it was definitely not a match for Wuxia. In fact, it would be killed soon.
However, it was overthinking if it wanted to escape. Splash!
Wuxia's figure flashed and appeared in front of the purple lightning snake king in an instant. He opened his mouth and spewed out all kinds of energy currents. Buzz! The 5 elements grinding mill also released a series of attacks that completely covered the purple lightning snake king.
Hiss!
Hiss! Hiss! The purple lightning snake king sensed the terrifying attacks around it. Its body trembled and was covered by lightning. The surrounding lake water surged towards it to protect its body.
Bang!
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 However, the powerful attacks still broke through its defense, causing a large number of wounds to appear on its body.
Hiss!
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 The purple lightning snake king cried out. His cold eyes were filled with fear, curled up and cried out to Wuxia. Is this a surrender? Aren't there many desolate beasts that surrender? Wuxia raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the purple lightning snake king shouting nonstop. Desolate beasts were more ferocious than their rationality. They would not beg for mercy even if they died in battle. However, it was obvious that this purple lightning snake king wanted to live.
It was rare, but it was not that strange. Firstly, Wuxia was much stronger than it. The power of the divine dragon coupled with his powerful strength completely suppressed it and made it submit. Secondly, the purple thunder snake king possessed an innate spiritual treasure.
The innate spiritual treasure had a spirit and could open its intelligence. Under the influence of the innate spiritual treasure, it might have gained some rationality.
Submit.
Wuxia's eyes flickered as he stared at the purple thunder snake king. There was a look of hesitation on his face. Speaking of which, Wuxia didn't care too much about its submission. After killing it, the heaven array could be upgraded to the peak of a universe night. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against 3 of them alone.
It might be difficult for the purple thunder snake king to fight against 2 of them alone.
This was under the condition of relying on the innate spiritual treasure.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
At this moment, the purple thunder snake in front of him lowered its head and kept swallowing and spitting. Forget it. Subdue it. Be a mount.
He thought about it and decided in his heart. Boom.
In the lake of thunder, Wuxia's body trembled. A powerful pressure enveloped the purple thunder snake king. Since he wanted to suppress it, he had to tame it completely. Hiss!
Hiss! Hiss! The purple thunder snake king lay on the ground with its head lowered. It didn't take long to tame and suppress it. It was done within half an hour.
Hiss!
Hiss!
The purple lightning snake king was lying in front of Wuxia as it swayed its body. Let's go. Bring me to your lair and see if there are any treasures. Wuxia patted its head and gave an order. Hiss! Hiss! The purple lightning snake king nodded its head and brought it to the entrance of the cave.
He kept the large number of corpses that had died due to their battle. Hiss!
Hiss!
Hiss! Wuxia entered the cave and immediately felt a majestic force of lightning. This was a place that could allow lightning practitioners to improve rapidly. Deep inside the cave, the nest of the purple lightning snake king was inside. Hiss! 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 The purple lightning snake king brought him inside and stuck out its tongue.
There aren't any treasures inside. Wang Xian looked inside and frowned slightly. He communicated with it.
Hiss!
Hiss! The purple thunder snake king shook its head, indicating that all its treasures had been absorbed by it.
This made Wang Xian a little speechless. A king of a race actually didn't have any treasures. Hiss!
Hiss!
At this moment, the purple thunder snake king suddenly stuck out its tongue at him. A message was transmitted into his mind.
It transmitted an image. The image was of the thundermale ape. The thundermale ape was lying on top of a mountain, emitting a powerful aura. Are you saying that you know the lair of the thundermale ape? Wang Xian asked the purple thundersnake king in surprise. The purple thundersnake king nodded and replied immediately.
Oh, bring me there immediately. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. He immediately ordered it.
Hiss! Hiss! The purple lightning snake king immediately responded. It lowered its head and ordered Wang Xian to stand on it.
Wang Xian moved his body and jumped on it.
Roar!
Roar!
It let out a low roar and dashed out quickly. Wang Xian took out the vitality fluid and sprinkled it on its wounds. It healed the wounds on its body quickly.
Hiss!
Hiss!
This made the purple lightning snake king let out a joyous cheer and increased its speed. Wang Xian stood on top of its head and shuttled across the land quickly. When the surrounding dire beasts saw the purple thunder snake king, they immediately hid far away.
Hee hee! To have such a powerful battle pet. It's quite domineering. Wang Xian smiled gently. With a move of his palm, the bell-shaped innate spiritual treasure appeared in his hand. The innate spiritual treasure was also of great use to the current Wang Xian. It could increase his attack power by quite a lot. As the energy was transferred into it, waves of information were transmitted immediately. The bell was called the innate thunder bell. It was a powerful attack numinous treasure. It could release the innate thunder sound, thunder bell explosion, and other powerful attack methods.
To Wang Xian, it was considered a rather powerful weapon.
I'll refine it for the time being. When I have the chance, I'll sell it and exchange it for resources to increase my strength. Wang Xian thought to himself as he stood on top of the purple thundersnake king and began to refine it. The purple thundersnake king brought him along as they shuttled through the thunderclouds. The thundermale ape's lair was not close. They flew for half a month. There was a reason why the purple thundersnake king was much slower than Wang Xian. Hiss! 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 Half a month later, the purple lightning snake king stuck out its tongue at Wang Xian and sent him a message. Are we here?
Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the innate lightning bell in front of him.
He had already refined a portion of the lightning bell. It would take another 1 to 2 months for him to completely refine it. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. Here, there were mountain peaks that were bathed in the lightning. At a glance, the mountain peaks were endless.
Hiss! Hiss!
The purple lightning snake king's gaze was fixed in one direction, transmitting a message. Wang Xian looked in the direction it was looking at, and his dragon eyes flickered.
That mountain peak was obviously very different from the surrounding mountain peaks.
The entire mountain peak was even more purple. Bathed in the lightning, it emitted a purple glow. Wang Xian could vaguely see a huge body lying at the top of the mountain peak.
You can go there later.
Wang Xian's body moved and appeared behind him with the uninitiated holy wings. The 5 elements millstone was suspended in the air. In a flash, he disappeared immediately. Buzz.
In the next moment, he arrived at the spot above the thundermale ape that was lying on the mountain peak.
A healing-type blessed land. Sensing the energy from the mountain peak below, Wang Xian made a judgment in his heart. Dragon eyes lock all corners. In the next moment, without any hesitation, he transformed into a divine dragon instantly. Numerous chains charged towards the thundermale ape. Roar! The moment Wang Xian made his move, the thundermale ape, who was lying on top of the mountain and bathing in the lightning, opened its eyes. With a move of its palm, a lightning pillar appeared in its palm and smashed towards him. Purple Thunder Snake King, make your move!
Wang Xian shouted softly, and the 5-elemental grindstone met the attack of the lightning pillar directly. Bang! The lightning pillar collided with the 5-elemental grindstone and collapsed instantly. The power of the 5-elemental grindstone was still sweeping towards the Thundermale ape. Roar! 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 The Thundermale ape went berserk instantly when he saw this scene. It was as though blood was seeping out from his eyes. Bang! 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 He patted his chest forcefully. It was as though he was beating a drum. Bolts of lightning struck the surroundings. Roar! 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 At this moment, the purple Thunder Snake King rushed over. A huge bolt of lightning shot out from his thunder horn and struck at him. The purple Thunder Snake King wasn't weak. In fact, he could even suppress the Thundermale ape by himself. Under such circumstances, coupled with Wang Xian and the 5 elements grindstone, the Thundermale ape did not have any strength left to resist. 5 elements annihilating Dragon Claw. Wang Xian growled and charged forward. The 5 elements grindstone was accompanied by the roars of the 5 divine dragons. Streams of elemental energy blasted towards it. Roar! 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 When the Thundermale ape saw these attacks, its face was filled with shock and anger. Boom! He waved his arm and a thunder mountain flew over from the surrounding area. He hugged the thunder mountain and smashed it towards Wang Xian and the rest. Bang! Bang! The thunder mountain was extremely sturdy. However, it was still easily shattered into pieces when faced with the attacks from Wang Xian and the rest. Kill him immediately! Wang Xian did not show any mercy and ordered the purple Thunder Snake King. Roar, roar! The purple Thunder Snake King immediately responded. After being subdued, it attacked the Thundermale ape with all its might. Wang Xian and the 5 elements millstones attacks also arrived at the same time. Roar, roar, roar! The Thundermale ape waved its arms again and smashed the thunder mountains towards them. Bang, bang, bang! However, very soon, a continuous stream of energy landed on its body. The Thundermale ape's nest was here, so it could not escape even if it wanted to. The battle against the Thundermale ape was very easy. Roar! 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 The violent Thundermale ape attacked Wang Xian with all its might. Its entire body was drenched in blood. Its eyes were filled with madness as its ferocity was unleashed. Unlike the purple Thunder Snake King's pleas for mercy, its entire body seemed to be boiling as it fought with all its might. Die! Wang Xian let out a low roar as his dragon claws landed heavily on its body. The destructive force caused its body to tremble violently as it slowly fell to the ground. The 5 elements millstone followed closely and suppressed its body, completely destroying it. A Thundermale ape at the peak of the Universe Night Realm was not even a match for the Purple Thunder Snake King in a one-on-one fight, let alone Wang Xian and the rest. This was because the Thundermale ape's nest was here, could not escape and was easily killed. In less than 5 minutes. Let's go to its nest and take a look. Wang Xian scanned the Thundermale ape's corpse and kept it with a wave of his arm. Then, he moved and entered the Thundermale ape's nest. Its nest has quite a number of treasures. There are also a few acquired treasures. Wang Xian's eyes glowed as he entered. There were some 8th or 9th level Universe Night fruits, 3 acquired treasures with lightning attributes, and more than a dozen acquired spiritual treasures. There were many more acquired spiritual treasures in the old dynasty than the Purple Thunder Snake King. Not bad, not bad. The harvest this time is not bad. Wang Xian had a satisfied look on his face. The Thundermale ape's corpse could increase the strength of the heaven array. These divine fruits could also increase Wang Xian's strength by a lot. Moreover, these acquired treasures could be sold in exchange for a lot of resources. It's been almost a year since I came out. I have to go back. Wang Xian packed up the treasures and stood at the top of the mountain peak. He looked at the time and muttered with a smile. He had gained a lot in a year's time. With his powerful strength, it was easier for him to obtain some resources. Buzz buzz. At this moment, his universe intelligence brain trembled. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Lei Jingyun, Lei Yunzi, and the rest. The celebration of the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Race would be held soon. This celebration was a major event for the disciples of the Thunder Race. There were no special circumstances during the celebration of the eldest senior brother of the Thunder race. All the disciples had to be present. At that time, the elders and deacons of the race would also rush over.
Let's go back.
Wuxia looked at the purple Thunder Snake King beside him and waved his arm.
Hiss! Hiss! The purple lightning snake king let out a cry and entered the mother nest. Wuxia's body moved and flew in the direction of the lightning race.
As he flew in the thunderclouds, Wuxia's flight was somewhat unrestrained.
The clan leader, supreme elder, and the rest of the lightning race might not dare to fly in such an unrestrained manner.
10 days later, Wuxia arrived in front of the territory of the lightning race. He lowered his speed to conceal his other attributes.
He reverted back to his status as the eldest senior brother.
However, how would the disciples of the Thunder Ray race know that their eldest senior brother went out this time and subdued a desolate beast at the peak of the universe night level, killing a desolate beast at the peak of the universe night level? If this was known by the Thunder Ray race, the entire race would be in an uproar.
Thinking of this, he smiled and continued to fly in. When he arrived at the teleportation formation, he teleported directly to the mountain peak where the disciples of the lightning race lived. When he returned to the palace, Wuxia informed Lei Jingyun, Lei Yunzi, and the other girls about his return. In the lightning race, he was considered to have a better relationship with these girls. Of course, this was only limited to the few times he interacted with them. 3 more days. He looked at the time of the celebration banquet and laid on the bed to rest. This time, he went out for nearly a year without a day of rest. He habitually slept for a while. Eldest senior brother. 10 hours later, the sound of shouting came from outside. Wuxia opened his eyes and stretched. "Come in," he said and walked into the main hall to prepare some tea. "Eldest senior brother, you are really hard-working in your cultivation. You are already so strong. Yet you still cultivate in seclusion every day." Outside, 4th senior sister, Lei Jingyun, Lei Yunzi, and a few other girls came in. They were all smiling as they spoke to Wuxia. "No, I went to the thunderclouds to train. I just came back. Have a seat."
Wuxia glanced at them and smiled faintly. "Eldest senior brother, your celebration banquet is about to begin. We have helped you arrange it. If there's anything you need, we can help you settle it."
4th senior sister spoke to Wuxia. In the Thunderlight race, the eldest senior brother of each generation would have many disciples who worshipped and followed him. In addition, he had the authority to command the other disciples. The disciples would help him settle the basic matters.
"There's no need for that. You guys can just do as you see fit," Wuxia said nonchalantly. He didn't have much of a change in his identity as the eldest senior brother of the lightning race.
"Oh, right. Do you need me to do anything for the celebration banquet?" he asked. Under normal circumstances, the eldest senior brother would give some pointers to the disciples and impart some cultivation tips. "There's nothing else," 4th senior sister replied. All right. Wuxia nodded his head slightly and looked at the 8 female disciples of the lightning race in front of him. "Your luck is pretty good this time. I've caught a few thundercloud vultures. I'll give one to each of you." As he spoke, he waved his arm and 8 thundercloud vultures appeared in front of him.
Thundercloud vultures?
Eldest senior brother. This. Lei Zhang, Lei Yunzi, and the other girls were stunned and looked at the thundercloud vultures in shock. The 8 thundercloud vultures corresponded to their current levels of cultivation.
There was even a universe night level 7 thundercloud vulture.
They lay there motionless, obviously completely suppressed. They only needed to spend time or ask the elders to help them subdue them. In the heaven-opening primal continent, there was no need for a special beast tamer to tame war pets. That was because they could use their powerful bloodlines and physiques to suppress the beasts.
In the past, the reason why Wuxia could easily tame dire beasts was also due to the divine dragon bloodline. The thundercloud vulture with the combat strength of a universe knight at level 7. Eldest senior brother, you
can actually suppress a beast of such a level. That's amazing. 4th senior sister looked at the thundercloud vulture with a face full of shock. She felt a little incredulous.
To capture a level 7 thundercloud vulture of a universe knight, one would need at least the strength of a level 9 universe knight.
However, eldest senior brother was actually able to suppress it. Eldest senior brother's strength had become amazing again.
Wow, this thundercloud vulture and my strength are just right. Eldest senior brother, you're too good, too good. Lei Jingyun cheered excitedly.
The thundercloud vulture was the mount that she yearned for a long time ago. She didn't expect Wang Xian to give it to her. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Lei Yunzi and the other girls also thanked him excitedly. The thundercloud vulture mount. Tame them and treat them as war pets. Wang Xian looked at their excited expressions and said with a smile. Currently, he had more than 800 thundercloud vultures in his hands.
Among them, there were 12 universe knights with 7th level combat strength and above.
He was not prepared to take out these 12. He was prepared to give the rest to the thundercloud vultures.
This could be considered as repaying the favor of the Thunder Ray tribe. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, did you encounter the nest of the thunder cloud vultures this time?
How did you obtain so many thunder cloud vultures? Furthermore, you even managed to capture the thunder cloud vultures with the attack power of a level 7 universe knight. Fourth senior sister asked with a face full of astonishment. Each of them had given them a thunder cloud vulture with a corresponding strength. This meant that the number of thunder cloud vultures he had captured was definitely more than this. Yeah, I was lucky. I just happened to capture some. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. This is not just luck. There's also your formidable strength, eldest senior brother.
Fourth senior sister sighed slightly. Wang Xian smiled and chatted with them for a while. Before long, the group of girls left.
Let's go and look for the deacons to help us tame the thundercloud vultures.
The 8 female disciples were filled with excitement as they went to look for their elders and deacons to help tame the thundercloud vultures. Wang Xian was in the palace. He took out the universal AI and browsed through it. 2 days passed quickly. This day was a grand occasion for the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe.
The banquet for their new senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe was held today. They were filled with admiration and shock towards this new eldest senior brother. This was also an unprecedented eldest senior brother of their Thunder Ray tribe. In less than 2 years after joining their Thunder Ray tribe in the 20th century, he had defeated their former eldest senior brother and obtained the position of eldest senior brother. Could be said that everyone was shocked. His purebred identity as a divine dragon made him even more powerful and mysterious.
It was located at the leisure area of the Thunder Ray race's disciples. The entire huge venue was set up as a banquet venue.
Countless disciples had gathered here, and some deacons had also rushed over.
Is eldest senior brother Wang Xian really that strong?
He became eldest senior brother not long after joining our Thunder Ray race. Thunder Dragon? This is too enviable. I heard that he is a disciple of the ancestral dragon lineage. Why did he join our Thunder Ray race?
The leader of the ancestral dragon lineage said that the ancestral dragon lineage would not gather unless there was a master disciple. Regardless of whether the ancestral dragon lineage could produce a master or not, it would only be beneficial for us if big senior brother Wang Xian joined us.
I heard that the clan leader values him very much. I wonder when big senior brother will come over.
Countless disciples were discussing in the entire banquet venue.
In the lightning race, not many had seen Wang Xian before. 90% of the disciples had never seen him before.
Many disciples were filled with curiosity and surprise towards their new eldest senior brother.
Whoosh! At the entrance of the banquet, more than 10 figures flew over.
The middle-aged man in the lead raised his head slightly. There was a strong sense of confidence on his face.
Senior brother, you had a breakthrough a few days ago. Do you want to challenge him now to get back at him? From behind the middle-aged man, a middle-aged man said with a slightly heated gaze. No. If it wasn't for him this time around, I wouldn't have been able to achieve a breakthrough. Today I will give him some face. After a period of time, I will challenge him. The middle-aged man was Lei Yuntian, who was defeated by Wang Xian a year ago. He was the eldest senior brother of the previous generation. Compared to the previous time when he was defeated, he was now in high spirits. He was even more confident than before. That was because he had broken through. A year ago, the pressure from Wang Xian and the teachings from the clan leader had allowed him to break through the shackles. Now, he had the combat strength of a level 8 universe knight. With such strength, he could be considered as one of the strongest in the Thunder Ray tribe. Senior brother, you are still merciful. Give him some face. The middle-aged man at the side said with a smile. Senior brother Lei.
Senior brother. Lei Yuntian's arrival attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. When they saw Lei Yuntian, their eyes flickered and they bowed respectfully.
No matter what, although Lei Yuntian had lost, he was still their second senior brother. He was also worthy of their respect.
However, they were a little puzzled. Senior brother Lei Yuntian seemed to be in a good mood.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Not long after Lei Yuntian arrived, the third senior brother of the current lightning race, the former second senior brother, also flew over. It's a pity that I didn't see the last battle between senior brother and eldest senior brother. I didn't expect such a powerful figure to suddenly appear in our lightning race.
Second brother came to Lei Yuntian's side and said with a smile. He is indeed very strong.
Lei Yuntian agreed and didn't tarnish his reputation in the slightest.
Oh?
To be able to make senior brother Lei Yuntian say this, then this new eldest brother is really quite strong.
Second brother raised his eyebrows.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
At this moment, while they were talking, figures arrived one by one. More than 10 elders, led by the first elder, arrived. They hovered around and scanned the group of disciples with smiles on their faces. The first elder and the rest are here. To think that so many elders have arrived.
It seems that the elders have attached great importance to the new eldest senior brother this time around. I heard that after Wang Xian advances to the eldest senior brother, he can choose any treasures in our clan's treasury. The group of disciples saw the elders appearing in front of them and whispered among themselves.
They're here. At this moment, the group of elders who were laughing and chatting in front of them suddenly raised their heads and looked up. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
The chirping sound of the thundercloud vulture was heard and instantly attracted the attention of all the other disciples. That's
Thundercloud vulture. A 7th level universe knight's thundercloud vulture.
What's going on?
4th senior sister Lei Yunzi. Why do they each have a thundercloud vulture? 8 thundercloud vultures? That powerful?
I've never heard of 4th senior sister and the others having thundercloud vultures.
Shocked voices came from the disciples' mouths, and they looked over in shock.
Thundercloud vultures, it could be said that all the disciples and warriors of the entire Thunder race wanted to obtain battle pets the most.
However, they were rare in numbers and possessed great speed and alertness. As a result, there were only a few dozen Thundercloud vultures war pets in the entire Thunderlight race. Now, 4th senior sister and the rest of the 8 of them rode the Thundercloud vultures and came over, causing all the disciples to be extremely shocked. That's eldest senior brother.
Very soon, someone's gaze landed on Wang Xian, who was in the middle and spoke. Most of the disciples' gazes were focused on Wang Xian. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the large number of disciples below. A smile appeared on his face. When he landed at the position of the elders, he cupped his hands.
Elder, he greeted. Let's take a look here. The main character today is you. Say a few words to the disciples.
The great elder looked at Wang Xian with a smile and gestured to him.
Junior brothers, my name is Wang Xian, and I will be your eldest senior brother in the future. Wang Xian stood in front of the group of elders and looked at the position in front of him. Tens of millions of disciples stood there and looked at him as he introduced himself. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Tens of millions of disciples immediately greeted him respectfully when they heard his words.
Eldest senior brother's status was comparable to that of an elder in the lightning race.
In the face of eldest senior brother, none of the disciples dared to be presumptuous. Even if some of the disciples' elders were elders or even clan leaders.
In the lightning race, there was no young clan leader, no clan leader's daughter, and only eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister.
This title represented status and authority.
Yes. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come and look for me.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly.
Senior brother, if you challenge him today, he will be embarrassed.
Surrounded by the crowd below, a few middle-aged men looked at Wang Xian, who was awe-inspiring on the stage, and transmitted their voices to Lei Yuntian.
Lei Yuntian smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Since the other party was highly regarded by the clan leader and the rest, he wouldn't embarrass him too much, especially on such an occasion. Today is my first day as the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe. I will take out some things as a wager. Whoever can get it will be able to take it away. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice continued to ring out. Below him, all the disciples revealed a faint smile as they looked forward to it. Eldest senior brother will take out some pretty good items on his first day. Some disciples thought to themselves, I have some desolate beasts that can be tamed as battle pets. Wang Xian stood on top and said as he waved his arm. Buzz. In an instant, the desolate beasts that were imprisoned in the lightning prison landed at a corner. There were a total of 1,500 cages and each cage contained a desolate beast. However, when Wang Xian waved his hand and the 1,500 cages appeared in the sight of all the disciples, they were slightly stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! Hiss, what's going on? Holy shit! What's going on? Desolate beasts? Thundercloud vultures, why are there so many thundercloud vultures? What the fuck this? There are more than 1,000 desolate beasts, but there are actually more than 1,000 desolate beasts. The number of thundercloud vultures should be around 800, right? Everyone from the lightning race was stunned for a few seconds. In the next moment, they were in an uproar. When they heard what Wang Xian said just now, they thought that their eldest senior brother would take out some pills or something. He would use some acquired spiritual treasures that the disciples could use as a wager. However, he actually took out more than 1,500 desolate beasts. What shocked them the most was that there were more than 800 thundercloud vultures among them. To every disciple, this was no less than an acquired supreme treasure. All the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe knew the value of the thundercloud vultures. More than 800 of them were given directly to the disciples present? This was unbelievable. The group of girls who had received the thundercloud vultures from their fourth senior sister, Lei Yunzi, Lei Zhengyun, and the rest were also stunned. They widened their eyes and looked at Wang Xian in a daze. They were not surprised that Wang Xian still had thundercloud vultures, but this number. There are 20 thundercloud vultures with the combat strength of a universe knight at level 7. At this moment, Lei Zhengyun and the third senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, who were at the forefront, trembled. 20 thundercloud vultures with level 7 battle strength of a universe knight. Was he the one who captured them? To them, it was already Wang Xian's luck to be able to capture a thundercloud vulture with level 7 battle strength of a universe knight. However, there were a total of 20 of them now. If this senior brother tamed all 20 thundercloud vultures into battle pets, wouldn't he be able to fight against a level 8 universe knight? This was secondary. To be able to capture 20 thundercloud vultures, was his strength still at level 7 universe knight? At this moment, Lei Zhengyun was in a slight daze. His expression kept changing. He was extremely discouraged after losing to Wang Xian a year ago. Not long ago, he had achieved a breakthrough and regained his confidence once again. In fact, he no longer placed Wang Xian in his eyes, even though he possessed such strength at such a young age. However, in the Heaven Opening and Desolation continent, a strong person was still a strong person. He would not change just because of his young age. However, now he could not see through Wang Xian's strength. Wang Xian, is this the desolate beast that you captured? In front, Wang Xian looked at the shocked disciples with a smile on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, all of a sudden, the figures of the first elder and the rest came in front of Wang Xian and stared at him with widened eyes. Mem, I'm lucky. I captured some desolate beasts. I don't need them myself. I'm prepared to gift them to the disciples. Wang Xian said directly to him. Huff, lucky? The first elder, second elder, and the rest looked at each other. Was this luck? Even if he was lucky, how could it be so easy to catch so many thundercloud vultures? Luck was only a part of it. More importantly, it was his strength. Could it be? He had obtained the dragon pearl in his clan and received an upgrade? No way. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Gulp. The great elder gulped and forced a smile on his face. Ahem, Wang Xian.
Are you sure you want to give so many desolate beasts to your disciple? Do you know their value? Compared to the thunder feather that you gave me and the treasure that the clan rewarded me with, these desolate beasts are nothing. Since I don't need them, I'll give them to the clan. Wang Xian said with a smile.
It's my Thunder Ray tribe's honor that you have such thoughts.
The first elder was slightly stunned when he heard his words. Soon after, a gratified look appeared on his face. Haha, good. It seems that our Thunder Ray tribe didn't misjudge you. Haha. The second elder couldn't help but pat Wang Xian on the shoulder and laughed out loud. It's all mutual.
Wang Xian shook his head with a smile. If the first elder of the Thunder Ray tribe didn't give him the Lei Yu as a reward, he might directly snatch it from him. At that time, he might even become enemies with the Thunder Ray tribe.
Coupled with the Fire Dragon bead, Wang Xian owed the Thunder Ray tribe quite a lot.
Some things are mutual. Since you have treated me well, I will naturally repay you with my full strength.
The things you took out this time are too precious, especially with so many thundercloud vultures and desolate beasts. This is a treasure to the entire Thunder Ray tribe. A long time ago, our Thunder Ray tribe had wanted to form a thundercloud vultures team, but we have not succeeded. How about this, Wang Xian? Leave the distribution of the thundercloud vultures to the tribe. The disciples of the other desolate beasts who passed the assessment can be rewarded to them. The first elder's gaze swept across the group of thundercloud vultures. He was full of astonishment as he spoke to him.
Thundercloud vultures were a treasure to their Thunder Ray tribe. In particular, more than 800 thundercloud vultures were considered strategic treasures.
They could not bear to give them to the disciples directly. Sure. Wang Xian naturally didn't have any objections to the great elder's words. After all, he was going to gift it to the lightning race. Since the great elder had made such a decision, he wouldn't reject it. All right. Take out the rest of the desolate beasts and reward me. The great elder nodded his head and looked at all the disciples in front of him who had heated eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Today, your eldest senior brother has taken out so many desolate beasts. The Thundercloud Vulture tribe will keep them and form a team of Thundercloud Vultures. At that time, the tribe will undergo an assessment. Those who succeed in the assessment can join and be rewarded with a Thundercloud Vulture mount. As for the rest of the desolate beasts, all the disciples can go to the Lightning Refinement Tower to undergo the assessment. As long as they can reach a certain rank, they will be rewarded with a desolate beast as a battle pet. All of you have to thank eldest senior brother for his generosity. With so many desolate beasts, it is also a huge resource for our Thunder Ray tribe, he said to all the disciples with a smile. It's the great elder.
Thank you, eldest senior brother.
Although the Thundercloud Vulture was arranged by the tribe, the disciples still had a chance to obtain it. As for the rest of the desolate beasts, their chances of obtaining them were even higher.
This caused all the disciples to look at Wang Xian with shock and respect.
Who in the Thunderlight clan could produce so many desolate beasts as mounts for their disciples? Even the elders couldn't do it. However, their eldest senior brother had done it.
Especially that Thundercloud Vulture desolate beast. It could allow their Thunderlight clan to build a strong team of Thundercloud Vultures. There were more than 800 Thundercloud Vultures. After taming them, there would be more and more Thundercloud Vultures in the future. In the future, these Thundercloud Vultures would be able to produce a few thousand of them.
This was not a small improvement for their Thundercloud tribe. Everyone feel free. In the next half a month, I will be staying in the sparring grounds for a month. If anyone has any cultivation problems, you can come and look for me. Wang Xian said. It's eldest senior brother. That's great.
The group of disciples replied excitedly.
Following that, the group of disciples gathered for a meal. There were also some disciples who came up to perform some performances. It was a joyous occasion.
Wang Xian sat with the group of elders as they chatted and ate some food.
After the banquet that lasted for 4 hours, the group of elders waved goodbye to Wang Xian. Next, they had to discuss the matter of the Thundercloud Vulture with the clan leader and the rest. Wang Xian went straight to the place where the group of disciples were competing. He sat in the middle and gave pointers to the disciples on their cultivation problems.
Eldest senior brother is so handsome. No matter what cultivation problems he has, he can't be defeated. He's too amazing.
Yeah, there are even disciples who broke through under his guidance. He's too powerful. Why do I feel that he's even more powerful than my grandfather?
That's right. My great-grandfather is an elder. He guided me once. I feel that he's not as clear as eldest senior brother.
In the surrounding area, a group of Thunder Race disciples were discussing in a low voice. They looked at the figure in the arena with admiration. The eyes of some female disciples lit up. They were burning with passion. We can't find out anything. He should have powerful concealment techniques of the divine dragon race. However, I think that after obtaining the fire dragon bead, his strength should have increased significantly. At this moment, they were in the main hall of the lightning race.
The chief of the lightning race and the elders looked at the scene in front of them and locked onto Wuxia, who was instructing his disciples.
Wuxia took out more than 1,000 desolate beasts and more than 800 thundercloud vultures, which shocked all the experts of the lightning race. Even the chief was extremely curious.
Even he had no chance of obtaining so many thundercloud vultures.
In the thundercloud region, the talent of the thundercloud vultures was not as good as their lightning race. They occupied a powerful grotto heaven-blessed land.
With the protection of the grotto heaven-blessed land, even a peak universe knight could forget about hunting them.
However, Wuxia did it. From the looks of it, this disciple of Wuxia is someone who knows how to repay kindness. The great elder opened his mouth and said with a smile.
The rest of the elders nodded their heads.
I hope he can reach a higher level. The tribe leader also smiled with a look of anticipation in his eyes.
Oh right, there's a large-scale auction in the Divine Thunder City 2 months later. They invited US and many other cities and races to participate. The second great elder is planning to send some items over for auction. Which one of you is going?
The lightning race's patriarch suddenly asked. Oh, let's go. Every auction in the Divine Thunder City will have many treasures. I wonder what treasures there will be this time.
The first elder looked at the 2 elders beside him and said.
The patriarch nodded. Every auction in the Divine Thunder City, in the Thundercloud domain and even in the surroundings, was a very grand event. In the past, there were even innate spiritual treasures in the auction held in the Divine Thunder City. Time passed day by day. Wuxia guided his disciples for a month. A month later, he returned to his palace. He turned on the universal AI to check the situation around him.
Buzz.
Buzz. Buzz.
Not long after, his 4th senior sister, Lei Yunzi, and the rest sent him a message. When he saw this message, he was slightly taken aback.
The auction in the Divine Thunder City?
Wuxia raised his eyebrows.
The messages that the girls sent him asked him if he was going to the auction in the Divine Thunder City. Naturally, he wasn't clear about this auction. After opening the AI to search for it, he raised his eyebrows. The Divine Thunder City was the strongest faction in the Thundercloud domain other than the Thunder Ray race.
Divine Thunder City was a neutral force established by a few Thunder attribute experts. In the Thundercloud domain, there was only one race, the Thunder Lightning race.
However, there were more than 10 cities and Divine Thunder City was the strongest. Divine Thunder City was located at the edge of the Thundercloud domain.
And the most famous place in Divine Thunder City was the Divine Thunder City auction.
As a neutral city, they used their advantage to invite the surrounding races to hold an auction.
Every time there was an auction, many races would come. There were also a lot of items being auctioned.
Every time there was an auction, the lightning race would send their experts over to send items and bid for them. There were also a large number of disciples who went there to see if there were any treasures that they needed. Among them, there were also disciples who liked to join in the fun.
Divine Thunder City auction? Can I eat the connate numinous treasure in my hands?
Wuxia looked at the information of the auction with a contemplative look on his face. If he could eat the innate numinous treasure in this auction, the resources obtained from selling the innate thunder bell would allow him to achieve a breakthrough. Let's go and take a look. Even if I can't eat it, I still have some desolate beasts and some acquired supreme treasures to sell in exchange for some resources. Wuxia made up his mind and replied to them immediately.
After that, he searched for some other information to prepare for his next breakthrough.
Eldest senior brother, it's time for us to set off.
Nearly 2 months later, in front of Wang Xian's palace, the voices of Lei Yun, Zilei, Zheng Yun and the rest rang out. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at the time on the universe's AI. Then he walked out with a smile on his face. Eldest senior brother. The moment Wang Xian walked out, the disciples at the entrance immediately greeted him respectfully. At the entrance, there were not only a few girls but also many disciples from other lightning races. There were more than 20,000 of them. Even the former eldest senior brother Lei Yunhai and the rest were among them. The auction at the Divine Thunder City was a very lively event for the disciples. It was not a big deal for more than 20,000 disciples to go there. There were even some disciples who went there alone or in groups. Okay, let's go. Wang Xian looked at them and nodded his head. Eldest senior brother, we will first arrive at the Heavenly Thunder City through the teleportation formation. After that, we will proceed with the teleportation from the Heavenly Thunder City. After passing through 2 cities, we will be able to reach the Divine Thunder City. Fourth senior sister said. Okay, lead the way. Wang Xian nodded his head and followed beside them. Lei Yuntian looked at Wang Xian with his eyes shining. During the banquet held by his eldest senior brother, he was proud to think that Wang Xian was no match for him after his breakthrough. However, when he saw the large number of desolate beasts, he was stunned. If those desolate beasts were tamed by him into battle pets, he would definitely be no match for them. Now, his confidence in whether he could defeat Wang Xian began to waver again. After all, Wang Xian had hunted too many desolate beasts, and there were too many universe knights at level 7. Lei Yuntian was very doubtful. Could it be that the divine dragon was so strong? Could it be that the disciples of the peak races were so abnormal? At this moment, he was also convinced by Wang Xian. He had initially planned to challenge him for a period of time, but he had dispelled that idea. Buzz buzz. Wang Xian followed them and made a quick transfer through the teleportation formation. After passing through one city after another, they arrived at the Divine Thunder City not long after. Unlike the Divine Thunder City was a city of technology. On the other hand, the Divine Thunder City was a city that was rather mystical. Palaces were located in the surroundings. Some of the palaces were suspended in the air. A huge island was floating in the sky above Divine Thunder City. The purple island was covered by lightning, and it was emitting a powerful aura. It was a blessed land. The elders should have arrived early. Let's walk around here. Whoever has something to do can leave. Lei Yuntian looked around and said to the disciples. All right, senior brother. The disciples immediately replied. Eldest brother, are you going to take a stroll with us, or do you want to do something? The auction will be held the day after tomorrow. If eldest brother has any items to be auctioned, you can wait for a while or you can go to the Hanging Thunder Island to auction them tomorrow. Lei Yuntian turned to look at Wang Xian and said, Let's walk around together first. I will handle some matters tomorrow. Wang Xian said. It was his first time in the Divine Thunder City. He could get a group of disciples to introduce him and show him around. All right, let's walk around then. A group of disciples from the lightning race walked out. That's a disciple from the lightning race. That's true. I heard that the eldest senior brother of the lightning race has been replaced. There are disciples from the ancestral dragon lineage who have joined the lightning race and become the eldest senior brother. Wang Xian and his group of over 10,000 people strolled around the Divine Thunder City and attracted the attention of many people around them. They were discussing in a low voice. The lightning race was the strongest force in the thunder cloud domain. It was also one of the top forces in the vicinity. The group of disciples naturally attracted attention. Eldest senior brother, the Divine Thunder City is very big. It occupies 5 blessed lands. Every time the Divine Thunder City holds an auction, it is very lively. There is one blessed land in the Divine Thunder City that is open to the public. As long as one has the divine flower stones, one can enter and cultivate. Lei Yunzi introduced to Wang Xian as he walked by the side. Do you know how many factions are participating in this auction? Wang Xian asked them. According to the news, all the factions in the Thundercloud domain have arrived. In addition, there will be the Jui Fire Clan, the Great Thunderclap Academy, and the Heaven Receiving Clan. The rest should be gone. Lei Yunzi replied. The Jud Fire Clan, the Great Thunderclap Academy, and the Heaven Receiving Clan were about the same strength as the Thunder Ray Clan.
Wang Xian shook his head slightly. If he wanted to sell the innate Thunder Bell to the four major forces, it would be difficult for him to do so. Only the Great Thunderclap School and the Thunder Ray Race would compete for the Thunder Element innate spiritual treasure. By then, they might not be able to sell it at a good price. It might not be suitable for him to auction it off. I'll sell some other acquired supreme treasures first. After this auction, I'll sell the innate spiritual treasure elsewhere.
Wang Xian was deep in thought as he strolled around with his disciples.
It's the bunch of cowards from the Great Thunderclap Academy.
Not long after, the voices of his second senior brother and the rest came from the side. It's a bunch of guys from the lightning race.
A voice came from the front as well, carrying a hint of mockery and indifference. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he looked over. On the right, a few thousand people were walking over. Wang Xian looked over. A few thousand people were dressed in purple and had a bell on their chest.
All of them were bald. Regardless of gender, there were 9 purple light dots on their heads.
They looked like humans and belonged to the human lineage. The disciples of the lightning race stared at them coldly. They were also staring at Wang Xian and the rest. It was obvious that there was a huge grudge between the two parties. Hey, move aside. We want to go over.
Lei Yuntian walked towards the right at this moment. The disciples immediately followed behind him. Eldest senior brother, our Thunder Ray tribe has a huge grudge with the Great Thunderclap Academy. If the disciples meet each other in the wild, they would usually hunt each other down. The overall strength of the Great Thunderclap Academy is not weaker than ours.
Lei Yunzi introduced to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded and swept his gaze over. Move aside.
Lei Yuntian and the rest walked to the front of the Great Thunderclap Academy and spoke coldly.
Lei Yuntian, are you bullying our eldest senior brother for not being here?
The bald men and women in front of the Great Thunderclap Academy stared at Lei Zhengyun with cold expressions. That's right. Get lost quickly. Lei Yuntian's aura faintly rushed forward. His eyes filled with coldness. You? Good. We'll wait and see. The disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy snorted coldly, making way for him with an embarrassed expression. There were more disciples of the lightning race, so they didn't dare to not make way because Lei Yuntian would suppress them with his aura.
Would this break the rules of the Divine Thunder City? The Divine Thunder City didn't dare to do anything to the disciples of the Thunder Ray race. If they were strong, they would do the same.
Third senior brother. That Lei Yuntian is too arrogant. Arrogant? Humph, his father was still killed by our elder. It won't be long before it's him. In the Divine Thunder City, the experts of the Great Thunderclap Academy watched the disciples of the Thunder Ray race leave with gloomy faces. A few bald men in front of them said with gloomy faces, That's right. Lei Yuntian has never been a match for our eldest senior brother. If our eldest senior brother were here, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. However, I heard that Lei Yuntian is no longer the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race. He is a purebred thunder dragon of the ancestral dragon lineage. A bald man beside him said with a cold smile, That's right. However, the new eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race only has the combat strength of a level 7 universe knight. Our eldest senior brother can easily crush him.
The third senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy said coldly. Wang Xian left with the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe. After strolling around for a few hours and understanding the situation in the Divine Thunder City, he separated from them.
They didn't separate. Instead, Wang Xian, Lei Yun, Zilei, and Lei Zhengyun came to a restaurant. There should be 10 top-notch universe knights in the Great Thunderclap Academy. Our Thunder Ray tribe has a grudge with them for billions of years. Many experts and disciples have died at the hands of the other party. Of course, many of the other party's experts have also died at our hands. However, the strength of both parties has always been relatively balanced and has not been broken. Therefore, there has been a stalemate.
Wang Xian asked a few girls about the Great Thunderclap Academy and they answered truthfully. What was the reason for the conflict with the Great Thunderclap Academy back then?
Wang Xian asked curiously. Eldest senior brother, when our Thunder Ray race was just born, we were not in our current form. The current form was evolved by us. We should be considered as demon beasts back then. The Great Thunderclap Academy was established earlier than our Thunder Ray tribe. They enslaved our tribe members and forced us to be their mounts. Hence, the grudges were settled and continued until now. Lei Yunzi said. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Such a situation was very normal. The strong would enslave the weak, especially the strong human tribe who would enslave demonic beasts. Of course, there were also demon beast races who would devour humans. The hatred between the Thunder Ray race and the Great Thunderclap Academy was a blood feud that lasted for a very, very long time. After that, Wang Xian asked about the situation of the other forces around him, including the situation of the Divine Thunder City. There were 4 peak universe knights in the Divine Thunder City, and they had an offensive paradise. The Thunder Ray race would also give them some face. After chatting and eating some food, Wang Xian bade farewell to the girls a few hours later and flew toward Floating Thunder Island. Floating Thunder Island was a paradise and also the place where the auction was held. Anyone who wanted to bid for it had to go to Floating Thunder Island. Wang Xian landed on it and scanned his surroundings. Floating Thunder Island was very big. There was a huge open-air auction house in the middle of it. In front of the auction house, there was a building that was covered by lightning. That was the interior of the Blessed Land. Wang Xian flew over and his facial expression started to change. Sir, are you here to auction items? Wang Xian came to the front of the building that was covered by lightning. A lady in front of him asked. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. Please come in. The lady gestured to him. After entering, Wang Xian took out 3 acquired supreme treasures and some acquired numinous treasures. All of them were for sale and were a considerable amount of resources. Acquired supreme treasures were considered to be a relatively powerful existence in the Thunder Ray tribe. The auction will begin in 18 hours. You can participate in the auction when the time comes. There are about 20 acquired supreme treasures in our auction. There are also a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures. The lady introduced him enthusiastically and gave him an identity card. With this identity card, he could come and collect the divine stones after the auction. Wang Xian nodded and didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. There were still 18 hours before the auction. Wang Xian strolled around the Hanging Thunder Island before flying down to the Divine Thunder City. He didn't look for Lei Yunzi and the rest for the time being. Instead, he took a look alone. This should be a disciple of the Janya Fire clan. This should be a member of the Sky Connecting clan. Wang Xian strolled around and saw the disciples of the Janya Fire clan and the Sky Connecting clan. The Janya Fire clan didn't look like humans, but the Sky Connecting clan belonged to the wizard lineage. The Divine Thunder City was very grand. Due to the auction, there were many people. Universe Knights could be seen everywhere. Eldest senior brother. Where are you? We are preparing to go to the auction venue. 18 hours passed very quickly. Lei Zhengyun and the rest sent a message. See you in front of the auction venue. Wang Xian replied and flew towards the direction of the Hanging Thunder Island. In the surrounding air, there were also a large number of people flying towards the Hanging Thunder Island. The number of people was densely packed at a glance. Eh? We haven't arrived yet. When Wang Xian arrived at the Hanging Thunder Island, he didn't see any disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe. He raised his eyebrows and waited there. Eldest senior brother, something bad has happened. We have a conflict with the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy. Not long after, Lei Yunzi sent an anxious message to him. Eh? Wang Xian was slightly stunned and frowned slightly. He had a conflict with the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy? In the Divine Thunder City, ordinary conflicts were still acceptable. However, if there was a large-scale conflict, the Thunder Ray race and the Great Thunderclap Academy would still have to be wary. After all, the Divine Thunder City was not weak. Eldest senior brother is in trouble. Senior brother Lei Yuntian was severely injured in a duel with the eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy. Following that, another piece of news was sent. Wang Xian looked at this piece of news. His dragon eyes flickered slightly as he looked down. When he saw a large number of figures gathered, he immediately flew over. The eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy actually defeated Lei Yuntian? Wang Xian mumbled and was slightly surprised. When he was holding the celebration banquet for his eldest senior brother, he could already tell that Lei Yuntian's cultivation had already broken through and was comparable to a level 8 universe knight. He was already very powerful. However, he was defeated by the big senior of the Great Thunder Sound School. It seemed that he was not weak. This, Lei Yuntian of the Thunder Light Race was defeated by the law of the Great Thunder Sound School so easily. This is really unexpected. The big senior of the Great Thunder Sound School is so powerful. Lei Yuntian has already made a breakthrough to level 8 Universe Knight, yet he was still defeated so easily. He is really powerful. He's too powerful. The eldest senior brother Fa Du of the Great Thunderclap School is simply too powerful. When Wang Xian got closer, a shocked discussion could be heard. In front of them, where they were surrounded by a group of powerful disciples, the Thunder Ray Race and the disciples of the Great Thunderclap School were confronting each other. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Thunder Ray Race looked extremely embarrassed. Hoo-hoo! The Thunder Ray Race disciples' breathing was a little hurried. They clenched their fists and stared at the people in front of them with an abnormally ugly expression. In the center, third senior brother and fourth senior sister were holding their chests and spitting out blood. Lei Yuntian's expression was also very ugly. They did not expect that Lei Yuntian had already broken through. They also didn't expect that senior brother Lei Yuntian would be defeated so easily. Senior brother Lei Yuntian's great defeat made their entire lightning race very embarrassed. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Continue to be arrogant? I thought your lightning race's current generation was very powerful. Hehe, it's really getting worse with each generation. It won't be long before your lightning race will be exterminated by us. In front of them, a middle-aged disciple from the Great Thunderclap Academy laughed mockingly. His face was filled with disdain. Lei Yuntian, you really can't do it. If I meet you in the wild, I will definitely kill you. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, in the middle of the Great Thunderclap Academy, a Great Thunderclap Academy senior brother holding a lightning staff said with disdain. He held a 3-meter-tall lightning staff in his hand and wore a lightning windbreaker on his body. His face was handsome, and the 9 spots on his head were shining. He looked mighty and extraordinary. However, his words caused Lei Yuntian to tremble violently, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Don't be too arrogant in your Great Thunderclap Academy. Fourth senior sister glared at them and berated them angrily. Saying this will only show that your Thunderclap race is useless. Hehe, in the future, when your Thunderclap race disciples see our Great Thunderclap Academy disciples, if you know what's good for you, immediately scram. Otherwise, we will still step on your faces. The Great Thunderclap Academy's eldest senior brother said mockingly. Damn it. Fadu, this fellow is too arrogant. He was nurtured by the Great Thunderclap Academy with a large number of treasures. What's there to be arrogant about? The group of Thunder Ray disciples growled in a low voice, unwilling to give up. Whoosh! Are you all right? At this moment, Wang Xian, who had already arrived, flew over. He took a look at Lei Yuntian and asked, Eldest senior brother. I'm fine. Lei Yuntian shook his head when he saw Wang Xian appearing. His face was a little pale. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. When the disciples of the lightning race saw Wang Xian appearing, they greeted him one by one. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. Yes. At the opposite location, the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy raised their eyebrows slightly when they saw Wang Xian suddenly appearing and heard how the disciples of the lightning race addressed him. Their gazes landed on Wang Xian. Eh? Is that the eldest senior brother of the lightning race? The eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe has appeared? I heard that this eldest senior brother of theirs is very young and is a purebred divine dragon. It is rumored that he is from the ancestral dragon lineage. I wonder if that is true. At this moment, there were more than 10 million people who were watching from the surroundings. They were all the strong disciples of the Jud Fire tribe and the Sky Connecting tribe. When they saw Wang Xian's sudden appearance, all of them were discussing in hushed voices. They had also heard some information about the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe. The eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe is here. Is he going to compete with the eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy? It's very possible. After all, the Thunder Ray tribe has lost a lot of face just now. It will be interesting to see the eldest senior brother of the two major forces spar. But I heard that the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe only has the combat strength of a Universe Knight at level 7? Some people continued to speculate as their eyes flickered.
The eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Xian with a smile.
Both of them were enemies. Those who knew their opponents the best were usually their opponents. The Great Thunderclap Academy was very familiar with the Thunder Ray race. He was also very familiar with the matters of the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race. He knew clearly that when Lei Yuntian was competing with the current eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, Lei Yuntian had yet to break through.
And this senior brother of the Thunder race was at the level of a level 7 Universe Knight at that time.
Now, his combat strength might still be at the level 7 Universe Knight level, and he might not be as strong as Lei Yuntian. He didn't put this senior brother of the Thunder race in his eyes at all.
What ancestral dragon?
What purebred godly dragon? If his combat strength wasn't good enough, it wasn't good enough. The eldest senior brother of the Lightning race is here. Do you want to take revenge? I, will accompany you to the end. If you don't dare, then quickly tuck your tail between your legs and scram far away. In the future, when you see a disciple of the Great Thunderclap Academy, be more obedient. Tuck your tail between your legs and don't bark. As the eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ha! Eldest senior brother. Just this eldest senior brother of the Lightning race dares to spar with you. Eldest senior brother. You can crush him with one hand. Ha! That's right. Such trash. Eldest senior brother. You can kill him in one move.
A few middle-aged disciples beside Fadu laughed and mocked him.
Their voices were abnormally ear-piercing, causing the disciples of the Thunder Ray race to be filled with anger. At this moment, they were feeling extremely aggrieved. They did not have much confidence in eldest senior brother challenging Fadu. Even if senior brother Lei Yuntian had broken through, he was still not his opponent. Although Wang Xian had hunted many desolate beasts, he had just broken through not long ago. No matter how strong he would be the same as Lei Yuntian. He might still lose if he were to compete with his opponent.
When Wang Xian heard the words of the Great Thunderclap Academy's disciples, he narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his body around. He looked at them.
Do you want to spar with me? When the Great Thunderclap Academy's eldest senior brother saw Wang Xian looking over, he raised his head slightly in a provocative manner and said with a smile. He really hoped that the other party would make a move. If that was the case, he would be able to humiliate the Lightning race once again. After all, the eldest senior brother of the Lightning race was this young man in front of him.
All right.
Wang Xian heard his words and said calmly, Eldest senior brother. He is very strong.
When Lei Yuntian heard Wang Xian's reply, his expression changed slightly as he hurriedly reminded him.
Eldest senior brother. Don't be rash.
The group of Thunder Ray disciples' expressions changed slightly as well. They shouted softly with a hint of worry and reminder.
Ha, all right. Then let me see the strength of eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race. I wonder if he can withstand 2 moves from me.
When Fadu heard Wang Xian's words, he laughed out loud. The aura on his body trembled slightly. He opened his mouth and revealed a cold expression in his eyes.
He wanted to humiliate the other party properly.
The eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race is going against the eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy. This is going to be interesting.
I wonder who will win this time. This is a matter of face.
The strong disciples from the surrounding factions revealed an excited expression as they stared at him intently.
Whoosh! I'm going to make my move. At this moment, Wang Xian started to move. As he spoke coldly, his speed suddenly increased. At the same time, waves of grayish energy surrounded his entire body. The uninitiated holy wings also appeared behind him.
HMPH, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy later.
Fadu snorted softly as he raised his lightning staff slowly. Crack, crack.
However, at this moment, Wang Xian's figure disappeared instantly. Bang! The next moment, his foot landed heavily on the face of the eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy, Fadu. Bang!
The sound of intense collisions rang out. The moment Wang Xian made his move, there were only a few people who could see Wang Xian's figure. Among the surrounding onlookers, there were only a few top-notch experts.
Wang Xian's strange speed and the gray energy surrounding his body caused him to arrive in front of Fadu in an instant. This time he used the power of the 5 elements.
The power of the 5 elements and the thunder attribute. Even though the other 3 attributes were still suppressed, Wang Xian's strength could still kill a level 8 Universe Knight in an instant.
Especially when it came to speed, Fdu didn't even have time to react.
Boom! Wang Xian's foot landed on Fdu's face and stomped down heavily. A lightning shield was formed at the spot below, causing his head to smash onto the lightning shield.
The tremendous force caused his head to start to distort. His face was no longer human-like as he spat out a large amount of blood. He was killed in one move. Boom!
At this moment, everyone around was stunned. They looked at this sudden scene in astonishment.
In just an instant, many people didn't see what was happening clearly. The result was this scene in front of them. The eldest senior brother of Great Thunder Sound College was killed in one move and stepped into the void space, unable to resist at all. This was simply terrifying and unbelievable. How is this possible? All the disciples of Great Thunder Sound College were shocked when they saw the scene, and their faces were full of disbelief.
How was this possible?
Their eldest senior brother, who had the combat power of a Universe Knight at level 8, was actually defeated in one move? What kind of strength was his opponent? Let go of our eldest senior brother. Let go of our eldest senior brother. A female disciple of the Great Thunderclap School shouted loudly with a face full of shock. Didn't you want me to kneel down and beg for mercy?
Didn't you say that you wanted to see if I could withstand 2 moves?
What?
The eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap School is actually such a trash?
It seems that your faction is also trash.
Wang Xian stepped on Fadu's face with his foot. His face was filled with mockery. Provoking him? This Fadu was really tired of living. Not to mention him, even the strongest person of the Great Thunderclap Academy dared to be impudent in front of Wang Xian. If he really angered Wang Xian, he would be able to kill him.
Ah! A painful scream came out of Fadu's mouth. Cold sweat and blood mixed together, and his face was filled with fear. He was actually killed instantly. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist.
What exactly was the strength of this eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race? Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is so strong. At the back, all the disciples of the Thunder Ray race trembled as they stared with their eyes wide open.
They opened their mouths slightly and were also extremely shocked.
Wang Xian's strength was too terrifying. They knew clearly that their eldest senior brother had the combat strength of a level 7 Universe Knight more than a year ago. Now, he actually had the ability to instantly kill a Dharmaraja.
Could it be that eldest senior brother had hidden his strength in the past?
They thought to themselves.
So strong. When the surrounding disciples of the various forces saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air and were filled with shock.
Just now, how strong was this senior brother of the Thunder Ray race? He was definitely above level 8 of a Universe Knight.
Level 9 of a Universe Knight?
If this was placed in the Open Heaven Primal Continent, he would be considered a strong individual. If placed in the Thunder Ray race and the Great Thunderclap Academy, he would be considered an elder. How could he be considered a disciple with such strength? Gulp.
They gulped and looked at Wang Xian with a hint of respect. Let go of our eldest senior brother. Let go of him quickly. Do you Lightning Race want to start a war with our Great Thunderclap Academy? The disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy heard their eldest senior brother's miserable cry and saw his miserable look. They shouted loudly.
Don't worry. I can kill this kind of trash easily.
Wang Xian looked at the group of disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy who had ugly expressions and smiled disdainfully.
He stretched out his leg and kicked them hard on their bodies, sending them to the front.
Eldest senior brother. The group of disciples of the Great Thunderclap School hurriedly helped Fadu up. Their expressions were extremely embarrassed.
Compared to the expressions of the disciples of the Lightning Race, they were even more embarrassed. There was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Wang Xian. The auction is about to start. Let's go. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and smiled faintly. Then, he said to the disciples of the lightning race behind him, "It's eldest senior brother."
Eldest senior brother, you are simply too amazing.
Haha. Eldest senior brother is so strong. He easily defeated a bunch of trash from the Great Thunderclap Academy. The disciples of the lightning race reacted and shouted excitedly. Exhale, exhale, exhale. The grievance just now because of Wang Xian's attack completely disappeared. Big brother to big brother. Their senior brother Wang Xian crushed the other easily. Who's the trash? Who's a loser?
How dare you shout in front of them?
One by one, the disciples laughed and looked mockingly at all the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy. A reversal of the poles, that's all. Get lost.
Wang Xian and the rest flew forward and spoke directly to the disciples of the Great Thunderclap School who were blocking their way.
When all the disciples of the Great Thunderclap School heard that, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately opened up a path in frustration. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. This generation of the Great Thunderclap School is really useless. They can't even withstand a single move from us disciples of the Thunder Ray race. At this moment, hundreds of figures were floating in the sky above the floating Thunder Island.
The first elder and the second supreme elder of the Thunder Ray race were laughing loudly. They had seen clearly what had happened to the disciples just now. Humph, Lei Shanqing, don't be too arrogant. Those people might not be disciples of your Thunder Ray race.
In front of them, a few bald old men and old women were floating in the sky with gloomy faces as they said coldly, "Haha, you don't have to worry about whether they are the disciples of our Thunder Ray tribe. However, it's enough that they will stand on our side and torture you."
The second supreme elder of the Thunder Ray tribe laughed heartily. When Lei Yutian was defeated just now, their expressions were the same as those of the Great Thunderclap Academy.
However, it was fortunate that Wang Xian appeared in time. Although they were equally shocked by Wang Xian's strength, they didn't have the time to question him at this moment. In any case, it felt great.
Wang Xian dared to make a move and offend the Great Thunderclap Academy in such a manner. That was enough. Humph.
The group of experts from the Great Thunderclap Academy turned around and left with gloomy expressions. They flew towards the auction venue.
Their bodies were filled with cold killing intent.
Soon, they won't be able to laugh anymore. The deputy headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy, who was in the lead, sent a sinister voice transmission. The eyes of the experts of the Great Thunderclap Academy flickered, and their killing intent was fierce. Hee hee. Congratulations to the Thunder Ray tribe for recruiting such an outstanding disciple. At the back, the experts of the 9 Karma Fire tribe and some experts from the cities congratulated the second supreme elder of the Thunder Ray tribe and the others.
Haha, you're too polite. Everyone, let's go downstairs. It's about to begin. The second supreme elder and the others responded with laughter. They were in a great mood.
Whoosh, whoosh,
whoosh. Please take a seat, eldest senior brother. Before the auction on Hanging Thunder Island, Wang Xian and a group of disciples from the lightning race flew over. When they saw the second supreme elder and the rest from the lightning race, they immediately sat at the back.
The group of disciples made Wang Xian sit at the front respectfully. Hee, Wang Xian, well done.
In front, the second supreme elder, first elder, and the rest looked over and nodded at him with a smile on their faces. Wang Xian smiled and nodded back at them. The eyes of the second supreme elder and the rest flickered slightly. They were also full of thoughts. They felt that they couldn't see through this disciple who had joined their lightning race.
At his current age, he already possessed such terrifying strength. He had unlimited potential in the future.
Is that the new eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, a purebred thunder dragon?
To possess such terrifying strength at such a young age, he must have obtained a great opportunity. He's too strong. Has his strength reached level 9 Universe Knight?
At the surrounding area, a group of strong disciples from various factions looked over when they saw Wang Xian and the rest flying over.
Everyone had already received the news of the conflict between the Thunder Ray race and the Great Thunderclap Academy.
Many of the strong ones also witnessed this scene.
They sized up Wang Xian up close. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Their strength and talent left them in shock. Humph! At the side, The strong ones and disciples from the Great Thunderclap Academy glanced at Wang Xian in a shady manner and snorted softly. Hee hee, welcome to the auction in the Divine Thunder City. Thank you for your support. The auction will begin immediately. Not long after, the auction officially began. Wang Xian sat at the bottom and watched quietly. The auction in the Divine Thunder City was relatively grand for all the factions. There were quite a number of treasures.
However, it didn't attract Wang Xian much. Throughout the entire auction, there weren't any treasures that could attract him.
This made him slightly disappointed. The auction in the Divine Thunder City was still a little low-level for a powerhouse like Wang Xian. The auction lasted for more than 10 hours. All the items were auctioned off. After Wang Xian obtained the resources he obtained from the auction, he didn't stay in the Divine Thunder City.
Eldest senior brother, what are your next actions?
Following the group of female disciples back to the lightning race, Lei Jingyun, Lei Yunzi and the rest asked.
I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in a few months.
Wang Xian said to them.
Where are you going, eldest senior brother? The group of female disciples asked curiously.
I'm going to Juri City. Wang Xian didn't hide anything and said directly. Juri City. Eldest senior brother, are you going to Juri City?
It's very far.
Lei Yunzi and the rest said in surprise. Yes. There's something that I have to do. Wang Xian nodded his head.
All right then, we won't bother eldest senior brother.
The group of girls nodded their heads.
Yes, I'll head there immediately. I'll be back as soon as possible.
Wang Xian said as he waved his hand at them and left through the teleportation formation. Eldest senior brother, be careful, the group of female disciples said.
Where's your eldest senior brother?
Not long after Wang Xian left, the figure of the great elder appeared on the mountain peak where the disciples lived. He did not sense Wang Xian and happened to see the group of female disciples. He asked,
First elder, eldest senior brother has just left and is heading to Nine Sun City. He will be back in a few months. The group of female disciples replied immediately.
Oh, Nine Sun City. First elder raised his eyebrows, nodded his head, and left. Clan leader, grand elder, Wang Xian's disciple has just left and is heading to Nine Sun City. He will be back in a few months. The Grand Elder came to the main hall of the Thunder Ray Race and reported to the clan leader and a few Grand Elders. Oh, let's meet him when he comes back. Hee hee. I wonder if his strength has already reached the level 9 combat strength of a Universe Knight. The clan leader and the Grand Elders originally wanted to meet Wang Xian. Now that he had left, they could only wait for him to return before meeting him again. In terms of combat strength, he is 100% able to fight against a Universe Knight level 9 powerhouse. It seems that the Fire Dragon Pearl has improved him a lot.
The second Supreme Elder spoke.
He must have hidden some secrets in the past. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve so quickly.
One of the Supreme Elders guessed.
The clan leader nodded in agreement.
Greetings, clan leader, clan leader. We have discovered that there are signs of the birth of a treasure in the eastern part of the Thundercloud domain. The energy is extremely terrifying. It is definitely a powerful treasure. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew over in a panic and reported loudly.
Eh?
The eyes of the clan leader and the rest of the Thunderlight clan lit up.
It should be able to make a move on the innate spiritual treasure in Nine Sun City.
At this moment, Wang Xian flew out from a city. He looked at the map and flew into the distance.
Nine Sun City was the nearest big city that Wang Xian found after researching for the past few days. The so-called big city that he mentioned was a city that could digest innate spiritual treasures.
Nine Sun City was a city at the edge of the Divine Tiger Clan.
The Divine Tiger Clan was one of the top races in the universe. The Tiger Clan might only be a famous animal on Earth, but in the universe, the Divine Tiger Clan was indeed very powerful. There were many types of the Divine Tiger Clan. In general, they could be divided into two royal clans. One of the royal clans was good at fighting while the other was good at speed.
None of the top races were weak. Their terror was enough to suffocate the other races.
Nine Sun City was only a peripheral city of the godly tiger race. It was very big, and it was possible to occasionally encounter great beings of the godly tiger race.
Besides, the city leader of Nine Sun City was a great being at the pinnacle level of a universe knight.
It was rumored that he was a great being of the godly tiger race who had been expelled from the race for committing crimes.
This also meant that he possessed the combat strength of a level 3 universe overlord.
Due to the presence of experts, Nine Sun City quickly became prosperous and formed a large-scale trading market.
Around Nine Sun City, there were a few forces that possessed the combat strength of a universe overlord. This also caused the occasional appearance of innate spiritual treasures in this large-scale city.
Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem to sell the innate spiritual treasures. Furthermore, there was another reason why Wang Xian chose Nine Sun City. In the Divine Tiger Clan, the royal clan that specialized in speed had the wind and thunder attributes as their main attributes. Wang Xian's innate thunder bell was extremely useful to the thunder attribute experts. He was trying to see if he could attract some experts from the Divine Tiger Clan over. That way, he would be able to sell it for a good price. Wang Xian was thinking as he flew at an extremely fast speed.
He needed to go to another city to carry out the teleportation.
The teleportation formation was not connected to each other within the heaven-opening primeval era. I should be able to reach it in 2 months.
Wang Xian looked at the route and muttered. Nine Sun City was not too far away from the Thundercloud domain. 2 months was not a long time to fly and teleport. However, it would take Wang Xian around half a year to make a round trip.
Flying in the air, Wang Xian was very fast. When he was outside, there was nothing to hide his strength. Moreover, he had also displayed some of his formidable strength in the Divine Thunder City.
Now, the Thunder Ray race should be guessing his specific strength.
If I can successfully use the innate spiritual treasure this time, I will have the combat strength of a level 1 universe dominator.
Wang Xian muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The journey was a little boring. He didn't delay anything midway and rushed at full speed. I'm almost there. 2 months later, Wang Xian arrived in front of a city's teleportation formation and stepped into it directly.
Through the teleportation formation, he was about to reach Nine Sun City.
Buzz!
The scene in front of him changed drastically. The scene in Wang Xian's vision changed drastically. In a huge stone square, warm sunlight shone down. The entire space was much brighter than the other areas.
He squinted his eyes and looked up.
9 scarlet suns were suspended in the air, and they were lined up in a row, emitting warm light. Each scarlet sun was incomparably huge. These 9 scarlet suns each represented a paradise. The origin of Nine Sun City also came from these 9 scarlet suns. The entire Nine Sun City was slightly huge, like a giant city. Any building was over 10,000 meters tall. Standing here, it looked extremely tiny.
Wang Xian could see the huge giants in front of him.
The mountaintop giants seemed to be a strong race around here.
Wang Xian mumbled. The mountaintop giants were much stronger than the Thunder Ray race.
He moved his body and flew forward. Soon, he arrived at a trading market. The trading market was a piece of information that Wang Xian had found on the universe's AI in advance. This was the only trading place in Jiang City. All kinds of treasures, pills, battle pets, and other items were sold.
From the lowest grade open-air stalls to large-scale shops, there were all kinds.
Rent a stall. Stalls could be rented. There were at least a few million stalls in the entire setup area. There were at least tens of millions of people in the entire setup area. If one was lucky enough to encounter treasures in such a stall, he would be able to make a profit. Of course, the chances of that happening were very slim. To be able to cultivate to such a level, one must have good eyesight. Wang Xian came to a room in the management stall and entered it to rent a stall. That's right, Wang Xian wanted to set up a stall for sale.
He was not familiar with Jiri City. There were 2 ways to sell innate spiritual treasures. One was to sell it himself and the other was to auction it off for the auction house. It was easy to sell it himself. Set up a stall. However, there were usually nothing good in a stall.
In fact, Wang Xian was more inclined to auction it at an auction house. However, there were no auctions in Jiri City recently. He didn't want to wait here for too long, so he decided to set up a stall to sell it.
Yes, sir. This is your stall number. The staff member gave him a number plate. He looked at it and walked towards the stall. He came to the front of the stall and placed the number plate there. A stall covered in energy was opened. Wang Xian entered and took out the innate thunderbell.
With a wave of his finger, Wang Xian wrote a few words in front of him.
Innate spiritual treasure. Sell it if the price is right.
After writing the words, he sat cross-legged and waited quietly.
Fuck.
However, when Wang Xian took out the innate spiritual treasure, he immediately attracted the attention of a stall owner. He widened his eyes and stared at the innate thunder bell in disbelief. Fuck, 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 fuck. An innate spiritual treasure. He actually set up a stall to sell an innate spiritual treasure. After confirming it, he growled in a low voice with a face full of shock.
Wang Xian glanced at the middle-aged man at the side and smiled faintly. He sat there and waited quietly.
What a powerful force. What kind of treasure is this?
Hiss, this pressure is definitely a powerful treasure. Is it real? Did an expert take out his weapon or did someone sell a powerful treasure? What a powerful thunder wave over there.
The position of the innate spiritual treasure could change the weather and color of the world. Wang Xian took out the innate thunder bell. Waves of powerful thunder force spread out in the surroundings. This force immediately attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. They immediately looked over and their faces were filled with shock.
Innate numinous treasure, selling it when the price is right? Oh my god, selling an innate numinous treasure, this. Tsuke setting up a stall to sell an innate numinous treasure. Damn, this
is too crazy, isn't it?
Very soon a large number of people gathered in front of Wang Xian's stall.
All of them widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. Connate numinous treasures were a treasure of such a level. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the universe night level would find it hard to possess it.
Only a tribe leader or a pillar of a tribe could possess such a treasure. Such a treasure was the weapon of a powerhouse at the level of the universe master.
In Nine Sun City, such a treasure would only appear in an auction house. Furthermore, not every auction would have connate numinous treasures. Yet, someone actually set up a stall to sell this. This was too ferocious. More and more people gathered around and there were more and more discussions. In less than a few minutes, the surroundings had been blocked. Furthermore, more and more people rushed over and looked in their direction in shock. Wang Xian sat there quietly without any fluctuation. He wasn't afraid of anyone snatching this innate spiritual treasure. In Nine Sun City, there were strong people guarding it. No one dared to rob it in public. Furthermore, with Wang Xian's current strength, he wasn't afraid unless it was an expert with the combat strength of a master of the universe. There are quite a number of thunder-attributed innate spiritual treasures here, especially those from the divine tiger clan.
As time passed, the news of someone setting up a stall to sell innate spiritual treasures quickly spread throughout the entire Nine Sun City. Some of the experts rushed over upon hearing the news.
As they felt the power of this innate spiritual treasure, their eyes flickered. Some disciples from various factions immediately passed the news to the experts from their clans.
5 days passed very quickly. During these 5 days, the surroundings of Wang Xian's stall were crowded. However, no one came to inquire about it.
This was because everyone knew that an innate spiritual treasure was not something that an ordinary powerhouse could buy. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the universe night level could not afford an innate spiritual treasure. Roar! On the 6th day, low roars were heard.
Eh? When the powerhouse disciples around Wang Xian's stall heard this voice, they were slightly shocked.
It's the strong men of the divine tiger clan. The powerhouses of the godly tiger race have attracted the powerhouses of the godly tiger race. Hiss, the temptation of the innate spiritual treasure is really great. Even the powerhouses of the godly tiger race are attracted here. After all, it is an innate spiritual treasure. It would be a treasure even if it was placed in the top races. When the powerhouses of the godly tiger race arrived, everyone around immediately looked over. Their eyes were filled with reverence. The divine tiger clan was one of the top existences in the universe. Wang Xian heard the sounds around him and looked over. His eyes sparkled.
In his line of sight, more than 10 figures in the form of divine tigers flew over. Lightning flashed on their bodies. They were not burly but rather slender.
They looked more like large cats. On their foreheads, there was the word Wang.
Their fur was long and they looked like cute and beautiful pets. However, no one in the universe could underestimate them.
Speed-type godly tigers. They were definitely royalty. A universe knight with level 8 combat strength, and a universe knight with level 9 combat strength.
Wang Xian looked at the dozen of them and thought to himself. He was slightly disappointed.
There were no experts from the godly tigers coming over.
Boom!
More than 10 godly tigers flew over and transformed into human forms.
At the front of the stall, the experts immediately made way.
There were more than 10 divine tigers, both male and female. They were all middle-aged. Even among the peak races, those who could reach the level of a universe knight, level 8 or level 9, were not too young.
The strength and potential that Wang Xian had displayed in the Thunder Ray race was considered to be at the peak among the peak races.
It was already not bad for a race to have one or two. It is indeed an innate spiritual treasure. More than a dozen experts from the divine tiger race arrived. Their eyes landed on the innate thunder bell, and there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. They were also extremely envious of such a treasure.
How many divine stones are we selling this innate spiritual treasure for?
A middle-aged man from the divine tiger race asked.
This is an offensive innate spiritual treasure. It's the normal price of an innate spiritual treasure.
Wang Xian heard them asking about the price and said faintly. Wang Xian had already understood the price of an innate spiritual treasure. This time he did not seek to sell it at a high price. He only wanted to sell it at the price of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure.
This price was enough for him to achieve a breakthrough in his strength. Brotherine, even if all of us pooled our money together, we wouldn't be able to afford it. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, a middle-aged man from the Divine Tiger clan shook his head. The middle-aged man who was called Brother Yin frowned slightly.
This stall owner, you should be a thunder attribute cultivator, right? I can invite you to enter Roaring Tiger Cliff to cultivate for 10,000 years. Can you sell this innate spiritual treasure cheaply?
The middle-aged man from the Godly Tiger clan asked.
Roaring Tiger Cliff? It's a cultivation treasure land for the Godly Tiger clan. This is a paradise for the members of the Godly Tiger clan to cultivate in.
Hiss, 10,000 years of cultivation time for Roaring Tiger Cliff?
This. All the strong disciples around were slightly shocked when they heard the words of the middle-aged man from the Godly Tiger clan.
No, I only want to exchange for resources.
Wang Xian shook his head. The aura on his body was slightly released. Buzz. Ha!
Sensing the aura that Wang Xian suddenly released, the members of the Divine Tiger clan were slightly shocked. Their faces were filled with astonishment.
A powerhouse at the peak of the universe knight level.
Some of the surrounding powerhouses also sensed it instantly. Their hearts were filled with awe.
A powerhouse at the peak of the universe knight level. With such strength, he would be a pillar of support among the high-level races in the universe. No wonder he was able to obtain an innate spiritual treasure. Forget it then. The middle-aged man from the Godly Tiger clan shook his head in disappointment. He looked at his companions and said, I can't afford it. I'll inform some of the elders and those who have the resources to see if they will buy it. Okay.
The powerhouse from the Godly Tiger clan nodded his head. The dozen or so members of the Godly Tiger clan did not stay for long. After a brief look, they left immediately. When Wang Xian saw them leaving, he let down his guard a little.
He was really afraid that the experts of the Divine Tiger clan would be prepared to buy and sell by force.
If that was the case, he could only change to another place.
Time passed day by day. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye.
Wang Xian was not in a hurry. He sat there quietly and waited.
The news of him setting up a stall here to sell innate spiritual treasures had basically reached the ears of the experts from the major forces.
From the words of the powerhouses from the various races and factions around him, he also learned that some powerhouses were coming over.
Whoosh!
At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a figure with a powerful aura flying over. He narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his head to look ahead.
An old man who was purple in color and had a pair of purple tentacles landed in front of him. Wang Xian could feel an energy that made his heart palpitate from his body.
It was stronger than him.
The old man took a look at Wang Xian and his gaze landed on the innate lightning bell. He did not bother to hide his excitement. I want this innate numinous treasure, the old man said.
Sell it if the price is right.
Wang Xian said faintly.
All right.
The old man nodded. With a move of his palm, an interspatial ring appeared in his hand. This innate spiritual treasure. I want it too. At this moment, a sudden voice was heard, causing the old man to be slightly stunned. Some of the surrounding strong disciples were looking at the old man in astonishment. This sudden voice also caused them to be extremely stunned. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of walking was heard along with the sound of the ringing of the bell. Wang Xian looked over and was slightly stunned. Then, his gaze landed on the figure.
It was a girl. She was barefooted and had a bell tied to her feet.
The sound of walking could be heard.
There was a purple word king on the forehead of the girl. Her purple pupils had a pair of exceptionally eye-catching tiger teeth. There were 3 purple lines on her 2 small faces. She looked like a character from an anime. Behind the girl, there were more than 10 middle-aged youths and even 2 old men.
Ha!
This girl is.
The surrounding people looked at this girl with surprise in their eyes. Their expressions changed slightly.
The word Wang on her forehead should be a disciple of the divine tiger clan.
Wang Xian looked at the girl and his gaze landed on the bell on her ankle once again. This was an innate spiritual treasure. Although it didn't erupt with power, he could sense it.
The purple-skinned old man's expression changed slightly when he saw the group of girls. Miss, let's get it for the highest bidder.
He opened his mouth and said to the girl, no problem. The innate spiritual treasure belongs to whoever has the highest price. Give me your highest price first. I'm a little higher than you anyway.
The girl looked at the old man and said with a chuckle. The old man was stunned. He pursed his lips and shook his head. Then he took out 3 acquired supreme treasures and handed the space ring in his hand to the girl.
These treasures, together with the 3 acquired supreme treasures in my hand, are my highest price. If this girl has a higher price than me, then this innate numinous treasure belongs to you.
Hee.
The old lady handed over the interspatial ring and checked it. She smiled and said, My bid is higher than yours. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Xian.
10 level 1 universe dominator fruits, 1 level 2 universe dominator fruit, 5 acquired supreme treasures, and 1 unit of warm thunder liquid. How about it?
The girl took out one item after another from her space ring and floated in front of her, saying with a smile, Oh my God!
This resource is too terrifying. Warm thunder liquid, this is a unique treasure of the godly tiger clan. That girl must have a very high status in the godly tiger clan.
Hearing the girl's words, the surrounding people showed heated expressions. These treasures were the most precious treasures to them.
When the purple-skinned elder heard that, he shook his head helplessly. With a wave of his arm, he kept his interspatial ring. The difference was a little big. All right.
When Wang Xian saw the treasures, his eyes sparkled. He immediately agreed. Since this girl was using such a high-grade fruit to trade, he didn't have to waste any time. He could just consume it directly.
The resources that the other party took out were definitely worth a connate numinous treasure.
Especially the warm thunder liquid, which was very valuable. I like this kind of connate numinous treasure. The girl waved her arm and threw the treasure in her hand to Wang Xian excitedly. She walked to the front of the connate lightning bell and picked it up. Wang Xian checked the treasure and put it away in satisfaction. He stood up. The girl looked at the innate lightning bell in her hand. It was obvious that she liked it very much. This girl's status is definitely not low. Wang Xian looked at the group of divine tigers behind her and thought to himself,
I have another treasure here. Do you want it?
He hesitated for a moment and said to the girl, There's another treasure? An innate spiritual treasure?
Let me take a look.
The girl was slightly stunned. She raised her head to look at Wang Xian and said, It's not an innate spiritual treasure, but it can still be considered an innate spiritual treasure. Wang Xian said. With a wave of his arm, the purple lightning snake appeared at the side.
Hiss! 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 Its huge body and the innate spiritual treasure above its head released a powerful pressure.
Wang Xian waved his arm to stop the pressure from attacking the surroundings.
A battle pet at the pinnacle level of a universe knight. It has a weapon at the pinnacle level of an innate spiritual treasure on top of its head. Do you want it? He continued to ask.
Although the purple thunder snake was very powerful, it would be useless to him once Wang Xian made a breakthrough. Now that he had met a rich lady, he naturally had to ask her. It would be best if he could sell it.
If a Pinnacle Universe Knight mount was sold, it would be a terrifying amount of resources.
Damn! A Pinnacle Universe Knight mount. And this mount even has an innate spirit treasure on its head. This is too awesome. Hiss, that young man actually has so many treasures?
How come I've never heard of this number one person? A Pinnacle Universe Knight mount, amazing, if only I had one. A shocked voice came from the surrounding area. All the onlookers stared at it with their eyes wide open.
It was already too much to set up a stall to sell an innate spiritual treasure. Now, he was actually selling a top-notch battle pet of a universe knight who had an innate spiritual treasure.
Wasn't this powerhouse a little too rich in treasures? It's so ugly. The girl stared at the purple lightning snake and shook her head with a pout.
Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was slightly speechless.
Young master, are you selling that innate spiritual treasure alone? The purple-skinned elder looked at Wang Xian and asked.
Not alone. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the girl again. It's too ugly. I don't want it. The girl shook her head. All right. Wang Xian was helpless. He waved his arm and kept the purple lightning snake. He cupped his hands and flew out. I'll go back and increase my strength first. Then, I'll come back and sell the purple lightning snake. It's either a treasure with light and dark attributes or a treasure with 5 attributes. Wang Xian flew towards the teleportation formation and thought to himself.
He needed to upgrade the Taiji Dragon Plate, a treasure with light and dark attributes. Currently, the Taiji Dragon Plate was only able to withstand a level 9 Universe Knight's attack. It could no longer keep up with his improvement speed.
In addition, after his upgrade this time around, the 5 elements millstone could no longer keep up.
Wang Xian was very satisfied after coming out this time. Since the innate Thunderbell had made its move, he had sufficient resources to upgrade himself.
I should return to the Thunder Ray race first and upgrade my strength. However, I have to make plans for the future. He smiled and teleported rapidly through the teleportation formations.
After being teleported over 100 times, Wang Xian began to fly above the inner area of the heaven-splitting primordial land. The journey was long. This time, it took him about 5 months to return.
Eldest senior brother. A powerful treasure appeared in the Thundercloud domain. The experts of our Thunder Ray race went to fight for it. Our second Supreme Elder was ambushed and killed by the experts of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the Divine Thunder City. Eldest senior brother. Our Thunder Ray race is at war with the Great Thunderclap Academy and the Divine Thunder City. Eldest senior brother. We are at war with the Great Thunderclap Academy and the Divine Thunder City. We are taking revenge for the second Supreme Elder. Eldest senior brother. For some reason, the Divine Thunder City has joined forces with the Great Thunderclap Academy. There are also other cities that are involved. They are trying to deal with us.
Just when Wang Xian was 2 days away from the Thunder Ray tribe, his universe AI suddenly sent him urgent messages.
There were dozens of messages. All of them were sent to him by the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe.
When Wang Xian saw these messages, he was slightly stunned. His face was filled with shock. The Thunder Ray tribe has started a war with the Divine Thunder City of the Great Thunderclap Academy? The second Supreme Elder has actually fallen.
His expression changed slightly and he frowned slightly. The second Supreme Elder was a peak universe knight, yet he had actually fallen. The death of a peak universe knight was a rare occurrence in the billions of years of war between the Thunder Ray race and the Great Thunderclap Academy. The Divine Thunder City is involved. And there are other cities involved as well? Was it premeditated? Or was it for some other reason?
To fight for treasures? Wang Xian mumbled and continued flying at a high speed.
The Thunder Ray race was at war with the Great Thunderclap Academy. A war between such a race would usually last for a long time. Furthermore, based on the heritage of the Thunder Ray race and the Blessed Land, the other party wouldn't be able to destroy them.
Therefore, Wang Xian wasn't too anxious.
Great Thunderclap Academy. Divine Thunder City. Are you courting death? Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold look. No matter what, since the Thunder Ray race was at war with the other party, Wang Xian would definitely participate in this battle. To him, this was a good opportunity to return the favor.
Then I shall do my best to help the Thunder Ray race. He made up his mind. From now on, there was no need to hide his strength and identity.
Teleport.
After flying for 2 months, Wuxia arrived at a city teleportation formation and teleported immediately.
The next moment, he arrived at a city in the Thundercloud domain.
Clay City was the name of the city. The city lord of Clay City was also one of the famous experts in the Thundercloud domain.
He had the combat strength of a peak universe knight and had a large number of subordinates under him. He could be ranked among the top 10 cities in the Thundercloud domain.
Teleport to the lightning race.
Without any hesitation, Wuxia flew to another teleportation formation and spoke to the staff at the side. You want to teleport to the lightning race?
The staff was stunned for a moment. Then he took 2 steps back and asked Wuxia with a twinkle in his eyes. Yes, time is of the essence. Wuxia squinted his eyes slightly and nodded his head in response.
It had been a few days since the war between the Thunder Ray race, and Wuxia needed to rush over immediately. Who are you from the Thunder Ray race? The staff member looked at Wuxia and moved his palm. A red ball appeared and he asked Wuxia, "Your Clay City is also involved in this?" Wuxia looked at the staff member and swept his gaze across the surroundings. He asked faintly.
The surroundings of the teleportation formation were a little deserted. The atmosphere was a little tense. It was obvious that something special had happened. In addition to the information that he had received, he had a guess in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
At this moment, figures flew over quickly. There were more than 100 people. The one in the lead was a young man and an old man. This is. When these people flew over and saw Wuxia's figure, they were slightly stunned. The eldest senior brother of the lightning race? The eyes of the young man in the lead sparkled. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Oh, it's really him. The old man at the side locked his gaze on Wuxia. A smile appeared on his face. It's actually the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, the young city lord. He is a purebred divine dragon. Purebred divine dragon. The bloodline of the peak of the universe. Furthermore, he is a thunder dragon. Young city lord, if we can get him to... The eyes of the powerful disciples of Clare City behind him instantly turned heated.
Activate the formation.
The young city lord's eyes revealed an excited look as he roared in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as he finished his sentence, a formation enveloped the surroundings and enveloped everyone in an instant. This formation was able to prevent people from escaping back to their divine kingdom in an instant. Wuxia was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene. Soon after, he smiled.
Looks like your Clare City is in cahoots with the Great Thunderclap Academy.
Wuxia said faintly.
Haha, it's your Thunder race who is courting death. You guys are occupying such a good place and don't know how to share some with us. You have to pay the price if you want to keep it all to yourself. This time, your Thunder race will pay an extremely tragic price.
The young castellan of Clare City laughed out loud when he heard Wuxia's words.
Haha, a purebred thunder dragon. The entire body of a divine dragon is a treasure trove.
As he continued to speak, his eyes were blazing with killing intent.
The entire body of a purebred divine dragon was a treasure trove, especially since the opponent was a lightning dragon. After killing him, he might be able to obtain some things that would allow him to improve tremendously.
Oh?
With just you guys?
You still want to kill me?
Wuxia's gaze swept across the few hundred of them. His eyes revealed a cold expression.
Eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, you are indeed very strong. However, your life is doomed today.
A mocking look appeared in the eyes of the old man beside the young castellan of Clare City.
As he spoke, he slowly opened up a space to the side.
Boom,
boom,
boom.
Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that just as we were about to send out our troops. Eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race actually came to seek his own death. In that case, we can only accept his life with a smile.
All of a sudden, a loud laughter was heard. A figure slowly appeared beside the old man. The figure held Toretta in his hand as he sat on a thunder throne. His entire person was incomparably tall and mighty.
A majestic aura surged out from his body.
The moment he appeared, a large number of figures appeared around the formation that enveloped Wuxia and the rest.
They were arranged into an army formation, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. The million-strong army stared at them coldly.
The leading group of experts from Clare City had a mocking expression on their faces.
They did not expect that just as they were about to follow the city lord out, the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe would actually walk right into the trap. In Clare City, many people had seen the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray tribe. They were also very impressed by his strength. However, what made them even more interested was the dragon body of a purebred divine dragon. The corpse of a peak race was priceless.
Greetings, City Lord.
Father! When the young city lord of Clare City saw the figure on the throne, he smiled and bowed. Hee. The city lord of Clare City smiled. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as his gaze landed on Wang Xian.
You have endless potential. It's a pity that you made a mistake by joining the lightning race,
he said faintly. Hee. Aren't you people from Clare City afraid of the lightning race taking revenge in the future? Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian also smiled faintly and asked, Let's talk about it after the lightning race can get through this difficulty. The Castellan of Clare City said calmly as he slowly lifted the Thunder Pagoda in his hand. All heaven's favorites are weaklings before they grow up. You won't lose out if you die in my hands.
Buzz.
As he spoke, the Thunder Tower in his hand slowly rose and emitted a terrifying aura.
Hee, what a pity. The eldest senior brother of the lightning race was only killed by my father in one strike.
The young Castellan of Clare City watched this scene with a smile on his face. Very good. I declare the destruction of your Clare City. Killing intent slowly appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. The 5 elements millstone slowly appeared in his hand.
Arrogant, in my Clare City you can't even escape. The Castellan of Clare City said coldly. With a wave of his arm, the Thunder Tower headed straight for Wang Xian to suppress him.
He had seen Wang Xian make a move before, and he also knew Wang Xian's strength. At most, he could fight a level 9 Universe Knight.
Such an expert could be killed with a single strike when he was trapped. Haha. Wang Xian saw that the lightning pagoda was attacking him. He laughed out loud and waved the 5 elements grinding mill in his hand. Then he attacked the lightning pagoda directly.
Hiss!
Hiss! Hiss! Roar!
Roar! Roar! At the same time, an incomparably huge figure slowly appeared beneath him. The purple lightning snake's ferocious body was displayed in front of everyone. The innate numinous treasure level lightning horn was shining behind Wang Xian.
Wang Xian stood on top of the purple lightning snake's head with a cold smile on his face. Kill them all.
Leave no one alive.
He ordered coldly.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The purple lightning snake roared. Without any hesitation, it charged forward.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The purple lightning snake roared and attacked the city lord of Clay City and the others at a terrifying speed. Above them, the 5 elements grinding mill and the lightning pagoda were about to collide.
At this moment, the city lord of Clay City and the others were stunned. They felt the terrifying power of the purple lightning snake and their expressions changed drastically. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. This was especially so for the young city lord and the others. Their eyes were filled with fear.
What's going on?
What kind of battle pet is this?
The young city lord of Clay City shouted out involuntarily, his face filled with fear.
Oh no! The expression of the city lord of Clay City also changed drastically. Pong!
In the sky, Lei Ta and the great mill of the 5 elements collided and Lei Ta flew backwards. There was a crack on the thunder tower. It couldn't withstand a single blow.
Oh no, oh no, oh no!
The expression of the city lord of Clay City changed drastically. His acquired supreme treasure had been damaged and he had also suffered a slight backlash.
The small Clay City wants to kill me? Wang Xian stared at them with a cold gaze. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A complete set of the uninitiated holy wings appeared behind him. At this moment, he didn't bother to hide anything and attacked the Castellan of Clare City directly. Boom!
Under his terrifying speed, Wang Xian arrived in front of the Castellan of Clare City in an instant. His arm transformed into a dragon claw and grabbed at him directly. When the Castellan of Clare City saw Wang Xian's figure, his pupils constricted slightly. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. Ah!
He roared and wanted to hide behind. Bang! However, Wang Xian caught him by surprise. The Castellan of Clare City was not prepared and could not dodge Wang Xian's speed at all. The dragon claw clawed at him. His body was emitting a strong force of lightning and wanted to resist. Crack, crack, crack.
However, the force of lightning collapsed under the dragon claw and clawed at his body. Dragon Eye Lock. The moment Wang Xian grabbed the city lord of Clay City, the dragon eye swept across the surroundings and the trapping formation that enveloped the entire space collapsed.
Numerous chains covered the surrounding area and covered the sky above Clay City.
The millions of strong warriors of Clay City's army were all covered.
What is going on? At this moment, all the strong warriors of Clay City looked at this scene in horror. Their eyes were filled with panic.
City Lord, he...
No, how could this be? How could that senior brother of the lightning race possess such terrifying strength? This. At this moment, all of the powerful disciples of Clare City were on the verge of collapse. Their city lord was prepared to casually kill their senior brother of the lightning race. But he did not expect that the other party would be able to unleash such terrifying strength.
With such strength, he was able to capture their Castellan in an instant.
Who would dare to believe this? With such strength, you still want to kill me? With the strength of your Clay City, you still dare to attack the Thunder Ray race. You are really seeking your own destruction. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at the Castellan of Clay City.
Cough, cough, cough. How could this be? How could you possess such powerful strength?
The Castellan of Clare City coughed out a large amount of blood. His entire body trembled as he stared at Wang Xian. He roared in disbelief.
There are many things that you guys can't imagine.
Wang Xian said coldly. His gaze landed on the purple lightning snake as he ordered. Destroy Clare City. Kill everyone. Roar, roar, roar.
The purple lightning snake let out a low roar. The innate spiritual treasure above his head began to emit lightning rays that covered the entire area.
Crackle. In an instant, the terrifying power of lightning attacked the surrounding area. Not good. Run, run. The surrounding space is sealed. We can't escape back to our god country in an instant.
That thunder snake is a pinnacle universe knight, and the thunder horn on its head is an innate spirit treasure. A terrified roar sounded, and the million-strong disciples of the Clay City army saw the purple thunder snake attacking them, and their faces were filled with fear.
The strength of Clay City was not weak. Other than the city lord who was at the pinnacle of universe knights, there were more than 10 level 9 universe knights. They could naturally sense the strength of the purple thunder snake and the innate spiritual treasure.
It was also because they could sense it that they felt despair. What made them even more despair was that the senior brother of the thunder race had sealed the surrounding space. What awaited them next might be death.
How can a senior brother of the lightning race possess such terrifying strength? This is illogical.
When the Castellan of Clare City heard Wang Xian's order and saw the purple lightning snake starting to kill, his eyes were blood-red as he roared indignantly.
The other party was only the eldest senior brother of the lightning race. Although the status of the eldest senior brother was relatively high, he was still a disciple after all. Under normal circumstances, eldest senior brother's strength was completely inferior to that of the elders. However, the strength displayed by this eldest senior brother of the lightning race was fucking stronger than the strongest of the lightning race. This was still eldest senior brother? This was definitely not the lightning race's patriarch?
If they knew that the other party had such terrifying strength, how would they dare to make a move?
How is this possible? At the side, the young Castellan of Clare City was also on the verge of collapse. His face was filled with despair.
Hee, you guys deserve to die.
Wang Xian laughed coldly. He exerted force with his dragon claw, and a wave of destructive force entered the body of the Castellan of Clare City. Ah! The sound of despair before his death rang out. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and kept his corpse away. He looked around. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Seeing his father's death, the young Castellan of Clare City roared in horror. Ants!
Wang Xian waved his arm and a wave of energy engulfed them. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Awe!
At this moment, the purple lightning snake started its massacre in the surrounding area. The million soldiers of Clare City were completely helpless against the purple lightning snake who possessed an innate spiritual treasure.
Under his rampage and attacks, a million soldiers would not be able to hold on for even a minute. Since you dare to deal with the lightning race, there's no need for you to exist anymore.
Wuxia moved his body and flew directly to the sky. The 5 elements grinding mill expanded rapidly and turned into a terrifying behemoth.
Carrying the deathly silent destructive power of the 5 elements, it charged downwards. Boom, boom, boom.
Streams of energy swept across, causing all the buildings to rapidly collapse.
What happened over there? Not good. There are experts invading Clay City. The city lord and the others didn't seem to be able to resist. Quickly flee. Boom, boom, boom.
Terrified voices rang out from within Clay City. When the residents saw the situation over here, they immediately fled in panic. The city lord has been killed. The city of Clay is about to be destroyed.
Some of the distant experts sensed the situation. Their bodies trembled and they quickly fled.
Roar, roar, roar.
Run, run, run. The humongous Clay City collapsed rapidly. Terrified screams rang out. At this moment, the citizens of Clay City still didn't understand what kind of disaster had befallen their Clay City.
Who was the one who destroyed their Clay City?
At this moment, they could only flee frantically. Wuxia hovered above the teleportation formation and watched this scene coldly. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation. If Clare City wanted to destroy the lightning race, they had to be prepared to be destroyed. In the face of war, there was no right or wrong, and there was no mercy. Let's go. The entire Clare City was ravaged by the 5 elements grinding mill and the purple lightning snake for only 5 minutes. Wuxia spoke indifferently and landed at the position below. The teleportation formation in front of him was not destroyed. He could still teleport. With a wave of his arm, he kept the 5 elements millstone and the purple lightning snake king. Wuxia put in some divine stones and stepped into the teleportation formation. His figure slowly disappeared, leaving only the ruins of Clay City. When Wuxia appeared in front of the teleportation formation on the mountain where the lightning race's disciples lived, a strong pressure was emitted.
Eh?
Wuxia's expression changed slightly as he looked around. It's me. He immediately opened his mouth and said, Eldest senior brother.
It's eldest senior brother. In the surrounding area, some disciples shouted loudly. There was also an elder and deacon beside him.
Wuxia, come over quickly. In front of him, an elder waved his hand at Wuxia.
After Wuxia killed eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy in one move, the elders of the Thunder Ray tribe had already regarded him as an expert of the same level.
All right, elder. What's the situation now? Wuxia flew over and asked after scanning the surroundings.
This time it's a huge crisis for us, the Thunder Ray race.
The elder's expression was slightly solemn and embarrassed. Wuxia was slightly taken aback. Elder, how many forces are attacking us?
According to the information we have so far, 5 forces: the Great Thunderclap School, Divine Thunder City, Purple City, Clay City, and Luen City are going to attack us. Right now, the main battle force of the Thunder Ray race is fighting with them on a small scale from the front.
Among the 5 forces, there are about 18 Pinnacle Universe Knights, which is more than twice as many as us.
The elder said with a solemn face.
Elder, why did we start a conflict with them? Wuxia's eyes flickered slightly as he asked curiously. There must be a reason why the 5 forces suddenly attacked the Thunder Ray race. Because of a treasure, a god tree at the level 1 of the Universe Dominator, a god tree that can bear thunder fruits. This god tree was originally already in our possession. The second Supreme Elder was suddenly ambushed by them and died. For Pinnacle Universe Knights ambushed him, catching the second Supreme Elder by surprise. Now that the first-level divine tree of the Universe Dominator has been obtained by the Great Thunderclap Academy, they launched a counterattack and formed an alliance.
These 5 damned fellows. They must have planned this beforehand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so quickly.
The elder roared furiously. Wuxia frowned slightly when he heard the elder's words. A divine tree that was on the level of the Master of the Universe. A treasure of this level was indeed worthy for a force like the Thunder Ray tribe to fight for it desperately. However, the other party had already planned for this to happen. The 4 great cities of a large tribe had joined forces. No, it could be said that there were only 3 cities now. Even so, the Thunder Ray tribe was still not their match. They had more than twice the number of peak experts. If the other party were to attack them all at once, it would be difficult for the Thunder Ray tribe to resist.
However, they had to resist even if they couldn't. Once they gave up, they could only hide in the Grotto Heaven-blessed land. However, hiding in the Grotto Heaven-blessed land was their last resort.
As long as they retreated into the Grotto Heaven-blessed land, the lightning race would be completely surrounded by the enemies.
At that time, they might be sealed here by the enemy's array formation.
This kind of thing had happened before in the heaven-opening primeval continent. Back then, the Steel Union, the corpse-wrapping race, and the Lich Kingdom wanted to completely seal and suppress the Dragon Palace. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope for the Thunder Ray race, they would not give up.
Not good. The forces of the Great Thunderclap Academy are ready to assemble. A great war is about to break out. The clan leader has ordered us to rush over immediately.
At this moment, an elder beside him said somewhat anxiously, "Shut down all the external teleportation formations. All the disciples, follow me to the battlefield ahead." He immediately ordered loudly. "Yes, elder." The disciples replied immediately. They clenched their fists tightly and were filled with killing intent. The closure of the teleportation formation meant that the lightning race had shut down their connection with the outside world. Wang Xian followed behind the elder and immediately flew towards the battlefield ahead. The current battlefield was also a place where they were forced to retreat by the Great Thunderclap Academy's Divine Thunder City. They had already reached the territory of the lightning race. Beside them was a blessed land of the lightning race.
The blessed land of the lightning race was called the Lightning Cave.
This blessed land was beneficial to their cultivation. Could not help them to fend off their opponents. The lightning race could teleport internally. Through the teleportation formation, they could reach the lightning cave very quickly. All the disciples who have arrived, get into formation and get ready for battle. Wang Xian and the rest had just arrived when they heard the order from the front. A somber atmosphere filled the surroundings.
In front of them, almost all the strong disciples of the lightning race had gathered.
There were a total of 50 to 60 million disciples lined up in an army formation. They stared coldly at the position in front of them. The leader of the lightning race and all the supreme elders had arrived. After the death of the second supreme elder, there were only 7 peak universe knight experts of the lightning race. All of them had arrived. "Let's go over. Wang Xian, follow me." The elder beside him said to Wang Xian. The 2 of them immediately flew towards the leader of the central race. "Leader, supreme elder. Clan leader, supreme elder."
After Wang Xian and the rest went over, they immediately greeted the clan leader and the rest.
"He, Wang Xian, we are very pleased that you are here." When the clan leader of the Thunder Ray tribe saw Wang Xian, he revealed a gratified look on his face. They knew that Wang Xian had gone out not long ago. However, when they heard that a war had broken out, he was still able to rush over. This also meant that he treated the Thunder Ray tribe as one of his own.
Otherwise, who would be willing to take the risk to participate in a war of this level?
"I am now a disciple of the Thunder Ray tribe. Tribe leader and elders, you have treated me well. Of course, I will not back down at the last minute." Wang Xian smiled at the tribe leader and said, "Haha. Good, good."
The tribe leader of the Thunder Ray tribe laughed out loud. The 6 supreme elders beside him also nodded in satisfaction. "When the next battle breaks out, you must protect your own life. If we lose, we still have to rely on you, Wang Xian, to turn the tables. Therefore, you must not die." The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe and the rest looked at each other and landed on Wang Xian together. They spoke in a slightly solemn tone.
The war had already started. The leader of the Thunder Light race and the others were very familiar with the current situation.
They had no choice but to fight this war, but there was only a 30% chance that they could resist it.
If they lost, the Thunder Light race wouldn't be exterminated, but they would have to retreat into the Blessed Land. Then, if they wanted to turn the tables, They would need the combat power of a universe master. If it was in the past, they might not have a backup plan. However, they had a chance now.
Wang Xian.
In their opinion, Wang Xian's strength was at level 9 Universe Knight. He had such potential at such a young age. Furthermore, he was a purebred divine dragon. In the future, there was a 90% chance that he would have the combat strength of a universe dominator. Therefore, anyone could die in this battle. However, Wang Xian was the only one who could not die. This was their hope. When Wang Xian heard the words of the leader of the Thunder Ray tribe, he was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a smile. "Don't worry, leader. We will definitely win this battle,"
he said with a smile.
"Haha. Definitely. Wang Xian, go to the group of disciples. Don't stay in the middle. Be careful. If you encounter any danger, retreat immediately. Others cannot retreat, but you must retreat." The leader of the lightning race laughed out loud and instructed him. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Then he flew to the side. Here, the lightning race was divided into 5 armies. The leader and the experts in the middle.
There were already 3 combat armies.
There were also the disciples of the lightning race who had yet to join the army. According to the rules of the lightning race, those below 500 eras were all disciples of the lightning race. Anyone above this age would have to join the various departments of the Thunder Ray tribe. There was an army and some other law enforcement departments. This battle was also a battle between the top-notch experts, an army against an army, and a disciple against a disciple. This was basically a tacit agreement.
At that time, the opponents of the Thunder Ray tribe's disciples would also be the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy.
Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, you're here. On the side of the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe, they greeted Wang Xian respectfully when they saw him.
Yes.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and revealed a faint smile on his face. It didn't matter where he was in the upcoming battle. By being on the side of the disciples, he would be able to catch them off guard. Eldest senior brother, be careful later. The clan leader and elders told you to be careful. Lei Yuntian walked over and said to Wang Xian, "Hehe, don't worry. I will show you all my strength later." As Wang Xian spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Eldest senior brother, you must not be rash. At the side, 4th senior sister Lei Yunzi and the other girls reminded him. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the area in front of him. Wang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly.
Waves of vast and terrifying energy rushed over from the area in front of him.
The first thing that entered his eyes were 2 incomparably huge thunder lions.
They were over 100 kilometers in size and were galloping within the thunder clouds. Their power was abnormally terrifying. This was a pinnacle Universe Knight Thunder Lion.
It was also the guardian godly beast of the Great Thunder Sound College. Above the Thunder Lion stood more than 10 figures. These figures included the pinnacle great beings of the Great Thunder Sound College, as well as the pinnacle Universe Knights of Godly Thunder City, Purple City, and Luyen City. A total of 15 figures looked over coldly. Roar! 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 They roared in unison, and the legions of the 4 forces behind them were exuding a fierce killing intent. Their eyes were filled with excitement and malevolence. There were all kinds of war pets and all kinds of huge war machines. Especially at the Great Thunder Sound Academy, there was a huge bell covered with purple thunder. The power of this explosion was 100% of the power of an innate spiritual treasure. The entire bell was over 10,000 kilometers in size, and it was extremely terrifying.
Below the Divine Thunder City army, there was a flying city. The entire city was flowing with the power of lightning, and it connected to the Divine Thunder City's experts.
The vast power of the bell made all the experts and disciples of the lightning race extremely solemn. Lightning race, get out of the thundercloud domain. We can let you live.
On the Thunder Lion, a bald old man holding a thunder staff suddenly said coldly to the Thunder Light race, with 9 purple light spots blooming above his head. Old bald donkey of the Great Thunder Sound Academy, don't dream about it. You don't have the ability to make us get out. The leader of the Thunder Light race shouted coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. He and the 6 supreme elders rushed into the sky, their bodies emitting light.
Sneak attack and kill our lightning race's second supreme elder. I will make you pay a terrible price. Divine Thunder City, Purple City, Lien City. You just wait for our lightning race's endless revenge. The leader of the lightning race roared with killing intent.
Haha, lightning race, don't be so high and mighty. Since we dare to attack, we are not afraid of you. Besides, you can survive this crisis first. Arrogant and ignorant. The city lord of Divine Thunder City said with a cold face.
Good, good, good. All the disciples of the Thunder Race remember today. In the future, we will definitely exterminate them.
The clan leader of the Thunder Race shouted sternly. We will definitely exterminate the enemy.
We will definitely exterminate the enemy.
All the powerful disciples of the Thunder Race shouted with a furious face.
Humph! Attack! Exterminate the Thunder Race! The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy raised his lightning rod. Lightning exploded in the sky as the battle horn sounded. While the lightning race was fighting the Great Thunderclap Academy, the Thundercloud domain and the surrounding factions were also paying attention to the situation here. This was especially so for the other dozen or so cities in the Thundercloud domain. The sudden outbreak of war and the Great Thunderclap Academy joining forces with the other cities caused the other cities to be incomparably shocked. Their gazes were all focused on this side, waiting for the results. As for the destruction of Clay City, it had been too short a time, and the various factions had yet to receive any news. Only the Great Thunderclap Academy's Divine Thunder City knew of the situation in Clay City, but they didn't take it to heart. The lack of Clay City wasn't a big deal. Kill!
Following the orders of the Great Thunderclap Academy's dean, the disciples of the 4 great factions roared.
Roar, roar, roar.
The 2 Thunder Lions instantly roared as their eyes locked onto the 7 members of the Thunder Race.
The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the others laughed sinisterly as they followed closely in the sky. 17 versus 7. With the difference of more than 2 times, they were 100% confident.
Fight!
Kill the enemy! The Thunder Race's clan leader gritted his teeth as a thunder battle axe appeared in front of him. It contained a powerful might as he slowly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he roared. Kill the enemy! At this moment, all the strong disciples of the Thunder Race stared at the invading enemy and roared.
Wang Xian's eyes focused. He stared ahead and slowly stretched his body. He smiled wantonly.
Destroy all the disciples of the Lightning Race. Kill them! When the disciples of the Lightning Race roared, the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy, the 3 cities, and the army also roared ferociously. They were full of violent killing intent and confidence. They were 100% confident about the battle in front of them.
In terms of the powerful disciples and the army, they had a crushing stance.
Follow me to kill the disciples of the Thunder Ray tribe.
In front of the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy, eldest senior brother Fada stared at the front with a grim face. Generals versus generals, kings versus kings, disciples versus disciples. Brother Fadu, eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, is very strong. I'll get my battle pets to help you hold them back.
Haha. At the side, the current young city lord of the Divine Thunder City laughed out loud. All right.
When eldest senior brother Fada heard this name, his expression changed slightly. He nodded his head heavily.
The last time he was killed by Wang Xian in an instant was a great humiliation to him.
However, Wang Xian's strength was not something he could withstand.
You'd better help me kill him. I'll go and kill the rest of the Thunder Ray race's disciples. Eldest senior brother Fadu's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty look as he shouted at the young castellan of the Divine Thunder City. It might be a little difficult to kill him, but I'm 80% confident.
The young castellan of the Divine Thunder City smiled sinisterly. The young city leader of Godly Thunder City was not young anymore. He was the most outstanding and valued son of the city leader of Godly Thunder City.
He had the power of a Universe Knight at level 9, and he was a battle pet with the power of a Universe Knight at level 9.
Facing the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light race, he was 100% sure that he could defeat him. If he used his trump card, he could even kill him.
Ha ha ha. Good. Kill, kill, kill. Rumble. The eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy let out a wild roar and flew forward. He raised the lightning staff in his hand and bolts of lightning struck forward. In front of him were the disciples of the lightning race.
Both parties were getting closer and the battle had already begun. Kill them.
Lei Yuntian stared ahead. His eyes were filled with bloodlust as he shouted at all the disciples. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The incipient sacred wings appeared behind him, and a violent aura gushed out from his body.
Ha ha, let me challenge the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race to avenge Brother Fadu.
The young city lord of the divine Thunder City stared at Wang Xian and laughed out loud. He was riding a single-horned thunder beast. The thunder beast was over 10,000 meters in size, and its entire body was covered in thick scales. Under the dragon scales, it was terrifying and direct. He locked onto Wang Xian and let out a maniacal laugh.
Eldest senior brother, be careful. That's the young city lord of divine Thunder City. He's a level 9 battle pet of a universe knight. At the back, a group of disciples immediately reminded Wang Xian.
I'll go and kill him first. Wang Xian smiled and said directly, crack,
crack,
boom.
As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, he flapped his incipient saint wings and disappeared in an instant.
At this moment, the enemies and allies were about 1 billion kilometers apart. This distance was already within the range of their attacks. Similarly, this distance was only an instant for Wang Xian. When his figure disappeared, the disciples of the lightning race behind him were slightly shocked.
At the front, the young castellan of the divine Thunder City who had locked onto Wang Xian also focused his gaze and looked around in shock.
Challenge me? You don't have the qualifications. Die.
In the next moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared in front of the young castellan of the divine Thunder City. He stood on the body of the unicorn thunder beast.
He looked at the young castellan of the divine Thunder City with a smile on his face. His arm transformed into a dragon claw and grabbed at him directly.
Boom.
No!
At this moment, the young master of the divine Thunder City was completely stunned. He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief and shock as his body trembled violently.
How did this senior brother of the lightning race appear in front of him in an instant? How could he release such terrifying strength? His strength was at the peak of the universe night realm? How was this possible? However, after he let out a terrified roar, Wang Xian's dragon claws had already grabbed onto his body. Bang!
Following that, Wang Xian's right foot stepped on the unicorn thunder beast's body. A terrifying destructive force directly entered its body. With one claw and one kick, the young master of the divine Thunder City and his battle pet died instantly.
Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure instantly appeared in front of the eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy. The terrifying force locked him in the void, making him unable to move at all. Their eyes met.
Eldest senior brother Fadu of the Great Thunderclap Academy was completely stunned.
His expression changed instantly, and his pupils dilated. You!
He opened his mouth and was somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, Wang Xian was standing in front of all the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy, the Divine Thunder City, the Purple City, and Luan City.
He had the aura of one man holding off 10,000 enemies. All of you can go and die now. Wang Xian stood there and said with a smile. Roar, 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 roar.
In the next moment, godly dragons flew out from his body. There were a total of 9 godly dragon shadows.
The power of the 9 godly dragons enveloped all the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy. The godly dragon's power, which was as powerful as a prison, pressed forward. No. How is this possible?
The power of a pinnacle universe knight. He is a pinnacle universe knight. No, Dean Ancestor, save us.
City leader, save us. When the 9 godly dragons rushed toward them, all the disciples of the Great Thundersound College looked desperate and shouted. They were just a group of disciples, and their power was not as powerful as their army.
However, now that they were facing the attack of a universe pinnacle warrior, how could they resist?
What made them even more terrified was that the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light Race was actually so terrifying. Damn it, your Thunder Light Race deserves to die. You actually hid a pinnacle warrior. I'll make you pay 100 times the price.
On the battlefield of the group of pinnacle warriors in the center, the battle on their side had already erupted. The Thunder Light race was instantly suppressed. The city leader of Godly Thunder City sensed the situation on this side. He swept his gaze over and realized that his son's aura had completely disappeared. He roared ferociously. The Thunder Light race had actually hidden a Universe Knight pinnacle great being, and it was the Thunder Light race's eldest senior brother. This completely caught them off guard. How could this be? The expressions of the Great Thunderclap Academy Dean and the other Universe Knight pinnacle great beings changed drastically. When the battle erupted, they had already used their powerful treasures to investigate. This was to prevent the Thunder Light race from concealing their power and suddenly launching a sneak attack. They dared to guarantee that their detection methods would not have any flaws and all the great beings would be able to detect it. However, they did not expect that a Universe Knight with pinnacle combat power would appear. And he was the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race. Shock. Shock. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Even the leader of the Thunder Ray race and the others who sensed the situation were also wide-eyed. Holy shit! What was going on? The eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race's disciple, Wuxia, actually erupted with the combat strength of a peak Universe Knight. What else could they say? This was simply too heaven-defying. We've picked up a treasure. This was what the Thunder Ray clan leader and the others were thinking. This was too fucking awesome. A pinnacle Universe Knight. Even if they had to sacrifice a treasure like the Fire Dragon Pearl, it was still worth it in the current battlefield. Fuck. This is our eldest senior brother? This is too strong. A pinnacle Universe Knight, our eldest brother is a pinnacle Universe Knight. At the back, the disciples of the Thunder Light race were shocked when they saw this scene. They instantly killed the young city leader of Thunder City and his battle pet. And now they were facing all the disciples of the Great Thunder Sound School alone. The terrifying dragon attack was heading towards them. After this attack, the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy were about to suffer heavy casualties. Ah! At the same time, a scream sounded. The first to bear the brunt was the eldest senior brother of the Great Thunderclap Academy, Fadu, who had suffered a terrifying attack. Just the energy shockwaves from the 9 divine dragon phantoms caused his life force to instantly disappear. The 9 divine dragons were like world-destroying divine dragons as they headed toward the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy. In an instant, more than half of the tens of millions of disciples had perished. I want you to die. Kill him. The mayor of the Divine Thunder City sensed that his outstanding son had been killed. His eyes were bloodshot as he directly gave up on the Grand Elder of the Lightning Race in front of him and charged towards Wuxia. A model of a city floated above his head. The entire city contained a majestic aura. In the city, there were more than 20 acquired supreme treasures floating in the air. Every one of them had the lightning attribute. This was a very special weapon. Although it was not an innate spiritual treasure, it was still extremely terrifying. The city lord of Divine Thunder City carried an invincible aura as he flew towards Wuxia. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. With such a powerful treasure, he had the confidence to defeat this strange eldest senior brother of the Lightning Race. Although the opponent was strong, he was still very young. Eldest senior brother, be careful. The city lord of the Divine Thunder City is very strong. Wuxia, be careful. The disciples and the clan leader of the Thunder Ray race reminded him loudly. However, the clan leader of the Thunder Ray race could only watch. They were completely entangled and could not spare any support. You dare to kill the disciples of our Great Thunder Sound College? I will kill you. The moment the city lord of the Divine Thunder City took action, a peak Universe Knight from the Great Thunder Sound College also took action. He was also attacking Wuxia. 2 peak Universe Knights were attacking him. Hee. Wuxia swept his gaze over and narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 elements millstone appeared above his head. Whoosh! He moved his body and went straight for the city lord of Divine Thunder City. You are courting death. The city lord of Divine Thunder City had a fierce look in his eyes. All kinds of thunder treasures on the castle above his head released energy and attacked him directly. Whoosh! Wuxia flapped his uninitiated holy wings and quickly dodged the attacks of the thunderbolts. What a fast speed! Seeing Wang Xian's speed, the face of the Castellan of Divine Thunder City changed drastically. His pupils contracted slightly. Die! In an instant, Wang Xian arrived at the right side of the Castellan of Divine Thunder City. His arm transformed into a dragon claw and attacked him directly.
You're courting death. The castle above the Castellan of Divine Thunder City emitted a glow. Numerous acquired supreme treasures flew out and completely covered Wang Xian. Buzz. The 5 elements millstone above Wang Xian's head trembled. Similarly, all kinds of weapons were condensed on the 5 elements millstone as he charged forward. Wang Xian didn't retreat but advanced instead. He continued to charge forward. Restrain him. Let's kill this fellow. At this moment, an expert from the Great Thunderclap Academy charged over. His gaze locked onto Wang Xian as he shouted at the mayor of the Divine Thunder City. All right, the mayor of the Divine Thunder City shouted loudly. His gaze focused as 2 lightning beams shot out from his pupils. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. His speed did not decrease. With a wave of his arm, a huge object instantly appeared beneath him. Roar! A roar was heard as the purple lightning snake hovered in the air. He stared at the powerhouse from the Great Thunderclap School. A purple light pillar shot out from the lightning horn above his head and charged forward. Boom! A purple light pillar pierced through the entire void. Damn it! How is this possible? The moment the purple lightning snake appeared, the powerhouse from the Great Thunderclap School sensed an extremely terrifying power. He stared at the purple light pillar. His expression changed and he roared in disbelief. A Pinnacle Universe Night Purple Thunder Snake. Most importantly, the thunder horn on the purple thunder snake's head made his heart palpitate. Facing the purple thunder snake's attack, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Roar, roar, roar. The purple thunder snake didn't hesitate at all. It swayed its huge body and attacked directly. The thunder around it was dense and slowly gathered at the location of the thunder horn. What? On the side of the city lord of Divine Thunder City, he saw the battle pet of a peak universe knight appearing under Wang Xian. His expression changed slightly when he saw the Great Thunderclap Academy's powerhouse being blocked. Boom! 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 At this moment, the collision between the 5 elements millstone and the various treasures in the castle sounded. The acquired treasures were sent flying towards the castle. The lightning on them dimmed rapidly. The 5 elements millstone's attack was still terrifying. How is this possible? The city lord of Divine Thunder City's expression changed drastically again. He stared at the treasures that were completely crushed in disbelief. Crash. All of a sudden, he sensed that Wang Xian's figure had disappeared in an instant. This made his heart tighten as the threat of death enveloped his heart. An extremely sharp, piercing sound was heard. He lowered his head and stared at the spot on his chest in shock. No! The city lord of Divine Thunder City's expression changed drastically. His body trembled as he separated his body. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 5 elements millstone in the sky released a wave of destructive energy. It was like a long river of time that covered an area of over 100 million kilometers. Ah! In the river of destruction, the 5 elements' destructive energy surged into the city lord's body from the wound and dissolved his life force. He roared with a ferocious expression. Walla! Walla! The terrifying explosion sound entered his ears again, and the city lord's eyes showed panic and despair. What a terrifying speed! What a powerful attack! How is this possible? His body trembled as he roared, his face covered in cold sweat as he scanned the surroundings. Bang! Bang! With an explosion, Wang Xian appeared at the side of the city leader of Divine Thunder City. He extended his dragon claw and grabbed at his upper body. Ah! The city leader of Divine Thunder City let out a miserable scream when his upper body was grabbed. Buzz! At this moment, his lower body, which he wanted to escape, was also locked down by the 5 elements millstone. Streams of energy sealed it. You want to kill me with your strength? Hee, go down and accompany your son. Wang Xian stared at the city lord of Divine Thunder City with disdain. He waved his arm and a wave of destructive power surged into his body. At the side, the 5 elements millstone also directly destroyed the lower half of his body.
The famous city lord of Divine Thunder City in the Thundercloud domain had fallen.
A pinnacle universe knight had fallen.
Hiss.
At this moment, the entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked over in disbelief, their faces filled with shock.
Thunder City leader had actually died.
He had been killed by the senior brother of the Thunder Light Race. This was the leader of the second most powerful force in the Thundercloud domain, and he was not an ordinary Pinnacle Universe Knight. However, he did not even last a minute against the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light Race. How is this possible?
The city leader of Godly Thunder City was killed by him, and he even has a powerful war pet. City leader. In the middle of the battlefield, the Dean of Great Thunder Sound Academy and the other pinnacle great beings looked over, and their expressions changed drastically.
A great being who could kill the city leader of Godly Thunder City, and a great being with a pinnacle battle pet of a universe knight.
This would bring them great trouble, especially the disciples of the great beings of Godly Thunder City. When they saw their city leader being killed, they looked extremely embarrassed.
This was their city leader. So strong, so powerful. His power is even stronger than mine. The leader of the Thunder Ray Race looked over with excitement in his eyes. In a one-on-one situation, he could completely suppress the city lord of the Divine Thunder City. However, it was extremely difficult to kill him.
However, Wuxia was actually able to kill him. Most importantly, he had a war pet at the peak of the Universe Knight realm. That war pet also had an innate spiritual treasure. What else could he say? He could only say that it was awesome. Ha ha, long live the eldest senior brother.
The eldest senior brother is invincible. The eldest senior brother is invincible. Let's destroy this bunch of guys.
All the disciples of the Thunder Ray Race cheered excitedly when they saw Wuxia killing the city lord of the Divine Thunder City.
In an instant, the morale of the Thunder Ray Race soared.
Wuxia smiled faintly and moved his body instantly. His target was the peak of the Universe Knight Realm expert from the Great Thunderclap Academy who was entangled with the Purple Thunder Snake.
Damn it!
Dean of Court, back me up. When that powerhouse saw Wuxia rushing towards him, he revealed a terrified expression and immediately roared loudly. Currently, he was completely suppressed when he fought against the Purple Thunder Snake alone. Now that the guy who killed the city lord of Divine Thunder City was rushing over, he didn't have the strength to resist at all. He might even be killed easily. Oh no, quickly go and support the three ancestors.
The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster looked over, and his expression changed drastically as he roared loudly. Kill, kill, kill. The Lightning Race's clan head roared furiously, and the lightning battle axe in his hand slashed forward. The might of a connate numinous treasure was as if it could split the heavens and split the earth. A few Supreme Elders immediately unleashed their most violent attacks to stop them from going to help.
Thunder Ray Race, you are courting death. The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy roared, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Although the leader of the Thunder Ray Race and the others tried their best to stop them, the Great Thunderclap Academy still had a lot more people. 2 Peak Stage Universe Knights immediately rushed out to assist the Great Thunderclap Academy's experts.
2 is not enough.
Wuxia smiled when he saw the 2 Peak Universe Knights rushing over. He waved his arm and the 5 Elements Millstone went straight for the 2 Peak Universe Knights. Roar, roar, roar.
5 divine dragons stretched out their bodies on the 5 Elements Millstone. Streams of energy of the 5 elements attacked them.
What? What kind of treasure is this? How can it unleash such a terrifying attack?
The expressions of the 2 Peak Universe Knights who were charging over changed drastically when they sensed the attack of the 5 Elements Millstone.
They felt a sense of threat from the 5 Elements Millstone.
The threat of death.
This made them feel incredulous. No one was controlling this treasure. How could it be so powerful even when no one was controlling it?
Crash.
The moment Wuxia threw out the 5 Elements Millstone, he flapped his incipient saint wings and pushed his speed to the limit. He charged straight towards the powerhouse who was fighting with the purple lightning snake. His speed instantly arrived at the side. He drew a greenish-purple shadow and charged towards him. Dean, save me. Save me quickly. When that powerhouse saw Wuxia's shadow, his heart trembled violently. He was no match for the purple lightning snake in a one-on-one fight. Now that he had Wang Xian who possessed terrifying speed, he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few seconds.
If the reinforcement was one step slower, he would die here. Damn it, how is this possible?
Dean, this supreme treasure is too powerful. It can completely restrain the two of us.
Hearing the three ancestors' fearful request for help, the two pinnacle great beings who were supporting them from behind also roared with an unsightly expression.
They were actually held back by a weapon.
This is bad.
The dean of Great Thundersound College looked over and his eyes were about to crack. They originally had 18 pinnacle great beings who were universe knights. However, the city leader of Clay City didn't come for some unknown reason, and the city leader of Godly Thunder City was killed. There were 16 left. One was surrounded and killed by the Purple Thunder Snake and Wang Xian, while the other two were restrained by that terrifying true treasure. There were still 13 on their side. However, the great beings of the Thunder Light Race were trying to stop them like crazy. It would take them a few seconds to escape.
If they were to fly over to support them, it would take them at least 7 to 8 seconds.
I hope nothing bad will happen. The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy prayed in his heart. He stared at the two great beings from the Divine Thunder City and said, "You guys go and provide support. You must save the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy. We will defend this side," he shouted loudly.
All right.
The two great beings from the Divine Thunder City gritted their teeth and replied immediately. Now that they were on the same side, Wang Xian's appearance had completely disrupted their deployment.
Next, they absolutely could not allow any Peak Universe Knight to die. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble.
Let's fight.
The dean of the Great Thunderclap Academy held the thunder staff in his hand. The 9 light spots above his head emitted purple light.
Dong dong dong. The incomparably huge innate true treasure thunder bell exploded with a loud sound. Two great beings from Divine Thunder City escaped and headed towards the support of the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy. 2 is not enough. Sensing the situation over there, Wang Xian didn't let out a cold snort. Instead, he locked his gaze on the Peak Stage Universe Knight in front of him and attacked him directly. Ah! When the powerhouse from the Great Thunderclap Academy, who was surrounded, saw Wang Xian attacking him, a ferocious look appeared on his face. His entire body was extremely violent and he was going all out. He was going all out to buy himself 10 seconds.
Going all out?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Go all out then. Purple Thunder Snake. Go all out. He immediately gave an order.
Fight with my life?
I have my battle pet. My battle pet also has an innate spiritual treasure. If I were to fight with my life in an instant, this expert from the Great Thunderclap College would definitely die.
The Purple Lightning Snake would also be severely injured.
However, Wang Xian was still waiting for an opportunity to strike. There was no telling if the Purple Lightning Snake would be severely injured. Even if it was severely injured, Wang Xian would still have the vitality fluid to treat it. He was going all out and didn't panic at all. Roar!
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 When the Purple Lightning Snake heard Wang Xian's order, it let out a roar. Its eyes were filled with a violent aura.
The lightning horn on its head emitted a glow as it charged directly at the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy. This kind of battle was purely about going all out. Damn it! When the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy saw how crazy the Purple Lightning Snake's attack was, they gritted their teeth and wanted to dodge to the side. He didn't dare to risk it. He knew that he couldn't win. However, the moment he dodged, Wang Xian's attack arrived. Faced with Wang Xian's terrifying speed, the only way the three grandmasters of the Great Thunderclap Academy could do was to defend with all their might.
However, with all their might, the Purple Lightning Snake's lightning horns would collide with him. This was an unsolvable confrontation.
If he were to face Wang Xian alone, he would be able to defend with all his might if he was prepared, let alone 10 seconds. He would be able to defend for a minute. However, with the Purple Lightning Snake, he had no way of withstanding it.
This was because the Purple Lightning Snake's attack was a desperate strike. If he didn't want to be severely injured, all he had to do was to escape.
Therefore, this was an attack that he couldn't escape from. Ah! Block it for me. The The three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy gritted their teeth and roared with all their might. They set up a strong defense in front of them. Boom! At this moment, the purple lightning snake's lightning landed on his defense. The powerful attack from the connate numinous treasure directly broke through the three ancestors' defense. Furthermore, with the advantage of the connate numinous treasure, the attack continued to attack downwards. You're courting death. When the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy saw this scene, their bodies trembled. They gritted their teeth and attacked the purple lightning snake's head. Boom! Due to the short distance and the fact that the purple lightning snake's desperate attack was completely defenseless, the head of the purple lightning snake was hit hard instantly. Hee hee! When Wang Xian saw that the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy had almost lost their rationality in their counterattack, he sneered. At this moment he had no other good choice. Crash. PFFT. Wang Xian's dragon claw came in front of the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap Academy and penetrated his body directly. Cough 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 cough. The three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap School turned their heads to look at Wang Xian with an extremely unsightly and desperate expression. Die! Wang Xian said calmly as a terrifying energy surged into his body from his dragon claw. The life force of the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap School was quickly extinguished. Everything happened within 4 seconds. No, third brother. When the life force of the three ancestors of the Great Thunderclap School disappeared, the Great Thunderclap School's powerhouses who had been paying attention to the situation saw the scene. Their bodies trembled violently as they cried out involuntarily. Another Peak Universe Knight had fallen. This was the second Peak Universe Knight who had died at the hands of Wang Xian. He didn't even have the time to send reinforcements. Not good. The two powerhouses from Divine Thunder City who were flying over changed their expressions slightly when they saw this scene. Their pupils contracted slightly. A Peak Universe Knight couldn't even last for 10 seconds. The opponent's strength was simply too terrifying. The two of us are no match for the other party at all. Request for reinforcements. The two experts from Divine Thunder City who were helping shouted and spoke. The other party could almost instantly kill a Peak Stage Universe Knight. Then the two of them were definitely no match for the man and snake. Request for reinforcements. Another Peak Stage Universe Knight was killed by Wang Xian, the leader of the Thunder Ray race, and the rest were all excited. They had a new understanding of Wang Xian's strength. Ha ha ha. Another one was killed. Another one was killed by eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is invincible. Cheers continued to ring out from the back. All the disciples of the Thunder Ray race were extremely excited. At this moment, on the other hand, the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy from the Divine Thunder City looked extremely embarrassed. The battle had just begun and they had already lost 2 peak-level masters. This was a huge blow to them. Fight! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. He waved his arm and a large amount of life force liquid fell onto the head of the purple thunder snake. His figure flashed and he directly attacked the 2 peak-level masters of Universe Knights from the Divine Thunder City. Get lost! Send 3 more to stop that guy. The Dean of Great Thunderclap Academy saw this scene and his eyes turned blood red. His entire body turned violent as he spoke to the surrounding experts. At this moment they had to go all out. They had never expected that the beginning of this battle would be such a situation. A senior brother of the Thunder Ray race had actually forced them to such an extent. Kill, kill, kill. The Great Thunderclap Academy's group of experts, who were prepared to suppress the Thunder Ray race bit by bit, had no choice but to go all out at this moment. Among the 11 Peak Universe Knights, 3 of them immediately attacked Wang Xian's Purple Thunder Snake. Under such circumstances, there were only 8 experts fighting against 7 experts of the Thunder Ray race. This greatly reduced the pressure on the leader and the rest of the Thunder Ray race. Purple Thunder Snake, kill! Wang Xian gave an order to the Purple Thunder Snake. His body moved and went straight for the Peak Universe Knights. With the help of the 5 Elements Millstone, he could hold back 6 Peak Stage Universe Knights by himself. The Purple Thunder Snake could also fight against 2 Peak Stage Universe Knights. Together, they faced 7 Peak Stage Universe Knights without any fear. You're courting death. Surround him and kill him. Seeing that Wang Xian was not afraid at all, the group of experts from the Great Thunderclap Institute and Divine Thunder City were filled with killing intent as they roared furiously. You guys are not qualified enough. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a look of disdain as his body trembled.
Transform into a dragon. Roar, roar, roar.
A dragon's roar filled the air. Wang Xian swayed his gigantic dragon body and stared coldly at the 7 Peak Universe Knights.
The 5 elements grinding mill spun and waves of energy filled the surroundings. The purple lightning snake came to Wang Xian's side and locked its cold gaze on the enemy.
Wang Xian was fighting against 7 enemies by himself. After all, weapons and battle pets were his own strength. Sensing the might of Wang Xian and the rest, the expressions of the Peak Universe Knights from the Great Thunderclap Academy and the Divine Thunder City froze slightly.
They felt that they had really encountered an opponent this time. The opponent's strength was too terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. A furious roar was heard. Wang Xian swayed his huge body while the purple lightning snake accompanied him. The 5 elements millstone was suspended above his head. He moved his body and charged towards the group of experts from the Great Thunderclap Academy's Divine Thunder City. Kill him. I don't believe that he can fight against the 7 of us.
Sensing the might of Wang Xian and the rest, an expert from the Great Thunderclap Academy gritted his teeth and shouted. They really didn't believe that the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race could fight against the 7 of them alone. Kill! The 7 Peak Universe Knight experts roared and charged towards Wang Xian.
Eldest senior brother, be careful.
Eldest senior brother. You must be careful. At the back, a group of Thunder Race disciples saw 7 Peak Universe Knights attacking Wang Xian. Their expressions changed drastically as they reminded him loudly. Roar! Wang Xian growled in a low voice. The 5 elements grinding mill above his head was emitting a luster as streams of energy charged towards them.
The purple thunder snake raised its head and welcomed them directly.
Wang Xian swayed his huge body as his body moved. He flapped his incipient saint wings and displayed a terrifying speed. Whoosh! At the moment when they surrounded him, Wang Xian's terrifying speed had already arrived at the position behind them. Cloud and mist dragon surge. Wang Xian growled. The surrounding clouds and mist began to condense and instantly covered an area of more than 1 billion kilometers.
It enveloped all of them within it.
Due to the fact that they were surrounded by thunderclouds, the ability of cloud and mist dragon surge was even more terrifying.
Within this space, everyone's line of sight increased greatly. Be careful, expel the clouds. An expert from Divine Thunder City shouted loudly.
Hong!
At this moment, a terrifying dragon tail swept out. Be careful. The surrounding experts roared loudly. The expression of the expert who was attacked changed slightly as he hurriedly defended.
Pong!
Pooh! However, he was caught off guard and was sent flying by the powerful force. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His speed is very fast. He should have a speed supreme treasure of the connate numinous treasure level on him. Let's lean against each other. The expert who was sent flying immediately roared loudly and his expression was extremely ugly. He was actually in a passive position in a 1-on-7 situation. This was something that they had never imagined. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the purple lightning snake also charged over. The lightning on its body raged and the innate spiritual treasure released a powerful lightning pillar that swept towards the experts.
The 5 elements millstone revolved and similarly charged over. Block this powerful weapon and that lightning snake. They felt the power contained within the 5 elements millstone, and their expressions changed once again. They could sense that the 5 elements millstone was even more terrifying than the strange eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light race. The eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light race was terrifying because of his speed.
And the 5 elements millstone was terrifying because of its attacks. They were overwhelmed by all kinds of elemental weapons. This was especially so for the 2 Pinnacle Universe Knights. They had already witnessed the strength of the 5 elements millstone. That terrifying attack was definitely not something that 2 Peak Stage Universe Knights could withstand.
The 4 great beings went up against the 5 elements millstone and the purple thunder snake. The remaining 3 Peak Stage Universe Knights went up against Wang Xian. Trap him! The 3 great beings who were fighting against Wang Xian roared. Their backs were facing each other like a triangle as they stared at the surrounding void space. Numerous binding bolts of lightning and chains were held in their hands as they waited for Wang Xian's attack with a cold expression. Hee hee. Wang Xian chuckled. He did not attack the three of them. Instead, he fluttered his incipient saint wings and instantly launched a sneak attack on the flying purple lightning snake. Damn it! Tie him down! The old man who had just collided with the purple lightning snake was repelled. When he sensed a terrifying energy charging towards him, he immediately roared loudly. Damn it! His speed is comparable to a peak master of the universe. It's impossible for us to stop him. The three experts who were surrounding each other saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically.
Wang Xian was very fast and was able to maintain the initiative.
He could fight against three of them by himself. The 5 elements millstone could also fight against 3 of them by himself. As for the purple lightning snake, it could fight against 2 of them. However, right now, the opponent only had 7 peak stage universe knights. Furthermore, they did not have any treasures on the level of innate spiritual treasures. Under such circumstances, the opponent was not a match for Wang Xian and the rest. They would be slightly suppressed by Wang Xian and the rest. It might be very difficult for Wang Xian to kill them. However, if they were to fight for 1 or 2 days, he could still find an opportunity to exhaust one of them. Once the balance was broken, the opponent would not be his match.
Whoosh! 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 Bolts of lightning chains and lightning ropes appeared behind him. Wang Xian could only give up on attacking the expert. He flapped his incipient saint wings and left instantly.
Phew! The expert, who sensed that the danger had disappeared, exhaled heavily. He stared at the purple lightning snake in front of him with an embarrassed expression. He roared, I am no match for this thunder snake. I will be completely suppressed. Once that senior brother of the thunder race attacks me, I will be in great danger. How can this guy be so strong? We 7 Pinnacle Universe Knights can't do anything to him. Hearing his words, the great beings of Godly Thunder City and Great Thunder Sound College looked extremely embarrassed. It was a 7-on-1 battle. Under such circumstances, they were still in a passive position. They were completely led away. This made them feel embarrassed, but at the same time, they were also a little terrified.
The opponent's strength was really terrifying.
Dean, the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, is very strong. We can only barely hold him back. An expert from the Great Thunderclap Academy had a change in expression. He growled in a low voice and passed the information over to the Dean of the Great Thunderclap Academy. What? When Wang Xian and the rest were surrounded by clouds and mist, they couldn't sense the specific situation here.
However, for the experts from the Great Thunderclap College, Purple City, Divine Thunder City, and Lu'en City, wouldn't it be easy for them to fight against the eldest senior brother of the Lightning Race in a 7-on-1 situation?
They never expected that such a message would be sent out now.
7 against 1 could only barely hold them back. Was this fucking senior brother of the Lightning Race really that freakish?
It could also be said that the strength of the Lightning Race's senior brother alone could almost rival that of the Lightning Race's Patriarch, Supreme Elder, and the others.
How could this be?
How could his strength be so strong?
When the city lords of Purple City and Lu'en City received this news, their expressions changed.
The reason why they joined to deal with the Lightning Race was because they had 100% confidence. But now that such an expert had appeared in the Lightning Race, it was basically impossible for them to defeat him. Then, they would completely become enemies with the Lightning Race. With the strength of Purple City and Lu'en City, there was no way they could withstand the Lightning Race's revenge. Ha ha ha, good. Our senior brother of the Thunder Ray race is really invincible. Strong. 1 against 7 peak stage universe knights. Ha ha ha.
When the leader of the Thunder Ray race and the rest heard Wang Xian's words, they were excited.
They did not expect Wang Xian to be so invincible. After killing 2 peak universe knights, 1 of them could still fight against 7. This was too strong. Now, after Wang Xian helped them to fend off 7 peak universe knights, they only had to face 8 peak universe knights. 7 against 8. Under such circumstances, the 4 forces of the Great Thunderclap Academy could forget about defeating the Thunder Ray tribe. This time, the crisis of the Thunder Ray tribe could be overcome.
Next, it was time for them to take revenge.
Kill. Our eldest senior brother killed 2 experts at the peak, and he's not at a disadvantage against 7. Kill them. Kill them. The members of the Lightning Race's army and all the disciples heard the words of the Great Thunderclap Academy's expert, and all of them revealed extremely excited expressions. With their morale soaring, their battle strength also soared. On the other hand, the armies and disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy, Divine Thunder City, Purple City, and Luyen City, the 4 major forces, looked extremely embarrassed. Their fighting spirit had been completely crushed. Wang Xian's appearance had directly killed millions of disciples. Now he had displayed such terrifying strength. The disciples also understood in their hearts that they had lost this time. This was especially so for the disciples from the Divine Thunder City, Purple City, and Luyen City. It was already very difficult for them to win this battle. They were afraid that they would have to suffer the revenge of the Thunder Ray tribe. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for them. Headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy, what should we do now? We can't break through the defensive line of the Lightning Race at all. The City Lord of Purple City had a gloomy expression as he transmitted his voice to the headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy. The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy's expression was also constantly changing. He felt the wild and violent attacks of the Lightning Race's clan head and the others in front of him. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. 8 against 7. Although they had the advantage, if they really fought to the end, at least half of them would die. If they killed 1,000 enemies, they would lose 800. They also couldn't bear the consequences. Hoo-hoo! The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster scanned the surroundings. The battle on the disciple side wasn't one-sided. After all, this was the Thunder Race's territory. The Thunder Race had the geographical advantage. If they killed 3 Thunder Race's disciples, they would also lose 2 on their side. It was not worth it at all. Damn it, we can't win at all now. Let's retreat first. We'll discuss it in detail after we retreat. The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy gritted his teeth and made a decision with a gloomy face. The bodies of the experts from Luyen City, Purple City, and Divine Thunder City trembled and nodded with a dark face. Especially for Divine Thunder City, the losses this time were too great. Even the City Lord had died here. All the disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy retreat. All the disciple corps retreat. The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster roared loudly, his voice filled with unwillingness. It was not easy to rope in a few large factions, and it was not easy to find such an opportunity, but because of a big senior brother of the Thunder Ray race, he suffered a crushing defeat. He was unwilling, but he was helpless. Retreat. All the disciples of Divine Thunder City retreat. All the disciples of Purple City retreat. All the disciples of Luyen City retreat. Orders rang out on the battlefield. From the start of the battle until now, it had been less than 5 minutes. To retreat at such a time was also their last resort. It was impossible to obtain a great victory, and there was no need to continue fighting. Now, they would retreat and discuss their next plan. Retreat, quickly retreat. Damn it. This time, we have no way to deal with the Lightning Race. They will definitely take revenge on us next. How can the Lightning Race's eldest senior brother be so strong? How can he fight against 7 by himself? Our Divine Thunder City's City Lord was killed by the Lightning Race's eldest senior brother. He is too terrifying. The disciples of the army retreated, and they growled in a low voice, looking extremely embarrassed. The death of 2 Pinnacle Universe Knights was already a great loss to them. In addition, there was also the eldest senior brother and the disciples of the Great Thunder Sound Academy. They had lost too much in this battle. Next, they had to face the revenge of the Thunder Race. Ha ha ha! A bunch of trash. Continue to besiege us. Z City, Luyen City, Divine Thunder City, all of your disciples, wait for me. In the future, I will kill every single one of you. Today's revenge, our Lightning Race will come back one by one. Just you wait. All of the Lightning Race's powerful disciples shouted at them excitedly. Especially the strong disciples of the 3 cities. They were prepared to take revenge. Thunder Ray Race, don't be too arrogant. If you can escape today, you cannot escape tomorrow. The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the rest roared indignantly and quickly got rid of the leader of the Thunder Ray Race and the rest. Retreat. At the same time, The 7 Peak Universe Knights who were fighting with Wang Xian heard the order and heaved a sigh of relief.
The 7 of them immediately flew together and stared at Wang Xian vigilantly. They kept retreating.
It was too depressing to fight with the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race.
The opponent's speed was not something they could match. The opponent could fight whenever he wanted, sneak attack whenever he wanted, and retreat whenever he wanted. There was nothing they could do at all. There's no need to chase after them. We, the Thunder Ray race, will make them pay 10 times or even 100 times for what they did today.
The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe shouted softly and ordered his disciples not to chase after them. Seeing that the 7 of them were retreating, Wang Xian did not chase after them. It would be extremely difficult for him to hunt them down.
The cloud and mist dragon disappeared. Wang Xian transformed into his human form and floated in the air. He looked at the 4 major forces that were retreating. His gaze swept behind him. With a move of his body, he flew directly towards the position of the leader of the Thunder Ray tribe and the rest.
Wang Xian, eldest senior brother.
The leader of the Lightning race and the Grand Elder shouted when they saw Wang Xian flying over. The group of elders also flew over and greeted him as eldest senior brother. There was joy, shock, and even more disbelief in their eyes. At the same time, they also suspected that the eldest senior brother of the Lightning race was not that simple.
With such strength, he would be considered a powerhouse in the ancestral dragon tribe. Why did he come to the Thunder Ray tribe? With all their guesses, they looked at Wang Xian. Tribe leader elder. Wang Xian flew over and smiled at them. Let's talk in the main hall. Thank you for this battle. If it weren't for you, our Thunder Ray tribe might not have been able to survive this crisis.
The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe patted Wang Xian's shoulder with a smile and said,
"All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. Since his strength had been exposed, there was nothing left to hide.
Moreover, he had returned the favor this time. Wang Xian, it's all thanks to you this time. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. On behalf of the entire Lightning race, I would like to thank you.
In the main hall of the Lightning race, a group of supreme elders, and clan leader looked at Wang Xian and said gratefully, "Clan leader, elders, all of you have treated me well. Naturally, I, Wang Xian, will not stand idly by." Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha. It seems that we have good taste. I didn't expect you to be so strong." The first elder laughed out loud and stared at Wang Xian as he said with a sigh. Wang Xian could be considered as someone who was recruited by him. If that day did not come, they would not have such a good result today.
If Wang Xian wasn't around, the Thunder Ray tribe would have lost at least half of their strong disciples this time. Furthermore, there was a high possibility that they would be forced to retreat to the Grotto Heaven-blessed land.
With your strength, Wang Xian, there's no need for you to join our Thunder Ray tribe, right?
The tribe leader hesitated for a moment before asking. This was what the Thunder Ray tribe was most curious about. With Wang Xian's strength, there was no need for him to join them.
Now, with Wang Xian's strength alone, he could fight against the entire Thunder Ray tribe. After all, it was too terrifying to fight against 7 of them alone. Tribe leader, I originally came to the Thunder Ray tribe for Leiyu. At that time, I did hide some of my strength. However, at that time, I was only a level 9 Universe Knight. Wang Xian smiled and did not hide anything. He spoke frankly.
For Leiyu? The Leiyu that I gave you back then?
The great elder was slightly shocked and said, "That's right. Initially, I was not prepared to join the Thunder Ray tribe. I was prepared to leave after I got it." Wang Xian smiled. "That was really a coincidence. Perhaps this is the luck of our Thunder Ray tribe." The clan leader smiled and said happily. Wang Xian nodded his head. If the great elder had not rewarded him with treasures back then, the situation would have been different now. "Haha. This is really the fortune of our Thunder Ray race." After learning the result, the experts of the Thunder Ray race were also full of smiles. They were already very satisfied with this result. As for the other matters, were they important?
It was enough for Wang Xian to stand on their side and fight for the Lightning race.
Reporting to the clan leader. At this moment, an expert from the Lightning race flew over and bowed respectfully. "Oh?
Is there any news?"
The clan leader of the Lightning race asked directly when he saw that the disciple was dressed in black. Clan leader, we have been monitoring the Luyen city. We have already set up a teleportation formation in secret. We can teleport there immediately. We have already investigated the situation at the mayor's residence of Luyen City.
However, the city lord of Luyen City and the army of Luyen City have not returned yet.
The disciple in black said. HMPH, how dare they attack us from a small city like Luyen City? They don't know what's good for them. The Thunder Race's clan leader revealed a violent killing intent in his eyes. Clan leader, are we going to attack Luyen City? Wang Xian looked over and asked with a raised brow.
A while ago, we discovered that Luyen City was acting sneakily. Hence, we have sent people to monitor it. However, we didn't expect that they would dare to follow the Great Thunderclap Academy and attack us.
The chief of the Thunder Ray tribe said with a cold gaze.
Let's go. We will attack and destroy everyone in Luyen City.
He swept his gaze across the surroundings and said in a sinister tone, All right, chief. I will go with you. Immediately, the 4 great elders of the lightning race spoke. Their bodies were filled with killing intent.
Clan leader, do you still want me to go over?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. No need. The city lord and the army of Luyen City have yet to return. There are no experts in Luyen City. It's enough for us to go over.
The clan leader of the lightning race shook his head.
Wang Xian nodded his head. There was no danger or difficulty. The leader of the lightning race and the rest could handle it on their own. Wang Xian, I'll have to trouble you to take charge of the lightning race from now on. The leader of the lightning race said to him. No problem.
Wang Xian nodded his head. I'll return to the palace first. If there's anything, the elders can inform me.
All right, Wang Xian, you should go and rest first.
The grand elders nodded their heads.
Wang Xian moved his body and flew into his palace. Now that he had gathered all the resources to level up, as long as he absorbed them, his combat strength would be able to reach the first level of the Master of the Universe.
With such strength, he would be able to kill his way to the Great Thunderclap Academy by himself and wipe them out completely.
After dealing with all the troubles of the Thunder Ray race, he could consider traveling to other places. After returning to the palace, Wang Xian did not have to hide anything this time. He transformed into his divine dragon body and started to devour the divine fruits of the Universe Masters. Just as Wang Xian was about to level up, the calamity of Luyen City arrived.
As one of the more than 10 cities in the Thunder Cloud domain, Luyen City was considered to be relatively strong as it was overseen by a top-notch Universe Knight.
When all the residents in Luyen City learned that their city leader and the Great Thundersound Academy had gone to attack the Thunder Light Race, the whole city was in an uproar. Those disciples who were not citizens of Luyen City immediately left. Because once the war broke out, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Especially when they went to attack a Thunder Light Race that was almost 10 times stronger than Luyen City. Some people were afraid of being affected, so they left immediately. However, the real citizens of Luyen City didn't leave. They trusted the city leader because they knew that if Luyen City joined hands with Great Thunder Academy and Thunder God City, they would be 100% confident. Other than the smaller number of people in Luyen City, there wasn't much of an impact. However, before the citizens of Luyen City knew about the situation on the battlefield, 5 Pinnacle Universe Knights led by the leader of the Thunder Race arrived.
Kill everyone in Luyen City, leave no one alive.
A cold roar came from the leader of the Thunder Race. The 5 of them didn't show any mercy and vented their killing intent in Luyen City.
This was the end for Luyen City.
The terrifying attack caused the entire city to collapse rapidly. Only the Grotto Heaven in the city leader's mansion managed to save some lives. The rest were all killed.
This was the price.
To start a war, one had to pay the price of being destroyed. The entire city was reduced to ruins in less than 5 minutes. The destruction of Luyen City immediately caused a huge commotion.
Soon after, news of the war between the Lightning Race, the destruction of Luyen City, and the destruction of Clay City spread like wildfire in the Thundercloud domain and the surrounding area.
When they received the news one by one, their faces were filled with shock. They had never imagined that this war would change completely because of one person. The Great Thunder Sound School, Godly Thunder City, Luyen City, and Purple City besieged the Thunder Light Race, but they were defeated. The big senior brother of the Thunder Light race appeared out of nowhere. He single-handedly killed the city leader of Godly Thunder City and the ancestor of the Great Thunder Sound School, and he fought against 7 Pinnacle Universe Knights. He was invincible. With the power of the Thunder Light race, they were no match for the 4 forces of the Great Thunder Sound School. However, the big senior brother of the Thunder Light race who appeared out of nowhere was too powerful.
Everyone thought that the Thunder Ray race would be in trouble after the battle that everyone was watching. However, they didn't expect that a super powerhouse would appear.
How powerful is the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race? After the news spread out, all the powerhouses in the Thundercloud domain and the nearby areas were dumbfounded when they saw this result. They were especially shocked by the strength of the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Ray race.
When did the eldest senior brother become so terrifying?
Was this really the eldest senior brother and not the ancestor of the Lightning race who had been hiding for billions of years? Wasn't this too fucking powerful? Just as everyone was shocked by the terrifying strength of the eldest senior brother of the Lightning race, the news of the destruction of Luyen City by the Lightning race spread quickly.
Soon after, the news of Clay City being destroyed was confirmed. Some people even said that the person who destroyed Clay City was the eldest senior brother of the Lightning race.
This caused everyone to be shocked once again. If Clay City was included, there were already 3 experts who died at the hands of the eldest senior brother of the Lightning race.
This terrifying strength was an invincible existence in the surrounding domain.
The Great Thunderclap Academy might be in trouble.
The Great Thunderclap Academy is still fine. They have a deep foundation and many experts. They can withstand the revenge of the Lightning race. However, the Purple City and the Divine Thunder City are completely finished. The residents of the Divine Thunder City and the Purple City are in trouble. I don't know when they will suffer a violent revenge. It seems that the people living in God Thunder City and Purple City are already on the run. The 2 cities have succeeded in courting death.
Regarding God Thunder City and Purple City, many powerful warriors began to express their condolences. Now that the Thunder race had such a powerful warrior, what else could they use to fight them? They would just have to wait for their revenge. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Thunder race cheered.
They bragged about their eldest senior brother on the universe AI,
bragging that their eldest senior brother was invincible, and that he would definitely become a universe overlord level great being in the future.
Of course, they weren't bragging. Their eldest senior brother's age, talent, and potential all the Thunder race's great disciples understood.
Such a powerful and terrifying eldest senior brother. They were naturally proud of him. What should we do now? That eldest senior brother of the Lightning race is so powerful. They will definitely take revenge on our Divine Thunder City. When the time comes. Revenge? The Lightning race is already taking revenge on our Luyen City. Our entire Luyen City has already been destroyed. At the same time, while the experts of the Lightning race were bragging about their eldest senior brother, the experts of the Divine Thunder City, Purple City, and Luyen City in the Great Thunderclap Academy roared furiously. Luyen City, in particular, had been destroyed. Their foundation had basically been destroyed.
And the situation in Luyen City was likely to be a lesson to Godly Thunder City and Purple City in the future. The eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light race is too powerful. Once we are separated, even your Great Thunder Sound School can't stop them.
The city leader of Purple City glanced at the dean of Great Thunder Sound School and said with a gloomy face, "The eldest brother of the Thunder Light race was able to fight against 7 Pinnacle Universe Knights, which was almost the power of all the Pinnacle Great Beings of the Thunder Sound School. Plus the other 7 great beings of the Thunder Light race, the Thunder Sound School was no match for him. At that time, the Thunder Sound School would also suffer a terrible revenge. We can't separate now," the dean of the Thunder Sound School said with a gloomy expression.
Not separate?
If we don't separate, where can we defend? Can we defend our Divine Thunder City?
An expert from Divine Thunder City questioned with a gloomy expression.
The Purple City's city lord also looked over. Their expressions were all extremely awkward.
They came from 4 different factions, and if they could not separate, it also meant that they could only defend one area. What about the other 2 areas? Should they give up directly?
We must defeat the Lightning race. We must destroy that Lightning race's eldest senior brother.
The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster's gaze swept past them as he tightly gripped the lightning scepter in his hand.
Hearing his words, the expressions of the experts from the Purple City Divine Thunder City changed. "Headmaster, do you have any ideas?"
They looked at the Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster and asked weakly.
Now, they could only look at the methods of Great Thundersound College. Otherwise, they would have to flee for their lives. Either we invite a universe ruler-level great being to help us, or a universe ruler-level great being will be born among us.
The dean of Great Thundersound College said while gritting his teeth. Didn't Great Thundersound College get a universe ruler-level godly tree this time? Can Great Thundersound College have a great being who can break through again?
Luan City Leader asked. The chances are very small. The Great Thunderclap Academy's dean was expressionless. There's only one way now, and that is to invite great beings from other powers over. Inviting a universe ruler-level great being over, not to mention how much it would cost, others might not agree either. That senior brother of the Thunder Light race's potential is too terrifying. A great being of godly Thunder City said with a gloomy face. As long as there is a sufficient price, there will definitely be great beings who agree. At this point, we are all on the same line, so there is no need to hold back. The dean of Great Thundersound College swept his gaze over them and said with a gloomy face. The four great powers had joined forces and brought out all their resources. If it were in the past, they might not have been able to invite a universe master-level great being with combat power. However, the Great Thunderclap Academy had a universe ruler-level godly tree in their hands. This godly tree could bear universe ruler-level fruits, so one could imagine its value.
It was also because of this godly tree that the Great Thunderclap Academy had launched a sneak attack on the Supreme Elder of the Thunder Light race. This was because that godly tree was enough for a power at their level to start a war. With this godly tree and a large number of other treasures, they were at least 70% certain that they would be able to invite help. All right, but we have to completely suppress the lightning race. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for us in the future.
The city lord of Z City gritted his teeth and replied.
That's only natural. Now, either they die or we die. We'll go all out. The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy had a cold expression on his face, revealing a dense killing intent.
But I believe that the ones who die will definitely be the lightning race. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the experts from the three great cities.
Get ready.
They had already been forced to the peak of Liang Mountain. No matter how great the price they had to pay, they had to suppress the lightning race. HM?
Universe Master Level 1 God Tree, 40 Universe Master Level 1 God Fruits, an innate spiritual treasure, and a large number of Universe Night level treasures. TSK, these resources are really irresistible.
Once we make a move, we will become enemies with the Thunder Light race. The Thunder Light race is nothing, but that senior brother of the Thunder Light race cannot be underestimated. Even if he hides his age, his power and future potential are a huge threat.
Indeed. If it's just the lightning race, we don't need to take it to heart. We can directly make our move. At the same time, in an underground castle, two figures sat inside, weighing their gains and losses.
We want some more treasures. If they are willing to take out more, we can take the risk. One figure hesitated for a few minutes before making a decision.
Another figure nodded. Damn it, the Sand race has sent us news. They said that we have paid too little and hope that we can add some more things. Soon, within the Great Thunderclap Academy, Divine Thunder City's experts received this news. Their faces were extremely gloomy.
It's fine. The Sand race is just a faction that we are looking for. If they aren't willing, the other factions might not reject. The head of the Great Thunderclap Academy said with a dark expression. The rest nodded and sat there quietly waiting.
Since they had reached such a level with the Thunder Light race, they didn't hesitate to invite the strong to help them.
The price they had to pay was already high enough. Even the Universe Ruler Level 1 warriors were moved. They really didn't believe that no one would agree. Time passed bit by bit, and many powers rejected them directly. There was only one reason, the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light race. They were afraid that if they couldn't kill the eldest senior brother of the Thunder Light race this time, they would suffer revenge in the future. However, on the third day, a black cloud suddenly descended above the Great Thunderclap Academy. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of all the powerful disciples of the Great Thunderclap Academy to change drastically.
Which lord has come to our Great Thunderclap Academy?
The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the others immediately flew out, their eyes revealing a grave expression. I accept your request.
A voice came from within the black cloud, but the figure of a person could still not be seen clearly. May I ask who the lord is?
The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to ask. You don't need to know. I will help you suppress the lightning race. Don't forget your reward. The voice from within the black cloud continued to ring out. Yes, sir. We don't dare to lose your treasures. The principal of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the others' faces lit up with joy as they spoke excitedly. All right. When do we make our move? The voice from within the black cloud asked directly. Sir, we need to make some preparations. We will make our move in the next 1 or 2 days. Sir, do you want to rest in our Great Thunderclap Academy first? The Great Thunderclap Academy's dean asked respectfully.
No need. The voice in the black cloud replied. Then please sign a curse contract with our Great Thunderclap Academy. The Great Thunderclap Academy's dean's gaze flickered slightly as he took out a black contract.
This type of curse contract was somewhat similar to the cursed creatures, but it was even more mystical.
Once a contract was signed, it had to be carried out or else one would be attacked by the curse.
No one dared to break the contract, not even universe overlords. No problem.
The experts within the black cloud didn't have any objections and directly replied. The contract was quickly completed and the Great Thunderclap Academy's principal and the others cupped their hands. In 2 days, we'll be relying on you, my lord.
Their faces were filled with excitement and respect as they spoke.
It's a small matter,
the figure within the black cloud lightly said.
The Great Thunderclap Academy's principal and the others glanced at each other before immediately returning to the main hall.
I wonder which faction's Lord Expert knows of our news.
The city leader of Purple City said with a smile. I don't know. The other party intentionally concealed his identity because he didn't want others to know about his power. This won't affect us too much. The curse contract has been signed. Everything will proceed according to the contract.
The dean of Great Thundersound College said with a smile. They weren't too curious or surprised about a universe ruler level 1 great being who didn't want to show his face.
If he didn't show his face, the Thunderlight race wouldn't know who he was.
This was to prevent the Thunderlight race from taking revenge. After all, if a Pinnacle Universe Knight targeted a power, it wouldn't be easy for that power. The other party killed your disciple, so why can't the great beings in your race always guard around? Yes, Dean, the news of us asking for great beings, help with a huge sum of money has been spread. At this moment, an expert from the Great Thunderclap Academy looked at the Universe AI and suddenly said, Don't bother about it. The 3 of you should make some preparations. 2 days later, we will make a comeback. This time, we will definitely suppress the Thunder Ray race. We have already prepared the treasures to suppress them. Don't worry. We have already made full preparations. The headmaster of the Great Thunderclap Academy ignored him and ordered. The experts from the God Thunder City, Purple City, and Luyen City immediately replied.
Leader, not long ago, a terrifying black cloud appeared in the sky above the Great Thunderclap Academy. The exact situation is unknown.
Someone from the universe's AI has spread the news that the Great Thunderclap Academy and the other powers have used a large sum of money to invite their race's warriors to act. They have been rejected. At this moment, the Thunder Ray race had already obtained some information regarding the situation of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the universe's AI. The Thunder Ray race had spies in the Great Thunderclap Academy, so they were able to get some basic information.
The information on the universe AI was obviously spread on purpose. As for why it was spread, no one knew.
They are desperate.
The leader of the Thunder Ray race had a serious expression on his face.
In the past, the Thunder Ray race and the Great Thunderclap Academy had always fought, but neither side was able to destroy the other.
The most important reason was that neither side had the combat power of a universe master. Besides, with their background, it was impossible for them to get help from a universe master.
However, things were different now. They were 4 powers and they had many treasures. With that godly tree, the other side might really be able to get help from a universe master. Immediately make a statement. This is a war between the Thunder Light Race and the Great Thunder Sound College. If there is any power, even if we have to fight to the death, we will take a bite. The Thunder Ray Race's clan leader said with a dark face. They could only use this method to remind the forces and experts who wanted to interfere. It's the clan leader. The rest of the Thunder Ray Race's experts also knew the seriousness of the problem and nodded heavily. This calamity is difficult. I must kill a group of bastards from the Divine Thunder Cities Purple City and Luyen City. A grand elder face full of anger roared.
The Great Thunder Sound College is going to go all out. Will any power be willing to pay a huge sum of money to ask a universe master for help?
It's hard to say. If the 4 powers can come up with precious treasures, they might be able to invite them.
Now that the Thunderlight Race has made a statement, whoever helps the Great Thunder Sound College will attack with all their might. TSK, now that the Great Thunderclap Academy, Purple City, Luyen City, and Godly Thunder City are at their wits' end, the moment they can't resist the Thunder Ray Race, they will suffer a terrifying revenge. Unless the 4 of them can unite into one force, but is that possible? On the Universe AI, the forces around the Thundercloud domain were discussing. The Thunder Light Race and the Great Thunder Sound Academy were both big forces. Along with the Thunder City and the others, the battle between them was the focus of everyone's attention. The Great Thunder Sound Academy lost the first battle, and the Thunder Light Race's eldest senior brother appeared out of nowhere. A pinnacle universe knight with a powerful battle pet. Such strength shocked everyone. Now, if the Great Thunder Sound Academy wanted to defeat the Thunder Light Race, they needed someone strong to suppress the Thunder Light Race's eldest senior brother.
To be safe, they would need a great being with the combat power of a universe ruler at level 1. Just as the groups of powers were discussing, 2 days later, they saw the Great Thunderclap Academy, Godly Thunder City, Purple City, and Luyen City moving again.
At the entrance of the Great Thunderclap Academy, the armies of the 4 great powers were flying rapidly toward the direction of the Thunder Light Race.
The Great Thunderclap Academy and the other great powers were so powerful that they immediately attracted the attention of all the great beings. This caused them to be extremely shocked.
What's going on?
The 4 great powers of the Great Thunderclap Academy have once again sent out their armies. Are they completely confident?
Could it be that they have invited great beings at the universe ruler level for this expedition? How did they manage to do it in such a short period of time?
What price did they pay? This is really surprising. The Great Thunder Sound College is actually going on another expedition so quickly. They must have a trump card. Countless people were discussing and paying close attention to the specific situation of this war.
The armies of the 4 great powers were moving forward. A black cloud was in the sky, and it was vast and mighty.
The Thunder Light Race was the first to receive this news, and their expressions were unusually grave.
Clan leader, what should we do now?
They actually attacked so quickly. They definitely have a powerful trump card, and it's very likely that they are universe masters.
The supreme elders of the Thunder Light Race had ugly expressions on their faces. They gathered together and discussed. Ask all our clansmen and disciples to retreat to our defensive Grotto Heaven-blessed land. The defense within the Grotto Heaven should be able to hold out. The leader of the Thunder Light Race had an extremely grave expression. With all the power of the entire race and the Grotto Heaven-blessed land, they were still able to withstand the attacks of a universe ruler level 1 great being. However, if the Great Thunder Sound Academy really invited a universe ruler level great being, the Thunder Light Race would be in great trouble.
Right? Let's retreat to the Grotto Heaven-blessed land first and take a look at the trump cards of the Thunder Light Race. If they really invited a universe ruler level great being, there's no need for us to resist.
We'll just go into seclusion in the Grotto Heaven-blessed land and wait for an opportunity. The first Supreme Elder of the Thunder Ray Race said.
Such an outcome would definitely be disastrous to the Thunder Ray Race in the past. It might even be destructive.
But it was different now.
They had Wuxia,
a purebred divine dragon with the combat strength of a peak universe knight. They were confident and had a premonition that Wuxia would be able to break through to the level of masters of the universe very soon.
At most, their entire race would go into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years. When Wang Xian broke through, it would be time for them to retaliate. Therefore, they could accept it if they retreated into the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. Great Elder, go and inform Wang Xian to come over. We will ask him if he wants to enter the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land with us or leave directly. We will wait for him to break through to save us.
The leader of the lightning race said.
All right. The Great Elder nodded and immediately flew towards the place where Wang Xian was staying.
Regardless of whether Wang Xian entered the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land with them or cultivated in other places, the lightning race would not have any objections.
After all they could rely on now was Wang Xian.
Ha!
Wang Xian, who was absorbing resources in the palace and preparing to improve himself, was slightly stunned when he received the news from the Great Elder. He followed the Great Elder to the main hall. When he heard what the chief of the Thunder Ray tribe had said, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Chief, how long until the other party arrives? He asked. Around 4 days. That's because they have set up a teleportation formation halfway through. The chief of the Thunder Ray tribe said. Chief, let's go outside. I'll wait for an opportunity to make a move outside.
Wang Xian didn't say much to them and said to them.
That's fine too, but you have to be careful. We suspect that the Great Thunderclap Academy has invited an expert at the level of the Master of the Universe. When the time comes, we will also leave the Great Elder and the 2 Supreme Elders to hide outside.
You can contact them when the time comes. The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe said.
Wang Xian nodded his head. The resources in his hands could be completely converted into dragon energy in less than 10 days. After the upgrade, the problem of the lightning race should be easily solved.
Of course, if the other party could invite an expert with combat strength above the first level of the Universe Dominator, Wang Xian wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
However, the possibility of that was very small.
All right, clan leader, don't worry. The crisis this time will pass very soon,
Wang Xian said with a smile. Haha. We believe that with you around, we will feel much more at ease.
The Thunder Ray clan leader and the rest smiled. I will return to the palace first. Clan leader, you can handle your matters. You don't have to worry about me. An expert at the first level of the Universe Dominator can't do anything to me.
Wang Xian spoke a few more words to them before leaving. As for the Thunder Ray race, he wasn't in a hurry. The Thunder Ray race had been established for so long. They still had their foundations. Even a level 1 Universe Dominator wouldn't be able to destroy them.
As for the rest, it would be over once he broke through.
Wang Xian didn't feel the slightest bit nervous. He returned to the palace to continue his advancement.
Just as he was improving rapidly, the armies of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the other 4 major forces had already arrived in front of the lightning race. Hee, they don't dare to come out anymore?
Haha. When the principal of the Great Thunderclap Academy and the rest saw that the lightning race didn't dare to come out and accept the challenge, they laughed out loud.
Let's charge in. Those bastards from the lightning race are already afraid. The city lord of Z City shouted loudly and the army charged into the interior of the Thunder Ray race.
Even after entering, they still did not encounter any resistance. The Great Thunderclap Academy and the others were also very unrestrained. Because they had experts.
They had confidence.
There's no resistance at all. Looks like the Thunder Ray race might have guessed that we have experts here. They're not stupid. They should have guessed something. But that's good too. As long as we suppress them in the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land, it's enough. Humph. I was hoping that the Thunder Ray race would court death and attack us. Inside the Thunder Ray race, a group of experts from the 4 major forces entered the inner area. Their gazes swept the surroundings. The entire inner area of the Thunder Ray race was filled with empty buildings. There wasn't a single person. This caused the experts from the Great Thunderclap Academy to feel slightly displeased. At this time, if the Thunder Ray race were to ambush them, it would be what they wanted to see the most. Because as long as they made a move, the Lord above would also make a move. Continue.
Right now, everyone from the lightning race should be holed up in their main hall. There are 3 connected paradises there. The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster shouted in a low voice and they continued to advance.
And when the Great Thunderclap Academy entered the interior of the lightning race, the forces from the outside world, as well as the Lightning Race's patriarch and the others in the main hall, also received the news. In front of the main hall, all the powerful disciples of the Thunder Ray race gathered here. They stared at the scene in front of them with cold faces.
Clan leader, the only thing we need to confirm now is whether there are powerful experts hidden in the black cloud above the Great Thunderclap Academy.
The Grand Elder of the Thunder Ray race stared at the black cloud in the picture. According to the detection methods of the Thunder Ray race, the moment they entered here, the four major forces were in their sight. What was different from before was that there was a black cloud above the four great powers. This black cloud was also a place that the Thunder Light race was apprehensive about. They had to find out if there was a universe ruler level 1 great being within the black cloud. However, even if they were to investigate, they would still wait until the other party arrived to investigate. Otherwise, what if there was a universe ruler level 1 being within the black cloud, and they went to attack? They would never be able to return. Once the enemy arrives, we will launch an attack. The leader of the Thunder Light race shouted coldly. Right now, the army of the Thunder Light race had yet to enter the Blessed Land. They were going to conduct a final test. Before they were certain that the enemy had a universe ruler level being, they would not give up resisting. Time passed by slowly. The four great powers rushed toward the Thunder Light race's main hall. The opponent is about to appear within the attack range. Once the opponent appears, attack with all your might.
We will attack the black cloud in the sky and directly unleash our strongest attack. The four great factions were getting closer and closer. The Lightning Race's clan leader spoke to a group of disciples and a few grand elders as he ordered. Yes. The group of disciples immediately replied, and a few grand elders also nodded heavily. Ha ha, Lightning Race, you are really a bunch of trash. You actually cower here and don't dare to come out. Before the voices of the four great factions could be heard, the voice of the Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster was transmitted over. He, old bald donkey who is desperate. If it was just the four great factions, our Lightning Race would be able to exterminate you one by one. The Lightning Race's clan leader stared ahead and roared with a face full of killing intent. Exterminate us? Then let's see who will exterminate who. The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster roared furiously. Attack! At this moment, the Lightning Race's clan leader saw that the other party's figure had already appeared within their attack range. He immediately roared loudly. Boom, boom, boom. All the members of the Lightning Race did not hesitate at all. Countless amounts of energy poured forward. The attack of the Lightning Race's leader had directly locked onto that black cloud. Kill! The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster roared with a face full of killing intent. The disciples of the four great factions immediately launched their attacks. Humph! A cold snort came from within the black cloud. A terrifying energy directly swept forward. This black energy was like a black wave, easily wiping out the attacks of the Thunder Race leader and the others. It was still attacking them at a terrifying speed. Damn it! There are indeed universe masters. Retreat! All disciples. Retreat into the Grotto Heaven blessed land. The Thunder Race leader roared with an abnormally ugly expression. Retreat! The other disciples of the great beings had already made their preparations. They immediately retreated. Honk! Ah! However, the speed of the black waves sweeping over was too terrifying. Some of the weaker disciples still did not have the time to dodge. Screams of pain rang out. This time, more than 100,000 disciples of the Thunder Light race were killed or injured. This was even under the condition that they were fully prepared. A universe ruler with level 1 combat power was undefeatable to them. Damn it! The leader of the Thunder Light race and the others looked extremely gloomy when they saw this scene. Facing such a great being, they could only helplessly retreat. Wang Wang. Just as they retreated into the Grotto Heaven blessed land, the protective array of the Grotto Heaven blessed land was immediately activated. Following that, the attacks of the Estate Heaven blessed land started to brew. This was the final trump card of the Thunder Light race standing tall in the Thundercloud domain. A powerful defense that even a Universe Master Level 1 Great Being would find difficult to break. A powerful attack could kill a Universe Pinnacle Great Being. Humph! Hiding so quickly? Thunder Light Race, you are really a bunch of trash.
The city leader of Purple City shouted coldly.
The Thunderlight race will remember today's grudge. And that great being hiding in the black cloud, you dare to attack us, but you don't dare to reveal your identity? A great being with the combat power of a universe ruler at level 1, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. How ironic.
The supreme elder of the Thunderlight race said coldly, staring at the black cloud with a strong sense of mockery. That's right. What bullshit expert. He said that our Thunder Ray tribe is a cowardly turtle. What about you? You are so powerful yet you still don't dare to walk on the road. You are really a coward. Ha ha ha. An elder at the back seat also cursed. Since they had already become enemies and the Thunder Ray tribe had been forced to such an extent, they had nothing to worry about.
The Lightning Race's experts cursed, but there was no movement from the black cloud. Those who could cultivate to such an extent were all old monsters who had 1 billion or so memories. They were all very thick-skinned. Naturally, they wouldn't take this little insult to heart. Of course, only he himself knew whether he was angry or not. My lord, the defense of the Lightning Race's grotto heaven-blessed land shouldn't be too strong. We can try to attack it.
The Great Thunderclap Academy's headmaster's gaze was cold as he cupped his hands toward He Yun.
If they could break through the Lightning Race's defense, then they could save the treasures that could suppress this place.
All right. The voice from within He Yun sounded without the slightest hesitation. Obviously, he had already felt the killing intent in his heart for the invective of the Thunder Race.